Evil Queenmaker is a tactical simulation game where you act as a tutor in the demon realm, raising the young and lowly demon lord into the supreme ruler. The game earned tons of praise for its detailed plot and setting, as well as its excellent recreation of classic simulation games from back in the day. True to the modern trend, our lucky protagonist was one of the players who sang its praises the most. He spent his time reading every enthusiastic post on the forums, ready to go full keyboard warrior against any brainless toxic haters. He used to be a blindly loyal fan. And why does he call himself a fool, you ask? Well, until that game turned into a complete dumpster fire. Did they get too carried away by the better-than-expected feedback? In less than a year, the developers proudly released an expansion pack that completely contradicted everyone's expectations. A bunch of disgusting endings with logic thrown into the trash were added. Just reading the roleplay text in front of him made players want to spray insults at their screens. No, what the hell, how could this be acceptable? Immediately, the rating plummeted to rock bottom. From a former fanboy, this guy turned into a hater and started posting harsh, bitter reviews filled with his most genuine feelings. Things like "the demon lord I put so much effort into raising ended up betraying me," or "the most hateful, pointless early deaths, and they just shoved betrayal elements in everywhere." If you were going to do this, why the hell did you release an expansion? You had already chosen the perfect pawn and perfectly recreated the early 2000s simulation genre. However, the developers, who were usually silent on other posts, suddenly replied, "We hope you can create a better ending yourself, Evil Queenmaker." Reading that message made the veins in his head twitch like they were doing a disco. What the hell is this jerk talking about? What kind of garbage is this? As soon as he finished speaking, the computer screen suddenly erupted with a blinding light. It took him a long while to widen his eyes, his mind a tangled mess. What the hell is this? Where am I? Just as he thought that, his fragile body, like a fallen autumn leaf, drifted past eyes with glowing red pupils. From those eyes, a figure wrapped in dark energy emerged, looking no different than a disciple of Satan himself. He stammered, his lips trembling as he asked back, "Huh? Who?" But the other party just spat out a string of bird noises, and he didn't have Doraemon's translation bread. What? The absurdity only temporarily ended when he blurred his eyes open, hit by a severe wave of vertigo. The first thing that caught his eye was a grand, archaic gate. It was probably old enough to be the ancestor of his own ancestors. By the time he could stand up and was fully awake, the thoughts running through his mind were nothing but pure shock. What is this? A castle? He cautiously touched the gate and tried to search through his memories. Am I dreaming? This feels so familiar. I swear I've seen this place somewhere before. Finally, when he looked up at the top of the tower, the light of truth illuminated his brain. I definitely saw this in Evil Queenmaker, but this answer only made him feel even colder. Why is it standing right before my eyes like this? Don't tell me. A veteran is a veteran, after all. In an instant, he realized his current situation. This is insane. If I've really been transmigrated into the game, that means this is that kid's castle. A veteran is a veteran, after all. In an instant, he realized his current situation. This is insane. If I've really been transmigrated into the game, that means this is that kid's castle. Without needing to rack his brain for too long, his face gradually paled as his mind cleared up like a highway. He scanned the man standing before him and muttered to himself, "Isn't that Kane?" But he rubbed his eyes and looked at the NPC dialogue again. "Oh my, are you Mr. Nahan?" His inner voice screamed again. It's real. He's saying exactly the first line Kane says to the player. After Nahan passed through the gate, Kane continued his dialogue, bending at a 90-degree angle. "I didn't expect anyone to volunteer to educate our demon lord. We are truly, immensely grateful." Ignoring the babble, he remained lost in his own thoughts. If this is true, have I really become the demon lord's tutor? His brain inadvertently recalled the final message before transmigrating: "We hope you can create a better ending yourself." At this point, there was nothing Nahan didn't understand. Damn it, is this what that meant? They told me to create a better ending myself. This is absolutely ridiculous. Ignoring the mess in Nahan's head for a moment, a cautious voice echoed in the spacious room. "Cecily, how do I look?" She asked quickly. "I tried to choose a simpler style as you suggested." "Do you not like it?" Cyr gripped the stuffed animal in her hands, hesitating to deny it. it's not that I don't like it. After taking a deep breath, the little girl lifted her blushing face to confirm, it's just that I'm a little shy. This expression made Cecily cover her mouth to stop her feelings from spilling out. She's so cute. This expression made Cecily cover her mouth to stop her feelings from spilling out. She's so cute. She tried to regain her composure by lifting the gift, so I asked the chef to prepare this for you. Seeing her favorite food, Sear's eyes sparkled like diamonds. Pudding, but before enjoying it, she didn't forget to express her gratitude. Thank you. Cecily hurriedly turned away and mumbled, it's nothing, my lady, but inside, she was praying frantically. I'm sorry, Your Majesty, but you really are too cute. Suddenly, there was a dry knock at the door, followed by a mechanical voice, Lord Sear, it's Kane. Without waiting for a response, he stepped in to announce, the tutor who will be teaching you is waiting outside. Sear jumped off the ground without a moment's hesitation, I understand. Kane, the little girl suddenly set aside her innocence and spoke with extreme seriousness, I will head to the reception room immediately. Kane, hit by that super cute strike, could only hug his chest and weep internally, Lord Sear, since when did you become so majestic? Sear maintained that posture until she sat on the throne. Kane, I'm ready. He still hadn't snapped out of his daze, frantically showing his loyalty, truly worthy of a demon lord. This loyal servant would have no regrets even if I died right now. The waiting time passed quickly as the sound of the door opening and footsteps approached. Nahan looked straight at Sear before him and introduced himself formally, it is an honor to meet you. Lord Sear. He didn't know where he learned that aristocratic posture, but it looked quite convincing. My name is Nahan. After speaking, he quickly scanned the profile of the little girl in front of him. Sear von Devata, the sole descendant of the former demon Lord Sear von Devata, who once ranked second in the demon realm. However, in a sudden war that broke out 2 years ago, they suffered a heavy defeat, and Sear von Devata was killed in action along with most of his closest aides. They suffered a heavy defeat, and Sear von Devata was killed in action along with most of his closest aides. This ascension to the throne had robbed the little girl of her childhood. Not only that, the Devata family plummeted to the very bottom at rank 72, and with this current situation, even that position would be threatened. This ascension to the throne had robbed the little girl of her childhood. Not only that, the Devata family plummeted to the very bottom at rank 72, and with this current situation, even that position would be threatened. The little girl suddenly bent at a 90-degree angle and shouted clearly, hello. Nahan, receiving such a grand greeting, could only stutter in return, hello. Sear quickly lifted her head and chattered away, please feel free to talk to me, because to the royal tutor, I am a student, not a demon lord. These words made Kane, who was watching from the sidelines, nod in approval, Lord Sear, you really are very understanding. Sear quickly lifted her head and chattered away, please feel free to talk to me, because to the royal tutor, I am a student, not a demon lord. These words made Kane, who was watching from the sidelines, nod in approval, Lord Sear, you really are very understanding. Although she didn't yet understand what a supreme demon lord was, the little girl's unwavering faith began to form from this moment. Yes, teacher, but that atmosphere full of hope didn't last long. Nahan was currently hanging his head in a gloomy mood, as if he were about to go on a date with the Grim Reaper. When he knelt on the ground, only 2 words remained in his head, I'm doomed. Nahan's whole body trembled as he began to reflect. Have I lost my mind? Am I possessed or something? Did I really just say I would become Sear's tutor? Even though I'm a hardcore fan of Evil Queenmaker who has beaten every ending and knows everything from major events to the smallest details, the regret tortured Nahan, making him pull his hair out. He even had all the hidden elements in the palm of his hand. But clicking a mouse and actually raising the child in real life are 2 completely different things. How can I teach the demon lord when I don't even know magic myself? Spinning in circles, he fell into a spiral, wondering if he had intended to refuse politely at first. Was it the instinct of someone who once craved to be a teacher? Or was it just the excitement of meeting Sear in person? If it wasn't that, maybe it was because he understood Sear's pain too well. Anyway, what you can't do, you can't do. Right now, I have to refuse. But just as he thought of this plan, a light like phosphorus spilled from Nahan's eyes. This is. After the surge of light in his brain exploded, fragments of memory scattered like they wanted to cut every nerve, forcing him to reflect. Nahan's memory, finally. The figure who dragged him into this game appeared, which partly explains some of the confusion. Currently, this body of Nahan is a high-ranking demon. His mind suddenly felt like it had been bathed in holy water and enlightened. That's right, if it's like this, with this power and this knowledge. Nahan's aura exploded, and the protagonist silently buried his determination deep inside. Can I do it? I can even go far beyond that. Nahan's aura exploded, and the protagonist silently buried his determination deep inside. Can I do it? I can even go far beyond that, perhaps even the most ideal ending I ever imagined. Dreaming is nice, but as soon as he had an idea, he got stuck. But why does Nahan only remember the nickname and absolutely nothing about his real name? The next day, Seer looked at the surrounding forest and couldn't help but ask, "Teacher, didn't you say we had a lesson today?" "I have a private classroom outside," Nahan patiently explained. "Instead of a stuffy room, learning in a wide open place like this will feel much more comfortable, right?" But the real purpose was carefully kept in his heart. Learning here helps increase concentration, which in turn grants bonus stat points. Just then, his eyes caught what Seer brought. "But I've never seen that doll in the game." He tried to use the gentlest tone to probe, "But are we going to study with that friend?" The little girl stood her ground firmly. "You see, teacher, Whitey is my favorite friend." Nahan was a bit speechless but still patiently tried to explain the pros and cons. "If I were Whitey, I think I would step aside so my friend Seer could focus on the lesson." But Seer, hearing this, exploded with negative emotions and shouted, "Whitey doesn't have any other friends besides me." His eyes keenly noticed Kane next to him shaking his head frantically, so he tried to restrain himself. "It seems there's a story behind this, I can slowly find out later." His eyes keenly noticed Kane next to him shaking his head frantically, so he tried to restrain himself. "It seems there's a story behind this, I can slowly find out later." To increase his persuasiveness, he even proactively took hold of it. Seer happily switched to a joyful demeanor. "Whitey says he understands now." Nahan, having passed this hurdle, also breathed a sigh of relief. "Great. Let's get started, then." He pointed at the board and began the introduction. "Today we will learn the basics of mana operation." Seer quickly voiced her question. "Yes. But what about learning demon realm history?" Kane said I should only start learning mana operation after learning all the other basic subjects. Nahan didn't hesitate to throw the blame on the old man. "That's because Kane has too rigid a personality." Kane, seeing the little girl's excitement, was heartbroken. Nahan didn't stop for too long and held up 4 fingers, rambling on. "Seer, if you want to protect yourself and your subjects as a demon lord, understanding exactly the power you possess is extremely important. That's why I will teach you about mana operation, mana application, martial arts, and royal studies first." The little girl immediately mimicked the motion and reported the situation. "Sounds great, but I've already finished learning everything about royal studies." He was momentarily surprised but still wanted to confirm. "Is that so?" The little girl immediately mimicked the motion and reported the situation. "Sounds great, but I've already finished learning everything about royal studies." He was momentarily surprised but still wanted to confirm. "Is that so?" A scroll covered in text was laid out in front of Seer right after that. The little girl stared at it, innocently asking, "Teacher, what is all this?" Nahan introduced it seriously. "A training manual. It will help Seer apply royal studies into practice. If you do your homework properly, I will reward you with pudding." Looking at the little girl's excitement, Nahan's inner voice secretly added, "I will use anything Seer likes, not just pudding." Because favorability is an extremely important factor in Evil Queenmaker. After calculating, he quickly focused on the illustrations on the board. Back to the main topic, mana can be divided into innate mana concentrated in the mana core, which is the total amount of mana each person possesses, and usable mana, which is the amount of mana each person can actively use. First, what criteria determine the amount of usable mana? Before the question, Seer suddenly tilted her head and honestly replied, "I don't know." Nahan had no choice but to cleverly suggest, "Demons like us, along with half-demons, devils, and dragons, all possess circuits in our bodies. Do you know what their function is?" Nahan had no choice but to cleverly suggest, "Demons like us, along with half-demons, devils, and dragons, all possess circuits in our bodies. Do you know what their function is?" Nahan pressed his advantage with praise and a new question. "Exactly. More accurately, it's like a path for mana to flow through." Question: what happens if you have many circuits? This time, Seer didn't hesitate to blurt out, a lot of mana will flow through. The little girl even used that to turn the tables, so, usable mana is determined by the number of circuits, right? Nahan was satisfied and treated her to a double dose of praise. You're smart, you learn fast. Watching Seer smile until her face beamed, Nahan realized the path he was taking was the truth. They say praise can even make a whale dance. From now on, I shouldn't skimp on praising her. He took the opportunity while Seer's mind was clear to add more theory. Innate mana is determined from birth, but circuits can increase depending on your effort. If you have enough innate mana and you increase the number of circuits through effort, you can raise the capacity of usable mana. To make the lesson even more vivid, Nahan even waved his hand to perform a spectacular fire-breathing act. When the performance drew to a close, he took the opportunity to draw a conclusion for Seer. You can use this much mana at once. The little girl widened her eyes and voiced her admiration on the spot. Teacher, you're so cool. Nahan smugly replied, and I am your royal tutor. Only Cain was filled with suspicion. This doesn't seem like the level of a royal tutor teaching a fallen demon lord. In the old man's eyes, calculating glints gradually appeared. Although he is a nameless demon, he certainly has enough skills to possess that power. On this side, Seer seemed unable to contain her excitement anymore. Can I do that too? Teacher. Nahan smiled brightly and affirmed firmly, of course, as long as you practice, that is more than enough. Actually, there was more unsaid, but he decided to keep it locked in his head, because after all, you belong to the Devata family. Since she had a goal, the little girl copied Nahan's movements and promised, I will work hard. A tutor had appeared for the weakest demon lord, Seer. One day, this news spread throughout the demon realm. The news reached Andromalius, who immediately asked with annoyance, even so, that's just the 72nd floor, right? Daltalion immediately embodied a capitalist. Don't bother with that, bring me information that makes money. Only Carabia showed a disdainful attitude through his question, so what? Even so, it cannot be denied that this is a completely uninteresting fact to some people, but extremely interesting to someone else. Citri lay in the bathtub and lazily asked, really? What kind of idler would take that job? Her attendant nearby quickly replied, it's someone named Nahan. Citri didn't even budge, continuing to interrogate, Nahan, that's the first time I've heard that name. The other party then expressed their embarrassment. I investigated, but I found nothing. Citri immediately jumped out of the bath and muttered, interesting. Citri wore an expression of interest on her face and immediately ordered, it's been a long time since I went out, let's take a trip. Get ready. Citri wore an expression of interest on her face and immediately ordered, it's been a long time since I went out, let's take a trip. Get ready. Cecily had been waiting since the afternoon, jumping out excitedly to greet her. Your Majesty, why are you here? Interrupted in her train of thought, the little girl blurted out, hello, sister. As soon as she finished speaking, Seer turned away, embarrassed. Wait, the homework the teacher gave. Cecily was stunned with a bunch of question marks above her head. What's wrong with her? After a few seconds of pondering, Seer shyly hinted. Cecily, without a moment's hesitation, turned to suggest, yes, please go ahead. Seer took that as a command, so she gripped the scroll in her hand tightly and raised her voice to shout, start cleaning immediately. The new setting came too suddenly, briefly making Cecily stutter. Your Majesty. She gestured for Seer to look at the magic-powered brooms working at full capacity and explained, but I am already cleaning, Your Majesty. Saying that, Cecily noticed the thing in the little girl's hand. Huh? Wait a minute. The more she scrutinized it, the clearer the answer became in her head. Is that a training diary? After understanding everything, Cecily immediately gave a thumbs up to Nahan. The royal tutor is truly talented. Did he think that forcing Her Majesty to give orders would help her get used to a monarch's demeanor? Then I should go along with it. She quickly adjusted her state and stood straight to speak. I understand, you mean I need to be more attentive. I will obey, Your Majesty. Seer received the result just as expected, so her face suddenly became bright. The little girl happily turned away but didn't forget to throw back a report, then I'm going to study. Where Seer couldn't see, Cecily was covering her mouth and laughing like a fox. Her Majesty always looks so cute. Seer kept skipping across the courtyard without realizing there was whispering nearby. Surely, but as soon as the little girl reached her destination, she started to greet him, but halfway through, she had to switch to a suspicious tone, Teacher. Cain looked very sharp-eyed and replied immediately, Seer, you're here? The little girl, without a doubt, held up the diary to report, yes, I just finished my homework on sovereignty, too. He happily patted his favorite student's head with a promise, "Done already? I have to give you a gift as a reward." Nahan looked at the bear in Seer's hand and hesitated to suggest, what would be a good gift? How about finding another friend for Whitey? Seer widened her sparkling eyes and agreed without a second thought, "A friend for Whitey, I'd love that." But before she could finish, her gaze landed on Kane nearby. The joy in Seer's eyes was suddenly completely drained. The little girl bowed her head, correcting her answer in a dejected voice, "Never mind, teacher." Nahan didn't need much more data to find the answer. As predicted, the castle's financial situation was having the same problem as in the game. I didn't expect her to have to hesitate over just a stuffed animal. If that's the case, I'll have to take action. He squatted down in front of the little girl and decided to say it straight. "Seer, about the castle's finances, can I manage them instead of Kane?" "Just until you can manage them yourself." Seer was stunned by that sudden suggestion. "You, teacher?" Kane, suddenly on the verge of unemployment, hurriedly expressed his confusion. "Royal tutor, is this why you asked about our financial situation earlier?" Nahan didn't turn back but just coldly called his name, Kane, seeing Seer happy after receiving a stuffed animal as a gift. "Don't you want to see that?" Kane's eyebrows almost kissed when he heard that question. Although he clearly remembered every smile of Seer in his mind, his voice still couldn't sound confident. "I want to see that, too." But Nahan, understanding the point, immediately interrupted. "I know what you're worried about, but I don't care about money." He suddenly placed his hand on Kane's shoulder and said a string of poignant words. "Don't misunderstand, I'm not taking over financial management because you're incompetent. It's just that everyone has different strengths, so please let me do what I'm good at." Although he had only been there for 2 days, Nahan confidently declared, "In the near future, Seer will stand at the peak of the demon lords." In the middle of the speech, Seer tugged at his sleeve to get his attention. Nahan clearly knew she had heard and understood everything he had just said, so he solemnly affirmed, "I trust you." There seemed to be mist rising in Nahan's eyes. Meanwhile, Seer was still beaming as she handed over the important task. "Then please earn lots of money, teacher." Nahan curled his lips into a very faint smile, silently resolving in his heart, "That's right, trust me. Seer, gold bars will soon roll into your pocket automatically." Nahan curled his lips into a very faint smile, silently resolving in his heart, "That's right, trust me. Seer, gold bars will soon roll into your pocket automatically." Nahan curled his lips into a very faint smile, silently resolving in his heart, "That's right, trust me. Seer, gold bars will soon roll into your pocket automatically." Nahan saw the magic power radiating out and felt a shiver of surprise. Her magic circuits shouldn't have formed much yet, but her magic power was far beyond imagination. This potential doesn't fit the lowest level demon lord of the 72nd floor at all. The more Seer performed, the more his confidence grew. "She was keeping up very well, so I don't need to worry about the progress. Of course, I also want to be a bit greedy," but thinking of this, Nahan immediately waved his hand to signal, "Alright, that's it for today." Watching Seer collapse onto the ground, gasping for air, he involuntarily sighed, "Her physical strength is still too weak." Watching Seer collapse onto the ground, gasping for air, he involuntarily sighed, "Her physical strength is still too weak." A while later, Nahan started letting his calculations drift through his mind again. She was jogging with Whitey again today. He decided he had to find out the information that made him curious. "Kane, is there any reason Seer is so attached to Whitey?" The old man asked, suddenly hesitated. "Well, about that. It's the stuffed animal that the previous demon lord, Seer, gave to Her Majesty for her 5th birthday." That answer partly helped Nahan realize the truth. Her mother's memento? No wonder she cherishes it so much. Based on that, he gradually formed a more practical scenario. Her death is definitely an important part of the plot. But I will tell her the truth behind this when she is old enough to take revenge herself. Right at that moment, a frantic voice cut in. The head butler, Kane, immediately turned to question, "What's going on?" Eldon quickly spread out a piece of paper to report dutifully, "Sir, a letter was sent from the lower floor. I mean, the 71st floor." Kane took the item with a sense of unease. The 71st floor. Why on earth are they demanding anything now? In the demon realm, a difference of just one floor implies a massive gap in terms of force size, military quality, economic scale, and many other things. But Nahan suddenly wore a wicked smirk as his thoughts reached a crucial point. "But don't be too afraid, Kane, because this is exactly what I've been waiting for." A few days later, a carriage train rumbled in, accompanied by shouts of "Open the city gates." Nahan tilted his head slightly and whispered, Kane, relax a little. You're going to expose a weakness for them to exploit. Even though he wanted to start a fight, the old man had to swallow his anger and reply, understood. Nahan looked at Baphomet holding the reins, and a word of praise suddenly slipped out. The coachman isn't half bad, is he? He proactively stepped forward to perform the standard greeting, it is an honor. Baphomet was momentarily confused, why would meeting a lowly coachman be an honor? Nahan asked blankly, a coachman? He paused for a moment before switching to a sharper tone to expose him, you're joking a bit too much, Baphomet the impostor. The moment that name was uttered, Kane went pale and called out softly. Baphomet realized he had been exposed and laughed, questioning, how did you know? At the same time, a lazy voice echoed from inside the carriage, interesting. Citri didn't wait for an invitation, she proactively lifted the curtain to reveal herself. As soon as she set foot on the ground, Cecily's group simultaneously blushed without prior agreement. Only Nahan maintained his composure to greet her, it is a great honor to meet you for the first time, Your Majesty Citri. She brushed her hair in a sultry manner and offered a compliment. To be able to see through Baphomet's disguise, it seems you're not an ordinary person, are you? Nahan smiled brightly and countered, how could a mediocre person become a demon lord's tutor? Right? Citri burst out laughing and had to nod in agreement. She had a point. The two were playing mind games, while Kane on the side was sweating bullets internally. Heavens, if he's a royal tutor, shouldn't he know what a one-floor gap in the demon realm means? What is he thinking? What's with that arrogant tone? But Nahan decided to get to the main point. May I ask what business you have here? Citri snapped impatiently, you're so impatient, can't we talk once we're inside? He didn't flinch and brushed her off, no. Not unless you have a justifiable reason. She was left stunned by such bluntness. What did you say? Nahan remained stoic and calmly spouted a long speech, I apologize, but beyond this boundary is the territory of Sir Devata. Even if you hold a higher rank, you cannot arbitrarily intrude upon another demon lord's territory. Therefore, I want to hear a legitimate reason. Citri had to clench her jaw to prevent a torrent of insults from spewing onto Nahan's face. Am I being looked down upon by someone like this? If it were in the past. Keep calm, I have an objective for coming here right now. She immediately adjusted her emotions and fabricated a reason. As the ruler of the 71st floor, I have matters to discuss with the ruler of the 72nd floor, nothing more. Nahan easily compromised, if that is the case, then please, come in. Baphomet, hearing their dialogue, had to admit to himself, Nahan is smart. He's clever, daring to use Citri's name to remind me that even if Sir Devata's position isn't stable, she is still a demon lord. Nahan, unaware that he was being silently praised, calmly turned to instruct Kane, please forgive my rudeness earlier, as I am also a protector of Her Majesty, so I hope you understand. Kane, please show them the way. The old man immediately bowed in acknowledgement, I will escort you to the guest room. Citri didn't follow Kane immediately but tilted her head to signal, Baphomet, you won't be waiting here for long. He understood and hurriedly assured, yes, Your Majesty. Citri took leisurely steps, but her mouth refused to lose, you've lost quite a lot of servants, haven't you? Nahan admitted frankly, that is inevitable when the financial situation is less than ideal. She replied with fake sympathy, is that so? How unfortunate. That tone made him want to curse. Damn it, who do you think is to blame for that? But Nahan not only didn't show his dissatisfaction but was even more polite, please feel free to make yourself at home. Citri kept her posture and asked viciously, by the way, when is that kid coming? His gut immediately surged with the desire to beat her up. A moment ago, you were calling Her Majesty the ruler of the 72nd floor. Still lost in thought, Sir sat heavily in her chair and added, I have some urgent financial issues that need to be discussed. That sudden expression made Nahan's internal alarm bells ring. Seriously? Look, are you trying to seduce me? Sorry, but you're just an easy target. He smiled brightly and crushed Sir's intentions. That's great, I'm currently managing the finances of the Devata castle, so you can just talk to me directly. But his firmness inadvertently fueled Citri's delusions. He can't take his eyes off me. That's why men are so easy. She assumed she had the upper hand and began to pour out words that made the servant pouring tea tremble. Not long ago, quite a few of my soldiers supporting the 72nd floor died due to a human adventurer invasion. Therefore, you need to pay compensation and expenses for additional personnel. Nahan didn't hesitate to ask a sharp question, exactly whose will were those soldiers deployed under? Citri admitted nonchalantly, of course it stemmed from my kindness. With only the 72nd floor's army, how could you have stopped a human invasion? Right, he just needed that to suddenly flip the table. You really are a despicable thug, aren't you? Citri paused, confirming, what? What did you just say? Inside, she even tried to find an excuse for Nahan. Surely, I misheard. But facing his somewhat cheeky smile, she realized. No, I didn't mishear. Citri slammed her teacup onto the table and flew into a rage. How dare you show that attitude to a higher-ranking demon lord? Feeling that wasn't enough, she crushed the cup and shouted, you've truly lost your mind. The atmosphere in the room was involuntarily dyed in the color of fury. Yet Nahan calmly continued to add fuel to the fire. Why are you so angry? Is it because I called you a despicable thug? The servant had already knelt on the ground when Citri raised her voice once more. You know that well, and you still dare to open your mouth? Nahan took the opportunity to activate a protective barrier for them before engaging in a solo with her, forcing a weaker demon lord to accept your surplus troops and then extorting them. If that isn't the act of a despicable thug, then what is? Citri's eyes glowed red like lava, signaling that this volcano was about to erupt. Your arrogance is truly reaching the heavens. Around her body, waves of light began to appear, capable of blinding anyone facing her. Citri was ready to attack, but before that, she still had to follow the proper introduction procedure. You brought this punishment upon yourself. As soon as she finished speaking, magic like a dragon and a tiger struck straight at Nahan. But even while facing danger, he calmly replied, oh my, I intended to let this pass peacefully to save face for you. Nahan didn't speak further but snapped his fingers. The fire arrows that were rushing toward him suddenly twisted into an abnormal curve, then turned abruptly in another direction. That scene was so absurd that Citri's heart jumped. My fire. While she was still in shock, Nahan calmly opened his mouth. Your Majesty Citri, why don't we solve this by talking like intelligent demons? He locked her gaze and slowly suggested, actually, I have a very good proposal for you. Citri immediately recognized the glowing red pupils and the overwhelming aura radiating from Nahan, yet she remained stubborn, taunting, you dare to make a proposal to me? Nahan didn't blink while exposing her. You won't be able to refuse. Because it concerns the seal on your body. That critical blow successfully turned Citri into stone on the spot. Citri's voice lowered as she questioned, do you know what you are saying? Nahan countered with a taunting tone, how could I not know about your Majesty? The one who was once ranked 12th and fell miserably after her power was sealed? Her complexion darkened immediately. If you're only going to babble about things everyone knows, shut your mouth. Citri paused with a panicked look. Don't you need to conquer the upper floors? After all, the seal stones binding your Majesty's power are scattered across floors ruled by mid-tier demon lords and above. Duplicative 58, merged internally. The contract flew straight toward her. I will help your Majesty break the seal on your body. Citri's expression was a mixture of complex emotions. She spoke hesitantly with a skeptical look. How, in the end, do you intend to help me? Nahan's gaze darkened as he spoke with hidden meaning. You just saw it. A small fraction of my power. Her voice lowered, carrying extreme vigilance. What is your true identity, after all? He declared clearly, I am the master of the demon lord. Nahan's mouth curled up meaningfully. Well, will you sign the contract? Citri spoke decisively. I finished writing it, check it. Duplicative 64, merged internally. He paused, full of doubt. The only reason Citri signed the contract despite knowing this, the words in firm handwriting appeared. Second article, Demon Lord Citri will provide military operational funds for Demon Lord Sir von Devada. Third article, Nahan commits to providing all possible support to Demon Lord Citri, not limited to any specific field. Fourth article, Demon Lord Citri absolutely must not confront Demon Lord Sir von Devada's faction. And Demon Lord Sir von Devada absolutely must not confront Demon Lord Citri's faction. Nahan remained calm precisely because of the clause stating I would support her with all my might. Her expression was a mix of complex emotions. The power right now overwhelms even me in the past. How? What if the power he called a small fraction is just a small part of his true power? Citri's mouth curled up with interest. This is a gamble worth trying. You put your blood seal on it too. He immediately brought out a sharp knife to drip every drop of blood. Fine. Nahan used his finger to press onto the contract to confirm. The two fingerprints were immediately imprinted on the paper. The contract suddenly flew and hovered in midair, then emitted mysterious rays of light. His gaze was a mix of complex emotions. Then I look forward to working together. Demon Lord Citri. She also declared clearly with a firm demeanor, likewise. Nahan spoke slowly with a gentle tone, Seer, from now on, Her Majesty Citri will help us. Seer paused, full of doubt. Really? The little girl immediately bowed formally. Thank you, Aunt Citri. Citri avoided her gaze with a confused demeanor. Happy collaborating, kid. Duplicative 76, merged internally. Citri spoke hesitantly with a flustered demeanor. I look forward to your help. Her cheeks suddenly turned hot with embarrassment. Nahan kept his calm demeanor then spoke slowly. You did well, you should have done that from the beginning. Now I will explain the method to fulfill our contract. She paused. The method to fulfill the contract? His mouth curled up slightly and he exclaimed, That's right, Her Majesty Citri will also become my student. Her eyes widened in shock. Citri complained, questioning with a skeptical demeanor. What kind of nonsense is this? Nahan kept his calm demeanor. I know Your Majesty was once an excellent demon lord, but now you are just someone with mediocre power and influence, standing at the bottom of the rankings and an utterly nameless, dull demon lord. Her complexion darkened as she had to hear those straightforward questions. Citri screamed in a frenzy, You don't have to be that mean. You're the one who needs. What is with that look? Nahan's expression was a mix of complex emotions. You must think your development has reached its limit and that regaining your sealed power is the only way. Nahan declared clearly with a firm gaze, but Your Majesty is fully capable of becoming much stronger. She paused, full of doubt. What? Is he lying? Can I become stronger? Citri clenched her fists to suppress her anger. Wait, if it's the power that Guy possesses? Nahan's gaze was a mix of complex emotions. Even in the game, Citri regained her sealed power and grew along with it, becoming Seer's reliable supporter from beginning to end. If I'm determined to help, she will definitely regain her former power. Her voice dropped to a warning, You had better not play games with a demon lord. Nahan turned away decisively, I don't joke about these things. You have to fulfill the terms of the contract first, so go home today. He kept his calm demeanor, You can come find me whenever you have time. Citri's complexion distorted with anger. What? You want me to come find you? I am a demon lord, obviously you are the one who should come find me. Seer's gaze darkened with a frenzied look. No, the master belongs to me. Nahan kept his calm demeanor. You heard the girl, it can't be helped. She felt tired and helpless. Fine, visiting about once a week is enough, right? He declared clearly with a decisive demeanor. If you think that's fine, then let's decide that. Citri complained. What? What do you mean by that? Do you think I'm dying to see you? Nahan's mouth curled up meaningfully. Who knows, we'll know soon enough. Duplicate, merged internally. Zeta spoke hesitantly with a skeptical look. This is absolute nonsense. Why the hell do we have to be stuck here? Verena spoke with a provocative, taunting tone. If you're that dissatisfied, why don't you quit and go back to your masters like dogs? Her complexion darkened immediately. Who are you calling a dog? His expression became solemn. Keep talking, go ahead. The soldiers under Seer were equally exhausted. Epsilon hurriedly bowed respectfully. I apologize, Vice Captain, I will discipline my subordinates properly. Verena's voice dropped with authority. Spend time training properly. Instead of babbling. The unison shout rang out. Yes, sir. His expression was a mix of complex emotions. Captain, do you intend to just leave them like that? The atmosphere was very chaotic, and the training was equally messy. Linnell's gaze darkened immediately. She spoke hesitantly with an uneasy demeanor. What else can we do? Anyway, we anticipated that everything would be noisy like this for a while. A few days later, Nahan sighed slightly with a helpless look. Citri slammed her hand on the table with a frenzied look. Are you really trying to pick a fight with me right now? What do you mean you can't teach me? Why are you only saying this now? He spoke slowly with a helpless look. It's not that I can't teach you, I'm currently busy merging Her Majesty Citri's forces. So, I simply don't have time. Nahan's mouth curled up meaningfully. That is why I would be extremely grateful if Your Majesty could lend a hand. Duplicative 105, merged internally. He kept his calm demeanor as Citri left in dissatisfaction. She was completely determined to take revenge. It's also good if that becomes her motivation. Nahan's expression was a mix of complex emotions. Your Majesty, I have one more thing to ask. Could you be in charge of the final finishing touches? Duplicate of 108, merged internally. Nahan's voice dropped with a calm look. I came to look over the place where Seer will study swordsmanship from now on. I also have a few things to resolve. Verena sneered and exclaimed, resetting the command system and regaining control are just things you incidentally resolve? Nahan raised an eyebrow and spoke with a taunting tone. Isn't that obvious? Vice Captain Verena. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. You say it's obvious? Could it be that you once had experience leading an army? He cut him off decisively. I have not. Verena's gaze flashed with interest before he provoked. I don't mean to look down on you, Nahan. But uniting soldiers from different factions is not an easy task. Nahan kept his gentle demeanor. Indeed? Why don't you want to see how I handle this? Duplicate of 115, merged internally. A moment later, everyone paused with a skeptical look. Training ground number 3, a buzz of gossip broke out. Isn't that Lord Seer? It seems Lord Verena is with him too. Who is the person standing next to them? Nahan's gaze turned toward Verena with calculation. Vice Captain Verena. Highly skilled and extremely loyal, but that loyalty is reserved solely for Seer. Therefore, to ensure that from now on he will listen to my orders, I will take this opportunity to completely win him over. Epsilon appeared and spoke respectfully. Lord Seer, are you here for something? Nahan smiled gently. It's a pleasure to meet you. Epsilon, my name is Nahan, I am Seer's master. He immediately shook hands politely and exclaimed, I know you well, you are the one who separated us from Her Majesty Citri, right? He spoke slowly with a firm gaze. It is true that I did so, but I truly believe it was a correct decision. After all, I took all of you in when you had nowhere else to turn. Epsilon's gaze changed immediately in terror, his hand began to tremble. Epsilon roared, questioning in a frenzy, do you think you can just say whatever you want? Nahan's voice dropped with power, your handshake is a bit rough. He immediately applied force powerfully. He stepped back while enduring bone-deep pain. Nahan kept his calm demeanor. Epsilon, know your place. The master you must serve from now on is standing right here. Yet you dare try to act as my equal. The master of your master? He kept his calm demeanor. Is that what Citri taught you? Epsilon trembled, questioning, you dare to insult Her Majesty Citri? Nahan paused, then spoke tauntingly, do you still believe Citri is your master? He immediately carried Seer and declared clearly, look closely, your master is not Citri, but Lord Seer who is right here. His gaze flickered, she's so cute. Wait, this isn't right. Epsilon still insisted decisively, I only have one master, Her Majesty Citri. Nahan exclaimed, great spirit. His hand immediately channeled internal power. If that is your will, then so be it. Rays of spiritual energy engulfed them, causing all the soldiers to collapse to their knees, his whole body trembling in pain. Verena's expression changed with a skeptical look. Is this mana? Nahan declared clearly with a calm demeanor, I don't need a disloyal dog. I will just eliminate him. I will give you one last chance. His voice dropped with power. Do you intend to continue denying reality and just disappear like that? Or place your hope in a new future? Epsilon insisted decisively, we have sworn loyalty to Her Majesty Citri. Citri, so we have no other choice but to follow her orders, because we are devils. Nahan's mouth curled up meaningfully, with this level of loyalty, you will be quite useful. You will have to be responsible for those words. The space immediately returned to its original state. Citri spoke with dissatisfaction, you fools, why don't you listen and make everything a hassle for me? Don't you know that Lord Seer and I are allies? He spoke hesitantly, full of doubt, Her Majesty Citri, but that is only in name. She cut him off decisively, shut up, it is a true alliance. Citri kept her calm demeanor and declared, you are. I mean, you are the symbol of the solid alliance between the 71st and 72nd floors. Understand? Epsilon was still shocked. What? We are the symbol of the alliance? Her expression became solemn. I want this relationship to continue. Even for the sake of the upcoming war, this alliance is absolutely indispensable. After finishing her affirmation to Nahan, Citri went straight to the main topic. Now we can start the lesson, right? The solemn voice that belonged only to him spoke up. Yes, next. Duplicate of 146, merged internally. Nahan knelt on one knee to aim for standing eye level with the little demon lord before him. Seer, then just for a moment, okay? But before he could make any other move, the little girl suddenly held his large hand. Sweat dripped down his forehead. Nahan gave a forced smile while asking her, Seer, I have to teach, can you let go of my hand? But responding to him was a super decisive answer. No, a silence passed. It took a long while for Nahan to react. Huh? A moment of silence passed, and only after a while did Nahan manage to react. Huh? This image striking his eyes made him ponder. Was this just a child's stubbornness? There was no helping it. Without a single moment of hesitation, Nahan decisively lifted the little girl up high, completely acting as if Citri wasn't standing right next to them. So, instead of holding hands like this, how about? Finally unable to tolerate the sight of the affectionate display full of love right in front of her eyes, Citri barked directly at him. You said you were going to train me. When is it finally starting? Turning around to face Citri, he spoke with a firm, assuring tone. Don't worry, I can still teach you like this. This clearly made her knit her brows tightly. What is that? What do you mean by that? To answer her question, a jet-black surge of magical power suddenly erupted with every word Nahan spoke. After all, today's lesson was, the peaceful scenery under the warm sunlight was instantly transformed into hell by him, right before Citri's stunned eyes. As waves of sharp, black, freezing wind swept past her, the voice produced from Nahan's throat echoed across the space. Just one hit. You only need to land a single strike on us. And this action of his made someone as perpetually arrogant as Citri angrier than ever before. Are you kidding me? Do you think that kind of training is going to be useful? Hiding himself amidst the dense mist of magical power, Nahan curled the corners of his lips into a confident smirk, as if he held everything in the palm of his hand. Yes, it is. Without any warning, Citri suddenly dropped directly to the ground, frozen by the terrifying aura coming from the man standing opposite her. More accurately, the pressure from her opponent's power forced her to lie flat there in a pathetic manner just to listen to his judgment. One thing is for certain, I am stronger than His Majesty was in the past. With his aura radiating continuously, Nahan slowly dropped each word, looking no different from a demon crawling out of hell, even more so than the actual genuine female demon, Citri. So break free from my mana and try to hit us, even if it's just one strike. By now, the fact that she was lying flat on the cold stone floor indirectly proved that her own ability compared to Nahan's was nothing more than a small pond compared to a vast ocean. This was impossible. Not wanting to waste another second, he decisively turned around and walked away as his mind sank into a train of thought. A consolidated alliance was another form of Seer's strength. Although Seer's personal power was important, an alliance would make expanding their influence and power much easier. After pondering for a moment, he let out a questioning remark that carried a highly sarcastic undertone. Your Majesty, how can you regain your power if you are struggling against just this amount of mana? Even though she was currently in a miserable state, it couldn't stop Citri's shout. Are you mocking me? Seeing that she wasn't making any further progress, his thick eyebrows shot up. It seems like this is too much for you. Why don't you just give up entirely? Although she had some trouble gathering her strength, Citri still forced herself to emphasize. You should speak carefully with those sharp eyes and the knowledge ruling your brain. Nahan could recognize the issue inside his opponent's body and the way to solve it. The layer where Citri's power was sealed must be at least in the middle realm. To survive there, she had to adapt to the pressure of dense mana. The corners of Nahan's mouth suddenly tilted up into a 45-degree angle. The moment he thought about what would happen next, increasing the number of mana circuits during this process was just an added benefit. In stark contrast to the dark atmosphere continuously radiating from him, Seer, with her innocent mind, couldn't help but speak up to interrupt. Teacher, Citri looks like she's in a lot of pain. Nahan didn't find it bothersome at all to let the little girl know. That is exactly the purpose of this training session. Watch closely. Seer tilted her head because of the rising confusion. Huh? Why is that? However, Nahan did not answer out loud but only pondered silently. Because later on, this is the training that you will also have to do one day. Compared to the peaceful scenery of the two, Seer and Citri were forced to train their vocal cords in the middle of a vast space. Time flew by like a dog running wild in a field. Not long after, dusk fell along with the sound of Nahan's voice. Don't push yourself too hard. Considering your current age. By now, her entire body was dripping with sweat, looking no different from someone who had just stepped out of a sauna. Miserable as she was, Citri still managed to talk back, possessing a fierce will and a determination to overcome all terrifying challenges. Trying. Today I will definitely hit you no matter what the cost. While enjoying his afternoon tea, he didn't forget to encourage her with a laugh. I hope your efforts will bear fruit. Although he appeared to be joking on the outside, deep within Nahan's central processing information unit, he was secretly full of admiration. Her 12th rank position truly wasn't just for show. she has adapted already? At this rate, I might end up being humiliated sooner than expected. After spending nearly a whole day witnessing Citri do nothing but crawl around, Cyr suddenly spoke up, "Teacher, I want to learn too." This couldn't help but draw his attention away from his thoughts. "We already studied this morning." The little girl clearly showed her desire to acquire knowledge through a firm statement, "I want to learn even more." Looking deep into the bright, sparkling eyes of his counterpart, his mind was suddenly shaken. Overdoing it is worse than doing nothing at all. But how could a teacher refuse a look like that? So he directly decided, "Alright, I will quickly teach you an advanced lesson based on what we learned this morning." After Cyr let out a joyful cheer, Nahan's slender finger snapped with a resounding click. At the moment Citri was pushing herself to stand up from the pitch-black magical pressure, her entire body suddenly felt light, leaving her bewildered. "Huh? What happened all of a sudden?" The moment she stood up straight, his deep voice rang out, "Take a break for a moment." In the end, she couldn't hold it in anymore as she directly threw herself onto her back, completely throwing her image out the window. Finally, she could breathe. The very next second, Nahan knelt on one knee in front of the little demon king and brought up a question. "Cyr, tell me what you learned today." The little girl immediately raised her hand enthusiastically to speak. "Peripheral mana, sir. It's about using the mana floating around in the air. It helps me use spells that require more mana than my mana circuits can handle." A standard answer that was enough to satisfy him as he dropped the next question. "Then how can you grasp the mana that is floating around in the air?" Regarding this matter, Cyr couldn't help but fall into a brief silence, and then in the next second, the little girl confidently gave her answer. "I ask it for help, sir." This successfully provoked Nahan into bursting out into a hearty laugh. "That is a very good explanation." However, Cyr immediately found the issue in her own answer. "But how can I ask for help? I've never talked to mana before." He didn't mind the trouble of replying, "Don't worry, our mana can speak for us." To make it easier for Cyr to understand, Nahan decisively visualized the image with an actual action. "If I spread my mana out." Before long, a source of light that could rival the stars hanging high in the sky radiated from the palm of his hand and made friends with the mana floating around. "I can bring it toward me." And after that, detailed words of explanation were slowly poured out by Nahan. "I can use my friend's power to cast even stronger spells." By the time the demonstration ended, he didn't forget to ask Cyr a question. "Do you want to try it yourself?" Naturally, the little girl wouldn't be able to refuse. "Yes, I do." Recalling what Nahan had done, she raised her arm with precise accuracy. And then, Cyr relied on her own super genius talent. The little girl began to control the energy source inside her body according to every word of instruction from him. "Just like that, slowly spread your mana out." Originally lying on one side to rest, the commotion coming from Cyr's side caused Citri to jump up in shock. Sensing what was radiating around the little girl's body, she herself was stunned. "Is this the mana of a 7-year-old child?" A bead of nervous sweat rolled down her cheek. The determination inside Citri surged higher than ever before. "I must maintain this alliance at all costs." Not paying attention to the thoughts in her mind, Nahan was busy praising and continuing to guide Cyr. "Very good, now try to gather your mana back." The little girl obediently replied, "Yes, sir." Just when it seemed like everything would go smoothly, who would have thought that Cyr would suddenly startle at the last minute? "Huh? This feels so strange." This was explained scientifically by Nahan. That strange feeling is exactly the mana floating around in the air. Just when it seemed like everything would go smoothly, who would have thought that Cyr would suddenly startle at the last minute? "Huh? This feels so strange." This was explained scientifically by Nahan. That strange feeling is exactly the mana floating around in the air. The next second, the ignition technique was used so skillfully by Nahan that the fire energy transformed into the shape of a skull. However, because it was simply a demonstration for Cyr, its size was clearly tiny, accompanied by a super small growl. Showing her clear attitude, Citri displayed her tightly knitted brows and questioned Nahan. "What the hell are you teaching her anyway?" He calmly asked back, "Is there a problem?" This successfully made her unable to reply with a complete sentence. "No, it's not exactly that there's a problem." Showing her clear attitude, Citri displayed her tightly knitted brows and questioned Nahan. "What the hell are you teaching her anyway?" He calmly asked back, "Is there a problem?" This successfully made her unable to reply with a complete sentence. "No, it's not exactly that there's a problem." Feeling that way on the inside, on the outside he appeared dangerous by admitting, I'm quite impressed that you recognized it. That's right. Citri couldn't suppress her curiosity. How the hell do you know about that stuff? Nahan bluntly shrugged his shoulders and responded casually, who knows? Anyway, I still have a lesson to finish. Not bothering to care about the conversation with her anymore, he directly leaned down toward the little girl in his line of sight. Now Seer, can you follow what I just did? The little girl immediately responded confidently, yes, I can. Not letting time go to waste, she instantly closed her eyes tightly and began to murmur, imagining the flame. Her effort and talent did not disappoint. Seer quickly grasped the key point and performed the ignition. The magic language carrying her fire-attributed energy instantly manifested into a physical entity in the middle of the space. The next second, Seer successfully obtained a fire skull similar to her teacher's, and of course, Nahan would not forget to praise her. Well done. At the moment Citri's fist tightened, he still continued to be busy reminding the little girl, there will be times when you need to use the surrounding mana like this, so you will need to frequently practice absorbing and refining it. Got it? After finishing his words to Seer, Nahan directly swept his cold eyes toward Citri. Your Majesty, trying to retaliate against me should only take place during training sessions. She immediately withdrew her hand and pretended to look around. I didn't do that. In the end, after a moment of turmoil in her mind, Citri honestly made a request. Teach me that ancient magic too. Unfortunately, she wasn't Seer, so she was bluntly rejected by Nahan. I refuse. True to her fiery nature, Citri managed to endure it as she burst out with a series of questions like a machine gun. Why not? Why? Why? You said I was your disciple too. He didn't care about saving face for his counterpart as he spoke honestly, because I don't trust your Majesty enough to teach you this thing. But not long after the answer was dropped, his mind continued to shift. Hold on, maybe I can gain a bit of profit from this matter. A sinister smile was displayed by Nahan. If we become a bit closer, I might consider it. Her cheeks blushed abnormally. Citri has clearly misunderstood something. Stuttering at the moment, we need to get closer? Her hand clenched so tightly that it trembled violently. Her determination to advance forced her to make a difficult decision. Fine, if that's the condition, it's only so that I can become stronger. The atmosphere immediately changed 180 degrees when Citri turned around and shyly asked a question in a stuttering tone. Alright, so what is your type? This left both Nahan and his disciple with a question mark, and he had to drop a query. Why are you suddenly bringing up your type at a time like this? Even up to this point, she still hadn't realized how wrong this matter was going. Is there a problem? If we want to get closer, I need to know your preferences. With a face so pale that he just wanted to print the words speechless on it, Nahan hastily corrected her. It's not about that, I'm talking about the trust between the 72nd floor and the 71st floor. Citri was startled. What? A crow flew across. And because it was her own misunderstanding, she responded awkwardly in a gradually deflating tone. Is that what you meant? You should have said so sooner. Just forget it. Forget what I just said. Letting out a long sigh, he shook his head as he replied, it's fine, as long as you understand now. Next time, bring me an offer I can't refuse. At the same time, being a child, Seer completely didn't understand anything at all as she witnessed the whole drama that had just unfolded. Not long after, nightfall officially blanketed the entire mansion area. Amidst the dark space with only a bit of moonlight, Nahan sank into his thoughts. According to the memories he inherited, this character of Nahan was a great archdevil. That explained why he knew things like ancient magic. Each familiar image and piece of information about evil Queenmaker in his mind was also continuously pulled out by him. Even in the game, the true nature of the great archdevils was rarely revealed. They were only described as great, mysterious entities from ancient times, possessing immeasurable power. The strange thing was that this body seemed to be on guard against other great archdevils. Examining each document in his hand carefully, he quickly came up with a plan. First, the most urgent issue right now was expanding the territory. Dejected to the point of leaning back against the firm backrest of the chair, bursts of analysis kept bouncing around inside Nahan's brain. We are not ready to advance to the human realm yet. The 71st floor is Citri's territory, so skip that. That leaves only the 70th floor, which is ruled by the demon king Andromalius. With Citri's help, we might have a chance, but a direct attack would cause too heavy of a loss. Is there a better way? The moment Nahan hit a snag in deploying his plan, his gaze was suddenly drawn by something. With Citri's help, we might have a chance, but a direct attack would cause too heavy of a loss. Is there a better way? The moment Nahan hit a snag in deploying his plan, his gaze was suddenly drawn by something. While closing the door, Linnell didn't forget to report in detail about Seer's actions. My sincere apologies, Lord Nahan, Her Majesty insisted on coming alone. Holding the small body in his arms, he naturally wasn't the type of unreasonable person to get annoyed over this. It's fine, Commander Linnell Leza. Thank you for coming. Even though I notified you on such short notice, I know you are busy. Linnell seriously followed up. You said you needed my opinion. Not dragging it out for another second, he straight up went into the main topic. That's right, I want to discuss expanding the territory. This left her somewhat astonished. Excuse me, territory? Next, Nahan directly emphasized every single word about the situation they were facing. If you mean conquering the 70th floor, that will be very difficult. Even with Citri's help, we are still inferior in terms of military strength. With her job, Linnell understood every nook and cranny regarding the chances of victory, so she kept advising him, if you are planning for a full-scale war, I suggest you reconsider. Before she could finish speaking, Nahan handed over a piece of paper and caught Linnell's attention. Only at this point did he slowly let out his words. It sounds like you're saying it's possible, as long as it's not a direct confrontation. Linnell's pupils flashed with a golden light like precious stones, but she displayed a clear confidence as if holding everything tight in the palm of her hand. Commander, I think this is a pretty strong move. Linnell nodded in agreement. We will need to start some covert operations. I will select an infiltration squad. Nahan also followed up. I will also discuss this matter again with Lord Epsilon. However, she was still anxious. Even so, I'm a bit worried about the friction that might occur. His voice was calm and reassuring. It will be fine. For now, they will listen. However, she was still anxious. Even so, I'm a bit worried about the friction that might occur. His voice was calm and reassuring. It will be fine. For now, they will listen. Not only that, it also helps ensure the loyalty of the new recruits to Her Majesty Seer. But Nahan seemed cautious. How? Not only that, it also helps ensure the loyalty of the new recruits to Her Majesty Seer. But Nahan seemed cautious. How? He turned to Seer, his voice sweet. What do you think, Seer? The little girl's sweet voice rang out. I'm fine with whatever. Shifting the scene to where Citri was displaying an annoyed face. Regarding the operations on the 70th floor, I will help too. She snapped angrily. What? What's with that look? You don't trust me? Nahan hastily justified. No, it's not like that. He hurriedly swallowed his wandering thoughts into his stomach. It seemed that the relationship between the 70th and 71st floors was just as bad as it was in the game. Suddenly Seer ran away from her seat, surprising Nahan. Seer, where are you going, Your Majesty? The innocent little girl stepped forward to shake Citri's hand. Let's work together. The innocent little girl stepped forward to shake Citri's hand. Let's work together. She looked at the little girl with apprehension, but Citri could only accept it helplessly. It was truly exhausting dealing with someone who was way too innocent, and then Nahan had to come to her rescue. But Seer, at this rate Whitey will get dirty. The little girl hastily sat up. Whitey? He gently knelt beside Seer to coax her. It's fine, just take it to get a bath. Why don't you go take a bath with Whitey too, Your Majesty? The little girl looked sad. Yes, sir. Afterward, Nahan turned to instruct Cain. Please look after Her Majesty. The old man respectfully replied, Yes, Lord Nahan. Citri didn't even forget to throw a sarcastic comment at him. You seem quite used to coaxing children. Nahan's face suddenly turned dark. It's not exactly that I'm used to it. I just think and act in a way that helps Seer accept things more easily. But he also retaliated. I guess Her Majesty Citri usually acts without even thinking, huh? She shouted furiously. When did I ever do that? He raised his hand and snapped his fingers to signal. Pause the training session here. Let's continue the story from earlier. Citri immediately stood up to stretch her muscles. The 70th floor? I will help as much as I can. Nahan was a bit vague. Why is that? She only replied casually for the sake of it. If I said it's because we are allies, you wouldn't believe me anyway. Right? Citri smirked. Truth is, we've already been preparing for war ourselves. Nahan's face grew serious. I knew a war would break out, but I didn't expect it to happen sooner than planned. A sudden wave of anxiety crept into his mind. This event wasn't supposed to happen until much later. Did the timeline change because I accelerated my plans? Nahan immediately made a proposal. I have no reason to refuse. So, how do you plan to help? Citri crossed her arms and questioned him back. Well, you really are shameless. What do you want me to do? Do you want me to stand face to face with him? Since you're already prepared, why not just go all out? Citri didn't seem to agree. What? Then we'd be taking too much of a loss. But Nahan calmly reassured her, don't worry, your majesty won't have to suffer any heavy losses. Only then did it dawn on her, are you telling me to just cooperate and put on a show? Nahan clapped his hands loudly in praise, you're sharp as expected of your majesty. But Citri couldn't even bring herself to smile. I know that's a compliment, but why does it sound so sarcastic? Nahan clapped his hands loudly in praise, you're sharp as expected of your majesty. But Citri couldn't even bring herself to smile. I know that's a compliment, but why does it sound so sarcastic? Citri took it and flashed a satisfied smile. So Andromalius criticized Aaron Raiders in public and now their relationship has fractured? Raiders is one of the most influential figures on the 70th floor. Citri took it and flashed a satisfied smile. So Andromalius criticized Aaron Raiders in public and now their relationship has fractured? Raiders is one of the most influential figures on the 70th floor. Sharp as she was, Citri noticed something else too. You're telling me this because you already have a solid plan, right? He casually shared the plan. I will send someone he can't refuse. Linnell's silhouette instantly popped into her mind. I think I know who that is. After that, Citri brought up the main point. What's the profit split? Nahan seemed very fair about it. From territory to money, it's a clean 50-50 split. What do you think? She was a bit surprised. That's unexpected. I thought you'd demand the lion's share. Nahan slightly knit his brows and joked around. We're allies, aren't we? Because deep down, he clearly understood the weight of this collaboration. Our alliance with Citri must be maintained, so this is just a small price to pay. Nahan slightly knit his brows and joked around. We're allies, aren't we? Because deep down, he clearly understood the weight of this collaboration. Our alliance with Citri must be maintained, so this is just a small price to pay. With those words, Nahan used one hand to do something to Citri, making her scream out loud. It was even more outrageous that he could still laugh. Let's get back to training, your majesty. Citri roared in anger, this is going way too far. Afterward, Nahan returned inside the castle. Seer came trotting over with Whitey in her arms. Teacher. Nahan took the little girl into his arms and praised her. Seer, Whitey looks all clean now. The little girl acted cute. Yes, sir. His eyes caught Seer's unusual hair color. But did you just dye your hair? Cain stepped forward and bowed his head. Unlike other demons, the Devata clan can store external mana inside their hair. That's why they have an overwhelming advantage in using magic. He had deduced this matter on his own. The other day when you taught Her Majesty how to use external mana, she must have stored it instinctively. Nahan's facial expression suddenly changed. Storing mana? This wasn't in the game. Nahan lowered his voice. So her hair will return to normal after all the mana is used up? Cain still respectfully bowed his head. Precisely. The former demon king Seer stored so much external mana that more than half of his hair turned red. Hearing that, he silently shifted his gaze toward the little girl. If she can store external mana, then now even Seer can use high-cost spells that drain a ton of mana. Once that was settled, Nahan patted Seer's head. You will need to practice gathering external mana regularly, Seer, okay? The little girl happily replied, yes, sir. He changed his expression, turning to ask Cain, where is the commander? Somewhere on the 70th floor, the realm ruled by Andromalius. Linnell stood from a high vantage point, scanning the distance to observe. Then, she took long leaps across the rooftops to move around. Linnell thought to herself as she moved, they're better than I thought, and they haven't caused any trouble. Did Lord Nahan already see through their entire strength? She sprinted side by side with Epsilon. And then, they leaped high into the air to move to another spot. Linnell landed on a thick tree branch. The remaining members each picked a hiding spot to get a good vantage point. Zeta lowered his voice to relay information. It's that log cabin right there. Nothing looks suspicious about it. Epsilon still seemed a bit confused, but why are we here? Right after that, Linnell cleared it up for him. Her Majesty wants the 70th floor. To do that, we have to convince Aaron Raiders to join our side. Verona was a bit cautious. Is that really feasible? She lightly landed on the ground. We're soldiers, we just follow orders. Then Linnell leaped up and ordered them to move. all four of them charged toward the cabin. Just as Verena got close, a voice rang out, "That's far enough." Two figures stepped out from inside the cabin. The woman with the cold face spoke up, "State your names." Linnell had a bad feeling about this. Aaron's people, they were much better trained than she had anticipated. A pair of large feet stepped outside. "So you are the emissaries of Her Majesty Sir von Devada." The man who appeared was none other than Aaron Raiders, puffing on a cigarette in his mouth. "Which one of you is the representative?" Only now did Linnell remove her disguise. Her face gradually came into clear view. "It's me." Aaron's voice suddenly changed. "Wait. You're Linnell Leza?" One of the other two also lost their edge. "One of Seer's four swords?" "I thought you were all dead." Linnell replied with a stoic look, "I threw that title away a long time ago. Now, I am simply Her Majesty Seer's sword." Aaron invited them inside the house to negotiate. "So Her Majesty Seer intends to take over the 70th floor? Do you really think that's—" Linnell cut him off firmly, "completely feasible." But Aaron still seemed a bit skeptical. "How can I be sure?" There wasn't a trace of worry on her face, because Her Majesty Citri and I are enough to take down someone like Andromalius. He fumbled around inside a small box while offering a compliment. "Quite confident, aren't we? But if you're the one saying it, I have no choice but to believe it." Aaron took a drag of his cigarette, "But war is a whole different story. Even if you combine the forces of the 71st and 72nd floors, you're no match for the 70th floor. Isn't that the reason you're here? You need help from a demon who knows this place like the back of his hand, like me." Linnell crossed her legs and hinted at a few things. "I can't show all my cards right now, but I will tell you one thing. By Her Majesty Seer's side, there is someone that 100 warriors like me wouldn't stand a chance against." Aaron's gaze seemed to freeze. Wait, did she just? A wave of fear began to well up inside him. One of the four swords, warriors who were once feared on the same level as the Demon King, was actually saying this? But Aaron tried to suppress it and laughed out loud. "You sure have a sense of humor, Commander Linnell Leza." But Linnell remained incredibly deadpan. "You think I'm joking? Do I look like the type of person who would joke around in a place like this?" He casually countered her. "If someone that powerful really existed, you wouldn't need my help, right? That person could easily wipe everyone out. We can't risk drawing the attention of the upper floors just for the sake of taking over the 70th floor." Her eyes were deep and unreadable. "If you don't believe me, feel free to report this meeting to Andromalius. But keep one thing in mind, you won't escape the consequences either, Count." Aaron's throat went dry as he fell silent. "Are you threatening me? Or are you just testing me?" Unlike the others, he had witnessed the true power of the four swords with his own eyes. In the end, he had to make a tough call. "All right, tell me what you want from me." Linnell cut straight to the chase. "Allow the forces of the 71st floor to pass through your territory. And when the time comes, help me hold back Andromalius so Citri can move in and deliver the finishing blow." And she laid out the stakes of this game. "You will be rewarded with status and wealth worthy of your contribution. Now, instead of a rotting rope, I am offering a brand new, sturdier one. Will you take it?" Afterward, Linnell returned to report. The negotiation was a success. "Well done, Commander Linnell. But she didn't take the credit for herself. Everything went smoothly thanks to your advice, Lord Nahan." He offered a polite disclaimer. "The success was all due to your reputation." Linnell immediately changed the subject. "When do we deploy our troops?" Nahan simply replied, "Soon. You must be tired. But make sure to stay ready." She solemnly answered, "Yes, sir." Seeing that Linnell hadn't left yet, he asked, "What is it? Is something on your mind?" She looked hesitant. "Lord Nahan, if I may, I have a question. Why are you content with being a mere low-ranking tutor to Her Majesty?" Nahan slammed his pen down on the table. "A mere tutor? That's quite a nice way to refer to a royal tutor." Linnell still had no intention of backing down, but compared to the capabilities you've shown, that position is far too beneath you. Why would someone like you choose the 72nd floor, the bottom of the barrel? Logically speaking, this makes absolutely no sense. His voice carried a hint of helplessness. "You're worried I have an ulterior motive, aren't you? A coup, perhaps?" Linnell calmly replied, "That possibility has crossed my mind." Nahan silently thought to himself, "She's dead serious, things just got tense. If I tell her the truth, she'll think I'm insane. And she won't let it slide with a half-hearted excuse either. In the end, he decided he had no choice but to tell the truth. Well, because it seems fun. That's why I love this game. Linnell's eyes widened in shock. What did you say? Nahan laid his cards out on the table with her, a demon king raised by my own hands. The weakest, most despised demon king, one day ruling over the entire demon realm. Nothing could be more thrilling than that. Linnell was hit with yet another shock. You mean all of this is just for your own amusement? Nahan's voice carried a bit of sadness. In the beginning, yes. But you make me sound so cold-blooded. I've grown quite fond of this place. But a second later, he regained his smile. First of all, Seer is the most adorable demon king in the world. Why does she look so surprised? But Nahan kept rambling on anyway. There's Kane, a steadfast and loyal advisor, and Rhea, whose warm heart always keeps the castle running smoothly, Cecily, who is both sharp and highly efficient, and Mark, the best chef in the demon realm. Vice Commander Varana might be a bit rebellious, but his skills and loyalty are unquestionable. And then there's another person who is strong, loyal, talented, and beautiful. Commander Linnell. Nahan acted as if it were nothing. I'm just speaking the truth, so why are you so surprised? As her cheeks gradually turned red, his gaze softened. Anyway, I like the 72nd floor, and I like everyone here. I'm very fond of everything about this place. Nahan silently told himself, what could be better than getting to see these characters with my own eyes? He delivered a definitive conclusion that sent a jolt through Linnell, so don't worry. Unless you kick me out first, I will never turn my back on Seer. Only now did she let out a comfortable, bright smile. Thank you for answering my disrespectful question. But Nahan disagreed. Disrespectful? Not at all. Your loyalty belongs to Seer, not me. He also smiled brightly. That just proves you are more loyal than anyone. You only asked because you were worried about Seer, right? Linnell felt a bit guilty. I'm very grateful that you see it that way. Once that was done, Nahan dismissed her. Go get some rest. Looking as if a massive weight had been lifted off her shoulders, Linnell happily left. Her Majesty truly has an excellent eye for people. A moment later, Seer came to Nahan's room. Teacher. He was caught off guard. Seer, it's not time for lessons yet. Why are you here? The little girl innocently replied, I just came to play. What are you doing, teacher? Nahan looked at the documents. I'm reviewing the financial ledgers. Seer found it interesting and suggested, can I look with you? He generously agreed, of course. Right away, Nahan thought of a new plan. Since you're already here, why don't we learn a little bit about economics? Seer immediately dove into learning. Inside, it was written that crops had been destroyed due to adventurers invading from the human realm. He started asking for her input. That's right, this is a petition asking for aid because they are running out of food. What do you think we should do? Seer quickly answered, just distribute food to them. We have grain and meat stored in the warehouse from last year. Nahan questioned her back, should we just give it to them for free like that? The little girl's eyes were sharp and determined. No, sir. We can provide a portion as aid, but the rest should be sold at a very cheap price. Not stopping there, he brought up another important issue that froze Seer in her tracks. But what if the farmers don't have any money to buy food right now? What should we do then? Then Nahan picked up his pen to write. In times like these, we can use something called. The little girl caught onto the new concept with curiosity. The grain loan system, sir? He drew a diagram on paper to help Seer visualize it easily. The farmers will borrow food at a very low interest rate, and then they will pay it back during the next harvest. Seer smiled brightly. That way, the food problem will be solved, and since it's not given out for free, the castle won't lose anything either, right? Only now did it click for the little girl. That's right. Suddenly, a voice came from outside the door. Excuse the intrusion. Nahan immediately replied, come in, Rhea. What's the matter? She stepped inside and said respectfully, apologies for interrupting your work, sir. But it's time for Her Majesty's snack. He happily agreed. Seer, go have your snack. The little girl's eyes lit up. Rhea smiled brightly. Today it's strawberry shortcake, Your Majesty. Seer looked thrilled. I love cake too. Just as she stepped out, the little girl turned back around, making Nahan curious. What's wrong? The little girl beamed with a wide grin. Teacher, come eat with me. Rhea looked a bit apprehensive and reminded her, Your Majesty, do you intend to share your snack? Seer appeared to hesitate. Yes. I mean, I didn't use honorifics. Nahan just smirked with a slight smile, of course. In his heart, he was suddenly overjoyed. I thought Seer would never share her snacks with anyone. Nahan said with complete fondness, then I'll try the cake that you love so much. The little girl kept urging him on, it's super delicious. Let's go, hurry up. He put his work aside and followed them. Looks like I've won Seer's trust in my own way, and I even got invited to have snacks. Suddenly, Cain appeared from out of nowhere holding a letter. Lord Nahan, there you are. Nahan was a bit surprised. The way the old man appeared out of nowhere made it seem like a serious matter. A letter has arrived. He took the letter from the 71st floor. Nahan intently read the contents of the letter, and then he let out a relaxed smile. Everything is set, then. Today's snack is going to taste wonderful. At another palace, Seer had probably received the news that made the person inside furious. Citri declared war? The man furiously slammed his hand down on the armrest of his chair. A weak spider on the 71st floor dares to challenge me? The one speaking was none other than the demon king of the 70th floor, Andromalius. That bitch Citri has truly lost her mind. A subordinate hastily tried to hold him back. You must be careful, Your Majesty. He grew even more irritable. Careful about what? She's just a pathetic loser whose power has been sealed. He didn't give up and still tried to advise him, but she used to be a high-ranking demon king. Although she lost her power, her cunning remains. Hearing that, Andromalius softened his tone. Are you saying she dares to pick a fight because she has a solid plan? What does she even have left to rely on? Another person in the group spoke up. I have a few theories. Curious, he immediately asked. Theories? Let's hear them. Count Egan Vermilion then spoke about the things he had caught wind of. There have been recent rumors about an alliance between the 71st and 72nd floors. Additionally, spies from the 71st floor report that Citri frequently visits the 72nd floor. Then Egan proposed a hypothesis. Based on that, she is definitely colluding with them. Andromalius burst out laughing upon hearing that. How cute, she's declaring war relying on a dumpster fire like the 72nd floor. Only he was the most serious one. The 72nd floor may have few people, but we cannot ignore them. They still have Seer's 4 swords. Egan's eyebrows slightly knit together, and there are rumors that the royal tutor they recently hired is no ordinary fellow. Andromalius showed blatant contempt. What? A royal tutor? Do you really think I'd believe that? If he were that good, why would he resign himself to the 72nd floor? He continued to present his case. I don't know the exact reason, but one thing is for certain, he is the one who orchestrated the alliance between the 71st and 72nd floors. His smile vanished completely. He managed to reel Citri in? Egan agreed with Andromalius. Yes, Your Majesty. That is why we must settle this war decisively. Once he had won the man over, he smirked. We should launch a full-scale offensive right from the start. If we crush them with overwhelming military force, neither Citri nor the 4 swords will stand a chance. Not only that, Egan leaned close to Andromalius's ear and whispered, and there is one more thing, could I speak with you in private? The man listened quietly. Speak. After listening, Andromalius's face relaxed. I like your thinking. Fine, let's show those arrogant bastards on the 71st and 72nd floors the gap in our strength. His sharp gaze also noticed someone's absence. By the way, did Count Aaron raiders not come? Egan reported the situation. That's correct, Your Majesty. Not only the Count, but his entire faction is absent. Andromalius angrily ordered, those little punks, drag Aaron raiders over here to me this instant. Suddenly, a soldier rushed in from outside. Your Majesty, something has happened. Already in a foul mood, he asked, what's all the racket about? The man fearfully delivered the news. Demon King Citri's troops, they are setting up camp right in front of the castle. To Andromalius, it felt like a bolt from the blue. What? What nonsense are you talking about? The rage inside him flared up. Don't tell me that bastard Aaron. Egan beside him immediately suggested, Your Majesty, please give us the order. Our army is already assembled and ready. Just give the word, and we will march out and wipe them out. Everyone in the hall enthusiastically chanted in unison, destroy that foolish Citri and the traitor Aaron. Andromalius didn't hesitate any longer, immediately commanding, all right, everyone deploy. Wipe out all of those arrogant pests for me. At the same time, Seer had also been equipped with a suit of armor to head into battle. The little girl felt a bit uncomfortable. It's so suffocating, teacher. Nahan gently comforted Seer. Bear with it for a bit. This thing can save your life. The little girl obediently complied, yes, sir. The little girl felt a bit uncomfortable. It's so suffocating, teacher. Nahan gently comforted Seer, bear with it for a bit. This thing can save your life. The little girl obediently complied, yes, sir. Nahan turned to ask, Kane, where is the commander? The old man reported, she should have started by now. He urged everyone, then we should hurry up too. Let's move out. Let's go, Seer. Kane stayed behind, bowing respectfully, good luck, sir. Nahan brought the little girl to the gate. Vice Commander Verena asked, is everything ready? He quickly replied, I've been waiting for you. Nahan pointed toward the gate, Her Majesty Citri has prepared a temporary teleportation gate. It will take you straight to the 70th floor. Before leaving, Nahan left a remark, she gave us a knockoff. Verena gasped in shock, what? But he was generous enough to let it go, nothing, let's go. And so, Nahan and Seer stepped through first. They had no idea that a stranger was watching them from a distance. A total of 3 heavily cloaked figures appeared here. The one in the middle was Duncan, the commander of Andromalius's special forces, Tenebris. These bastards are idiots. They left the castle completely empty. Well, they're going to pay for this. He rested his hand on the edge of the roof and ordered them to act. No more sneaking around. Tenebris appeared proudly on the roof. Kill everyone left inside. The remaining men received the order. Roger. Verena asked again, feeling uneasy, Lord Nahan, is it really fine to leave the Demon King's castle completely empty like this? He warned anxiously, I heard Andromalius has an assassination squad under his command. If they launch a surprise attack on the castle. Nahan cut him straight off, you hit the nail right on the head. Then you should also know this. He smiled with absolute confidence. Staging a petty sneak attack like that will be completely useless. At this moment, one intruder was kicked flying before even entering the door, while the other stood watching in sheer panic. His eyes widened in disbelief. What is this? Kane, who was still tightly gripping another intruder, spoke in a cold tone. I don't recall inviting anyone here. He sternly questioned, who are you guys? Verena couldn't hide his astonishment. Since when did he know they were here? Nahan simply replied briefly, there are things that can be hidden, and there are things that cannot. On another side, someone else fell flying down from above. Cecily cheerfully swung her blood-stained broom. Butler, we've finished cleaning up this area. Rhea also quickly stepped out. I have 2 on my side. But what happened to the door? Kane could only give an awkward smile as an excuse to cover it up. It's been a while since I last took action, so I went a bit overboard. Mark walked over carrying one of them, asking with a smile, is everyone okay? A little rat managed to sneak into the kitchen. At this moment, their attention immediately shifted to the remaining intruder who was trembling. Everyone is fine, however, our uninvited guest here doesn't seem to be doing too well. At this moment, their attention immediately shifted to the remaining intruder who was trembling. Everyone is fine, however, our uninvited guest here doesn't seem to be doing too well. Verena awkwardly looked at Nahan's back. At first, I didn't like him very much, but the way he deploys troops and his strategy are absolutely flawless. I have no choice but to recognize him as a brilliant commander. Verena awkwardly looked at Nahan's back. At first, I didn't like him very much, but the way he deploys troops and his strategy are absolutely flawless. I have no choice but to recognize him as a brilliant commander. Lord Nahan, please give the order. Nahan suddenly reminded him, Verena, you're mistaken about something. Verena was puzzled, sir? Nahan then seriously instructed, the person you must give your loyalty to is not me, but Sir von Devata, who is standing right here. Verena hastily bowed his head, I will keep that in mind. Your Majesty, please give me your orders. Hearing that, Sir playfully mimicked it with delight. Teacher, please act as our temporary commander. Nahan gently coaxed her, if that is Sir's wish, I will gladly accept. Saying that, he immediately made some quick calculations and ordered, by this time, Commander Linnell should have already established contact with errant raiders' forces. Verena, go join them and provide support. Verena immediately stood at attention and replied, understood. Sir was curious now, teacher, where are we going? Nahan explained, we are going to see Her Majesty Citri. Sir immediately smiled brightly, Lord Citri. I'd love to. At the same time, soldiers from both sides were charging into a fierce clash. Citri exclaimed in amazement, Aaron Raiders, he is more capable than I thought. We've made it all the way here without any trouble. Baphomet also added his admiration. I didn't expect you to recruit such an influential figure. Saying that, his expression turned a bit cautious. Look, his ability to gather information and execute, along with his resourcefulness, is truly terrifying. Citri had to agree, that's right, he's a dangerous man. Baphomet immediately became anxious. Maybe we should act right now. Citri gave a sharp warning, looking annoyed. Baphomet, if that were possible, do you think I'd be sitting idly here? Don't ever go against him. One wrong move and the 71st floor will end up exactly like this place. She calmly crossed her arms. We just need to do our part well, take what belongs to us, and leave. Baphomet bowed his head in compliance. Yes, Your Majesty. Citri stood quietly watching the chaotic battle. Quite a spectacular start. An urgent announcement rang out. Aaron Raiders has broken into the castle. Andromalius gritted his teeth in anger. This war wasn't supposed to turn out like this. Aaron Raiders, that treacherous bastard, killing him wouldn't even be enough. The servant anxiously urged him, Your Majesty, you must evacuate. He only flashed a devilish smile. Enough. If he wants to come, let him come. As long as I have this thing, all of them will die by my hand. Right at that moment, a flash of lightning streaked across, and the outer door instantly blew apart. Andromalius let out a cold laugh. Speak of the devil. He stared intently at Linnell and the advancing troops. Perfect timing. He ordered in a cold voice, What are you guys just standing there for? Go welcome our guests. Linnell coldly drew her sword while mocking him. The hospitality on the 70th floor is absolutely pathetic. Andromalius played a psychological card, dropping a threat. Aaron Raiders, do you really think Seer's 4 swords are enough to save your life? He proudly declared, I will personally tear you to pieces. Linnell spoke up and instantly vanished. Sorry about that. Looks like you'll have to try again in your next life. In the blink of an eye, she charged forward, sweeping away anyone blocking her path. Andromalius quickly brought out his mace to block Linnell's slash. He held it off until he was trembling, his eyes flashing with fury. Arrogant bitch, you're pretty good at running your mouth. Andromalius quickly pulled back his mace to gather momentum. Let me personally see what you're made of. The moment the words left his mouth, he slammed it down with all his might. But Linnell skillfully leaped to the side to evade it. Andromalius didn't hold back his praise. Fast. Seems like your title as one of the 4 swords isn't just for show. Then try this move on for size. Saying that, he suddenly grabbed the head of the close minister next to him. Before the other guy could even react, Andromalius bluntly took away his means of thinking. Linnell was also horrified by his sheer brutality. Andromalius burst out into a triumphant laugh. The real fun starts now. Right after that, a massive beast suddenly emerged from that guy's body. Linnell was in disbelief. A hydra? Andromalius commanded, bite them. The hydra immediately opened its maw and lunged forward. Nahan walked up, speaking with an interested tone. Things are starting to heat up around here. Citri turned around, startled. What the? Why are you here? Nahan simply replied briefly, I came to see how you were doing. Citri appeared worried. I did as you asked. But what about Andromalius? Will Aaron and the 4 swords be enough to handle him? Nahan confidently stated, they will be. If I give them a little help. So, hold on to this. Citri held Seer in her arms, looking confused. What? What is this? Nahan casually explained, wait a moment. There are too many troublesome things around, so I can't bring Seer along with me. He handed the small whale plushie to the little girl and smiled as he instructed her. Play with this little guy, okay? Teacher will be back soon. Seer sadly tried to hold him back. No, I want to go with you, teacher. A strange sensation washed over him, causing Nahan to pause. Wait a minute. He looked at his trembling hand. This energy source, it shouldn't be appearing here at this time. Seer followed up anxiously. Teacher, what's wrong? Nahan hastily turned around to leave. Commander Linnell might be in danger. I really have to go. Seer became even more panicked. What? Nahan left her with words of reassurance. I'll be right back. The moment the words left his mouth, he instantly dashed off, vanishing toward the castle. Witnessing this scene, Citri couldn't help but be terrified. I couldn't even catch his movements? Just how powerful is he? Baphomet suddenly stepped forward to remind her, Her Majesty Citri, this is our chance. Citri decisively cut him off. Shut up. This is a test. He is testing whether we truly intend to maintain this alliance or not. She carefully reminded him, so don't even think about playing any tricks. Respect Seer just like how you respect me. Baphomet complied, yes, Your Majesty. Citri looked at Seer's satisfied expression and found it amusing. Good grief, Seer likes it that much? But out of all things, why a whale? Back to that fierce battle, fighters from both sides kept falling one after another. Verona quickly realized that the situation was bad. With just a few seconds of distraction, he was sent flying by Andromalius. Verona crashed hard into the wall right before Aaron's panicked eyes. Andromalius burst into a delighted laugh. The look of terror on your faces is fantastic, Aaron Raiders. Aaron snapped back toughly, shut your mouth. Andromalius spoke in a highly arrogant tone, it's over. That's right, keep struggling. After all, that's all you guys can do. It's over. At the same time, Linnell was also struggling to hold her ground against the beast. This isn't a normal Hydra, its power is on par with a high-ranking Demon King. Something is wrong. Linnell watched helplessly as the massive, gaping maw lunged frantically at her, thinking, is this where it all ends? She closed her eyes in agony and whispered her final words, Your Majesty, I am so sorry. But then, nothing happened. Linnell opened her eyes in confusion, wondering, what on earth is that? She watched in sheer astonishment as the Hydra writhed in agony right before her eyes. What is going on? Who the hell are you? In just a split second, Andromalius was brought to his knees at Nahan's feet. He gasped out the question, Who the hell are you? Nahan merely threw him a cold, indifferent look and said, Demon King Andromalius, I suggest you surrender. Andromalius froze amidst the swirling, turbulent magical energy, his eyes wide with shock. What just happened? More importantly, where is this massive amount of mana coming from? A sudden chill ran down his spine as old memories resurfaced. This feeling was exactly like the time he stood before the first-ranked Demon King, Beelzebub. Andromalius forced a smile, trying to hide his inner turmoil. You're pretty good. Why would someone like you join such a pathetic faction anyway? Nahan coldly tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword and said, You talk too much. Realizing he was at a disadvantage, he immediately changed his tune. Wait a minute, what do you want? Money, fame, join me, and I will give you everything you desire. His eyes flickered for a brief moment as he murmured, Everything? Andromalius immediately nodded, clutching onto a shred of hope for survival. That's right, just tell me what you want. Nahan slowly raised his head and said, The top. The man frowned in confusion, asking, What? His voice was low but absolute, the highest position a Demon King can ever reach. Nahan looked at him with eyes as cold as ice, but that's impossible for someone of your caliber, Andromalius. The man let out a dry laugh and remarked, So that's why you're on Devada's side. He slowly raised the sword in his hand, and the bloodlust radiating around Nahan instantly erupted with terrifying intensity. I have no intention of forgiving you for playing around with powers you can't even control. Andromalius gnashed his teeth in pure fury. What a load of crap. In a power struggle, winning is everything, no matter the cost. He growled, his eyes turning wild and manic. I don't need your forgiveness. The blade tore through space, and a cold flash of light instantly swallowed Andromalius whole. He turned around, his voice echoing across the battlefield, The war is over. Nahan's voice rang out across the entire area, Soldiers of Andromalius, drop your weapons immediately. Your master has fallen. His eyes scanned the surroundings coldly as he continued, Surrender now and your lives will be spared, but there will be no mercy for those who continue to resist. The soldiers were instantly shaken, their faces filled with sheer panic. Lord Andromalius is. Nahan lowered his sword, his voice growing even colder, I repeat. Citri stared into the distance, completely dazed, with a look of disbelief on her face, thinking, he just left a moment ago, how is it already over? But then again, since it's him, I guess it makes sense. Seer immediately cheered with excitement, Everyone, that's Teacher's voice. Linnell immediately bowed her head, her face full of guilt, Lord Nahan, I am so sorry. I let my guard down. He shook his head slightly, his voice as calm as ever, Don't blame yourself, Commander. It's probably just because it's been a while since you've been on a battlefield. Nahan frowned slightly, calculating silently in his mind. After all, that might have been too much for Commander Linnell. That energy belonged to the rulers of the demon realm. It's frustrating that I couldn't recognize them due to the blanks in my memory as a great demon. More importantly, this never happened in the game. After a brief silence, he suddenly changed the subject. By the way, Citri is the one who took down Andromalius. Do you catch my drift? She instantly understood Nahan's intention and replied, Understood. I'll make sure everyone keeps their mouths shut. He nodded in satisfaction, Good, I'll explain later. But turning to Varana standing nearby, he said, Vice Commander, take care of the cleanup with the Count. I need to go check on Seer. He quickly bowed to accept the order. Yes, sir. Nahan and Lin El suddenly remembered another important matter. By the way, where is Her Majesty? He replied naturally, she's with Lady Citri. Her expression changed instantly. You mean she's alone with another demon king right now? Nahan remained as calm as ever, an allied demon king, to be exact. Citri is smart enough not to do anything reckless. She still couldn't completely put her mind at ease, that's true, but, before Lin El could finish her sentence, he turned to leave, saying, see you later, then. In the blink of an eye, his figure vanished past the tent. Baphomet looked around the battlefield in utter disbelief, thinking, this is unbelievable. He slowly reported the current situation. All the soldiers on the 70th floor have surrendered. Citri's eyes widened in surprise. Huh? This wasn't supposed to end this easily. Seer suddenly tilted her head as if sensing something. Huh? Seer's eyes instantly lit up. Teacher is coming. Citri turned to the little girl in surprise. What are you? Citri immediately released her mana to scan the surroundings. I don't feel anyone. The very next moment, Seer happily ran forward. Nahan appeared and asked, did you have fun playing? The little girl immediately nodded with sheer excitement. Yes, I did. She looked at him in utter disbelief. What? How are you back already? But Nahan simply replied calmly, you can get the report from Commander Lin El. She's coming. With that, he pulled out an object and handed it to Citri. Here. Take this. She blankly accepted the item in her hands, asking, what is this? Nahan casually tossed the object in his hand towards Citri. It was Andromalius's head. Just pretend you took it. Her eyes instantly widened in confusion. Me? You did all the work, so why should I take the credit? He merely curled his lips into a faint smirk, because we're allies. Anyway, Seer and I are heading back now. Make sure the spoils of war are split evenly 50-50. Citri watched Nahan's receding figure in silence, thinking, that smile of his really makes me uneasy. At the royal palace, a clear blue sky blanketed the peaceful scenery after the battle. Cain stood in front of the door, slowly hammering in a nail. Right at that moment, a flash of light erupted in the middle of the spacious, empty courtyard. Cain immediately turned around and bowed in respect. Welcome back, Your Majesty, Lord Nahan. He cast his eyes over the old man and asked, is the door broken? Cain scratched his head helplessly. As you can see, I had a bit of trouble controlling my strength. He let out a soft chuckle as if he had anticipated it. It looks like you just entertained an uninvited guest. Well done. Cain scratched his head helplessly. As you can see, I had a bit of trouble controlling my strength. He let out a soft chuckle as if he had anticipated it. It looks like you just entertained an uninvited guest. Well done. The old man slowly followed behind him. We'll be busy preparing to relocate the Demon King's castle. He waved his hand slightly as if he didn't care too much. We can take our time with that. It's fine. Both he and Seer froze when they heard the next sentence. I intend to hand over the castle on the 70th floor to Citri. Cain's eyes immediately widened in shock. What? The little girl also quickly spoke up in confusion. Teacher, you're the one who killed Andromalius, but you're giving all the credit to Lady Citri. Aren't we losing out way too much? The old man frowned, his face full of doubt. Your Majesty is right. Occupying a castle is a symbol of conquest. Do you mean you're going to hand even that over to Lady Citri? Nahan remained as calm as ever. Officially, yes. He stopped in front of a large window in the Grand Hall. Right now, we need capital more than territory. Our finances aren't stable enough to be self-sufficient yet. Furthermore, since Citri is officially the ruler of the 70th floor, who will be held responsible for whatever happens there from now on? Seer immediately replied without a second thought, Lady Citri will. Nahan nodded slightly in satisfaction. Exactly. And Citri didn't just accept it without knowing this. She needs to prove that she is still a force to be reckoned with. Cain looked at him in sheer amazement. You've already calculated all of that? A casual smirk played on the corner of Nahan's lips. Of course. I'm not a pushover. I'm not giving it away for free. He slowly carried the little girl as he walked away. For now, I will focus on Seer's education and internal affairs. We need to replace old equipment and fix the cash flow. There's a lot to do. His gaze darkened for a split second as he added, and I need to find out who was backing Andromalius. The old man bowed slightly as if he partially understood the plan. I see. In that case, my lord. Nahan hesitated for a moment before asking further, how are you so sure that you could win over Aaron Raiders? Nahan's face was nonchalant, as if it were nothing special. Oh, that? He let out a faint, dry chuckle. I just got lucky. He silently recalled his memories of that game. It was just one of those side events that popped up every now and then in the game. Kane couldn't help but frown in confusion. Luck? Is that what you call it? He quietly watched Nahan's receding back, his eyes gradually filling with admiration, thinking, I knew he was extraordinary from the start, but he is truly someone who must absolutely stay by Her Majesty's side. Nahan continued on his way. Anyway, Kane, I'm leaving the door repair to you. The old man immediately bowed to accept the order. Yes, I understand. As he walked while carrying Seer, he said, now that the immediate crisis has passed, I will focus more on your training and lessons. You also need to learn the duties of a monarch. I am not the master of this place. Nahan placed his hand on the little girl's head, his voice softening a bit. It's you, Seer von Devata. The little girl's eyes lit up brightly. I really love listening to your lectures, teacher. Ngomi likes them too, so I'll learn everything. Seer suddenly remembered something and tilted her head to ask, Teacher, did something happen to Ri? He paused for a brief moment before quickly replying, Huh? No. I was just checking on her. Nahan looked at the little girl. Are you planning to sleep with Whitey? Seer happily nodded right away. Yes, I am. He smiled faintly. Good night, then. The little girl immediately called out after him, You should go to sleep too, teacher. Nahan looked a bit puzzled. Huh? I'll be sleeping in my own bed. Seer shook her head firmly. No. He looked down at the little girl clutching his hand, wondering, is she clinging to me because she lost her father at such a young age? Or has she just found some sort of emotional stability in me? In the end, Nahan could only sigh helplessly. All right, let's sleep together. He gently pulled the blanket up for Seer and leaned his back against the headboard, thinking, I'll stay with her until she falls asleep. Outside the ancient building, a quiet sky was bathed in a faint, dim light. Daltalian gripped the armrests of his chair, his face full of shock. Andromalius is dead? And he died at the hands of. Could it be that Citri broke that seal? Leonard, standing behind him, spoke up slowly. It seems highly likely that she succeeded by cooperating with the 72nd floor. After all, the final sword among Seer's 4 swords is still there. He frowned slightly, his gaze gradually turning cold. If that's true, I'll be their next target. Albaz immediately replied in a serious tone, We must prepare thoroughly. Daltalian pondered for a few seconds before making a decision. I must send a letter to Decorabia on the 68th floor. The man was slightly taken aback by the suggestion. Are you proposing an alliance with him? He let out a faint, disgusted chuckle. Do we have any better option? Daltalian slowly stood up, his voice growing heavy. Despite his trashy personality and foolishness, Andromalius's raw brute force was still superior to mine. If I just sit idly here, I'll be the next one to fall. He coldly waved his hand to dismiss the concern. Stop whining and go prepare the letter. Decorabia won't have any reason to refuse. Albaz immediately bowed to receive the order. Yes, Your Majesty. Rhea gently brought a tea tray to the door of his room. Lord Nahan, the tea is ready. The moment the door opened, she froze instantly, thinking, oh my goodness. Rhea's gaze softened as she took in the scene before her, thinking, they both must have been completely exhausted. She smiled faintly and gently closed the door, whispering, good night to you both. Nahan saw Citri and immediately started nagging endlessly. Did you really spend a whole week just dividing up the assets? She snapped back loudly, why don't you try doing it yourself then? The moment I finished, I had to scramble all the way over here at the crack of dawn. Then Citri handed over all the account books she had just finished. The territory and the soldiers have been divided. Now only the treasures remain. He glanced over some of the information on the papers and nodded in approval. Well done. The territory and soldiers are divided very fairly, no tricks here. But he also made a request. Since we let you have the Demon King's castle and Andromalius's head, can we have priority in choosing the treasures first? She frowned and crossed her arms, not caring much. I don't care, as long as it's split evenly. He smiled, consider it a deal. He still gave Citri some thoughtful advice. I know you'll be busy managing the newly conquered territories for a while, but you still have to drop by here once a week. If you slack off on your training, everything we've done will go down the drain. Before leaving, she grumbled unhappily once more. You keep forgetting, but I am a Demon King too, you know. I always keep my word, so don't worry. I'm off. Nahan's eyes lit up as he looked at the pile of documents on the desk, thinking, post-war settlement is the top priority. I must finish these directives tonight. After some time, a knock came from outside. Come in. Cecily respectfully stepped forward in front of him. Lord Nahan, I'm afraid we have to cancel Her Majesty's lesson for today. Nahan anxiously raised his head quickly. Why? Did something happen to Seer? She nodded slightly in response. Her Majesty has a slight fever. The moment he heard that, his entire body trembled with anxiety. What? Seer is sick? Nahan began to blame himself, thinking, Seer was perfectly fine just yesterday. Was the schedule too packed? Or was it because of her involvement in the battle? Seeing his darkened expression, Cecily tried to soothe him. Please don't worry too much, it seems to be just a common cold. Children around Her Majesty Seer's age often fall sick out of nowhere. Hearing this, Nahan breathed a sigh of relief. Right, you're right. Seer is just a child after all, so falling sick is only natural. She smiled and nodded. A day or two of rest and she will fully recover. Nahan felt a bit more relieved. All right, thank you. Please take good care of her. But the moment Cecily left, he sank back into misery, blaming himself, thinking, I'm such an idiot. I should have anticipated this. This isn't a game, this is reality. I need to finish up my work quickly and go check on Seer. The twilight glow gradually softened, but he kept his promise to visit the little girl as early as possible. Seer, how are you feeling? Teacher brought the doll you really like. The moment she saw him, Seer sat up and called out loudly, Teacher. She hugged two teddy bears tightly, filled with delight. Thank you, teacher. But to make Seer happy, he also conjured up various other plushies. Actually, that's not all. Teacher also has this one, and even this one. A whole pile of teddy bears stacked up on her bed, making Seer feel overwhelmed. Teacher, that's enough. But it turned out it was all just a dream of the little girl. Teacher, there are too many dolls. This time, Nahan actually appeared, but it was when the little girl had fallen asleep, and he held only a single teddy bear in his hand. Seer was still immersed in her dream world, muttering, too many dolls. He didn't wake the little girl, only gently placing another bear beside her, thinking, Seer must be having a dream. I wonder what she's dreaming about. At least it seems like her fever has broken. She'll probably be better tomorrow. I'll just work here so I can keep an eye on her. But as Nahan pulled a chair up next to the bed, the little girl suddenly woke up, shouting, Teacher. Nahan's heart skipped a beat in surprise, and he quickly comforted her. You're awake? I'm sorry. How are you feeling? Seer replied with a bright smile, I'm fine. Were you worried about me, teacher? He stepped forward to soothe the little girl. Of course I was. Sleep a bit more, teacher will be right here watching over you. But the little girl was curious about the pile of documents he had brought along. Can't I look at this too? Nahan shook his head in disapproval. No, you can't. You need to rest today. We'll look at it together tomorrow. Your recovery is the most important thing right now. Seer, it would be a shame if you're still sick tomorrow and can't eat pudding, right? This news hit the little girl like a total shock. In the end, Seer had no choice but to listen to him, murmuring, good night, then. Kane awkwardly entered the dining hall. Forgive me for interrupting your meal, Lord Nahan. Commander Linnell has submitted the inventory report for the spoils of war. He waved his hand dismissively. It's fine, bring it here. The old man stole a glance at his face, asking, Are you looking for something specific, milord? Nahan didn't hide it. Yes, there's one thing on the 70th floor that we must absolutely get our hands on. In games, equipment is one of the most vital elements. It boosts character growth efficiency, so we absolutely have to get it. And this is a hidden piece that I only found after reaching the 40th ending. Nahan smiled faintly with pure happiness, thinking, who would have thought that an item like this would be hidden in the early stages? After confirming the item, he instructed the old man carefully, Kane, make sure we keep this piece for ourselves. As for the other things, pick out the suitable items and hand them over to the commander. Kane nodded in response, understood. After confirming the item, he instructed the old man carefully, Kane, make sure we keep this piece for ourselves. As for the other things, pick out the suitable items and hand them over to the commander. Kane nodded in response, understood. Kane couldn't help but ask again, Lord Nahan, forgive me, but are you sure you've marked the right thing? He cut a piece of meat and confirmed, yes. As soon as Citri agrees, I'll go retrieve it immediately. On the piece of paper was an item that even Kane couldn't believe Nahan actually needed. I see. Very well then. After a while of waiting, Seer finally got to see the treasure from the 70th floor. It's so sparkly. Every single piece caught the little girl's eye. This one is sparkly too. Nahan put his hands in his pockets, his eyes curving into a smile, thinking, now this is what I'm talking about. Linnell held the list as she came over to double-check the inventory. What did you say, sir? He shook his head and expressed, oh, it's nothing. Nahan glanced around the warehouse on the 70th floor and nodded with excitement, thinking, unbelievable, and this is only half of it. What a massive haul. Is everything safely stored away? Linnell nodded to confirm with him, yes, Demon King Citri was very cooperative, so everything went very smoothly. At this moment, a few guards stepped forward and bowed respectfully to Seer. Welcome, Your Majesty. The little girl quickly saluted back, yes, good job. Then, a crate was carried over and placed before her. Linnell flipped through her ledger and introduced, this is the item that Lord Nahan emphasized we must obtain. Please confirm if this is the correct item, sir. The moment he laid eyes on the sword, Nahan smiled in approval, that's the one. Great job. Please confirm if this is the correct item, sir. The moment he laid eyes on the sword, Nahan smiled in approval, that's the one. Great job. He held the broken sword, recalling the information he had read about it, thinking, it has the highest attack power in the early stages. The fact that it allows the user to learn unique magic makes it incredibly efficient. Seeing him so engrossed naturally drew Seer's attention to peer over. What is that, teacher? Nahan smiled and held it out in front of the little girl. This is a gift for you, Seer. Seer's face blanked out in confusion. Huh? But it's broken. He smiled and explained, it's fine, it can be fixed. I know exactly where the broken blade piece and the gem are. He put the sword away and made a promise to Seer. Let's finish checking the inventory, and then we'll go fix the sword, okay? The little girl opened her eyes wide and asked, what will it look like once it's fixed? He rested his chin on his hand, thought about it, and blurted out a compliment, it's going to be very sparkly. Linnell, standing nearby, also made a suggestion, should I call for a blacksmith, sir? He shook his head to decline, no need. This sword isn't fixed that way. It's fine. Let's check the inventory first. Seer loved sparkly things, so her eyes remained glued to the glowing treasure chests. Behind her, Nahan was dividing the shares. Transfer this list to the armory. This batch will be used to supply the soldiers. She found everything beautiful and dazzling. This one is so pretty, that one is pretty too, it's so sparkly. He happened to notice this as well. Nahan enthusiastically asked the little girl for her opinion. Seer, do you see anything you like? But Seer shyly declined, no, thank you, I don't need anything. But he simply smiled, patted her head, and advised, it's alright, everything here belongs to you anyway, so don't worry about it. If you want something, just take it. Seer didn't hesitate and pointed at the most prominent ruby-studded crown in the pile. Then, this one, please. This was exactly within Nahan's expectations. A crown, it must be the bloodline. Finally, he extended another invitation, if you're done, would you like to go somewhere with me? Seer looked around in utter bewilderment. Teacher, why are we here? Nahan smiled and introduced an abandoned mine building. This is where the pieces to complete your sword are kept. As they ventured further inside, the little girl shivered slightly, it looks so deep. How are we going to find them? The teacher and student slowly made their way inside as he said, I know exactly where those pieces are, so the forks in the road won't be a problem. We've arrived, but it's completely pitch black ahead, I can't see anything. He took the oil lamp and stepped further in, saying, I'll find it in no time. Nahan rummaged through the clutter, murmuring to himself, it should be right around here, shouldn't it? Found it. Seer looked at the fragment in utter confusion. Is that really a sword, teacher? He smiled warmly. It doesn't look much like one right now, does it? Of course, this isn't all of it. Of course, this isn't all of it. Nahan walked up to a rugged stone wall. Now we just need to find the most important part. He channeled his mana, unleashing a massive surge of energy, and finally, a hidden path opened up, revealing an exquisitely carved door. There's just one final obstacle left. He called the little girl closer. Seer, come here. Seer looked at the door before her and let out an "oh," asking, do we just need to go through that door, teacher? Nahan muttered, something like that. Let me carry you from here. there's a small obstacle blocking our way. The creature guarding the door began to awaken. It spread its wings and flew toward them, roaring, "Intruders! You are not permitted to pass." Taking this opportunity, Nahan took the chance to teach the little girl a rare piece of lore. Gargoyles are a rare sight these days. Take a good look while you still can. Seer wasn't scared at all and even whispered into his ear, "Teacher, the statue is talking." Feeling completely disrespected, it snapped in a fury, "You? How dare you?" But in his eyes, it amounted to nothing more than, "You're being too noisy." It froze, completely unable to comprehend. "What?" Nahan spoke in a stern tone, giving it a warning glare, "Do not interrupt Seer's lesson." The moment it spotted the guardian spirit standing behind Nahan, it was struck with pure terror. The very next second, it dropped to its knees in reverence without a single shred of hesitation. "I shall serve you as my master. Please, pass through." Even he himself felt caught off guard, thinking, that was sudden. A massive gargoyle that has lived this long could actually be quite useful, though. Before stepping inside, Nahan also gave it instructions, "Wait here. If you behave yourself, I will take you in." It didn't offer a single word of complaint, completely complying, "Yes, master." Inside, a glowing ruby took center stage right in the middle of the room. Seer couldn't help but gasp in absolute amazement. He summoned the sword that had been broken in half into the open. Now, Nahan placed the sword on the table right next to the stone. The stone instantly activated and glowed intensely. Seer and Nahan watched it intently. The moment they got back to the castle, Seer bragged to the old man, "Cain, look at this. Teacher gave me a present." The old man stared blankly at the little girl's hand, wondering, why on earth is it a sword? Nahan smiled from behind her and replied, "It's about time Seer started her sword training anyway." A silhouette suddenly appeared behind his back, giving Cain a massive fright. "So you didn't just bring back a sword from the 70th floor, is that a gargoyle?" Nahan grinned from ear to ear and suggested, "Yep. What do you think about naming him Argol the Gatekeeper?" The old man was slightly taken aback but still calculated the logistics. "He seems a bit too massive to guard the Demon King's castle." But Nahan shook his head, "No, not the Demon King's castle. He will be guarding somewhere else." Cain's eyes widened in surprise. "What do you mean by that?" Nahan pointed at Argol's massive frame and remarked, "He looks absolutely perfect for scaring away annoying, weak little pests." "Don't you think so?" Cain found it fitting as well. Indeed, he would be an excellent fit to be stationed around the teleportation gate area. After getting the old man's input, Nahan bluntly threatened the creature, "You heard your duties loud and clear, right? If you prove to be useless, I will discard you whenever the hell I want, so give it everything you've got." It nodded repeatedly, not daring to resist. "I will keep that in mind." With the assignments sorted out, Nahan got back to the more important matters at hand. "I heard you have something to report. Let's head into the office to discuss this." Inside the office, he frowned and asked for confirmation. "Deltalion and Decarabia have already contacted each other?" Cain pressed his hands together and nodded firmly, "Yes. If the 69th and 68th floors form a major alliance, it's going to be very difficult for us to handle under the current circumstances." He rested his chin on his hand, contemplating for a moment. "Starting a direct head-on conflict right now would be tough, but we can't just sit idly by and watch this alliance take shape either. So, I guess we only have one option." Seeing his nonchalant expression, the old man asked cautiously, "Do you already have a countermeasure in mind, milord?" Nahan shared his idea. "We are going to stir up trouble within Deltalion's faction." But Cain expressed some concern. "But Deltalion's faction is highly powerful, and unlike Andromalius, they are no fools." But he simply countered with a question, "Cain, Deltalion's faction is famous for having a lot of merchants, right?" The old man pushed up his glasses and nodded, "Yes, that's correct. They believe that commerce contributes the most to moving up between the social classes." That was exactly what Nahan was targeting. And the thing that merchants value above all else is trust, so, what if we can destroy that trust? Deltalion's faction will collapse from within on its own. Cain was still restless with worry. "That's true. But they have built that trust over countless years of trade. How could it possibly crumble overnight?" Nahan stood up abruptly with a serious look. "Cain, I never said anything about destroying it overnight. Training Seer and solidifying our foundation will take at least 5 years. Therefore, I will slowly undermine Deltalion's trade policies over time." He already had his calculated move ready, the Bismarck method I used back when I played the game. We are going to become their direct competitor. The old man's jaw dropped. A competitor? Nahan nodded to reassure him. We'll do business on the 70th floor. Don't worry, we won't be operating out in the open. The old man asked somewhat timidly, I see. Are you planning to use Lady Citri again this time? He smirked and shook his head. Using her? Let's call it a partnership instead. Kane bowed his head low and muttered, will Lady Citri really be willing to take such a risk? But Nahan had his own calculations all figured out. Don't worry about that. It's going to be an offer attractive enough even for Citri. The old man also breathed a sigh of relief. Then the crucial question is, what are we going to sell? Have you thought of a product yet, milord? Nahan gave a half-smile, something that will drive those merchants absolutely insane. I am going to sell something that the demon realm completely lacks. Over in the city of Sodor, on the outskirts of the Holy Kingdom, rumors were beginning to surface. Hey, have you heard the latest rumor? Inside a diner, the whispers grew louder by the minute. I heard there are barely any guards around that place lately. That was what an adventurer who had just returned through the teleportation gate had said. You mean the demon soldiers guarding the demon realm? For real? Dane waved his hand with a sly grin. Luke, you don't believe me? This is our golden ticket. Let's go hunt down a few magical beasts and demons and make a fortune. Luke replied half-heartedly, well, I did hear that the horns of the sheep clan are fetching a pretty high price these days. Riku, sitting opposite them, volunteered to join in. I know where the sheep clan hangs out. There are plenty of lambs there, so harvesting their horns should be a total breeze. He muttered to himself, wondering, could this really be our big break? But in the end, Luke still went along with his friends, saying, alright, let's head to the demon realm right now. We're about to be filthy rich. But outside, there were far more people than the three of them had expected. It felt like it was way more crowded than usual today. I guess the rumors about the guards vanishing must be totally true. Suddenly, a hand slapped heavily onto Luke's shoulder. Hey man, I happened to overhear you saying you know where the sheep clan is. Mind if we tag along? The guy appeared alongside another girl, adding, I'm Riku Balbar, and this is Melissa. Before Luke could say a word, Dane glanced over to size them up and whispered a warning. Hold on, look at the emblems on their shoulders, they're both A-rank adventurers. Just say yes. If they cause any trouble, we can just vanish without a trace. He nodded repeatedly. Sure, you guys can come along. Rico let out a hearty laugh. Smart move. Alright, let's roll. Over by the teleportation gate, another pair was having a disagreement. The guy criticized his friend. Are you seriously not going? This is our big chance. If you want to make a living as an adventurer, the demon realm is a place you can't afford to skip out on. The girl quickly dodged away and muttered, you really don't know anything, do you? Lately, not a single adventurer who went into the demon realm has ever made it back. Over on this side, the group of three was moving deeper inside, just a little further past that hill over there. Riku glanced around, finding it bizarre. Still, it's pretty weird how the guards just vanished into thin air like that. Don't let your guard down. He made a guess. Have they abandoned this floor entirely? Luke asked blankly, a floor? Riku nodded and explained casually, it's a pretty well-known theory that the demon realm is made up of multiple floors. He let out an "oh," remarking, just like some kind of tower. But a sharp shout from Ree suddenly dragged everyone down into hiding. Hold on, everyone, hide. The little girl's tiny voice whispered a warning. There's one of the sheep clan up ahead. Riku peered out greedily. Damn, that's the real deal. Luke didn't want to miss out on the opportunity either. Should we start the hunt right now? But before that, the guy wanted to draw a clear line. Before we do, I have a proposition. We get the sheep horns. You guys can keep the rest, how's that sound? The young man instantly took offense and was about to draw his sword. Huh? That's a bit much. The entire value of a sheep lies right in its horns. But Melissa stepped up to give him something to think about. Young man Luke, you still have your whole life ahead of you, so you'd better just listen to Riku if you guys want to make it back home in one piece. He began to hesitate, blaming himself. Damn it. Did these guys plan this whole thing from the very start? I've had a bad feeling ever since they asked to tag along. There is no way the three of us can beat A-rank adventurers who are blessed with divine power. In the end, Luke had to compromise. Fine. But in exchange, Riku, you're going to have to handle the fighting. At this point, the guy started breaking his word, thinking, I never intended to have you guys help out from the very beginning anyway. But the moment the words left his mouth, the entire ground began to shudder violently. Luke stepped forward to support Ri, who was the most severely injured, shouting, "What the hell is this? An earthquake? Is everyone alright?" The earthquake grew more violent by the second. Rika began to curse about losing his prey. What the hell is happening out of nowhere? At this rate, the sheep are going to run away. Right at that moment, Argol materialized and attacked, roaring, "Found you, the very last rat." Rico's jaw dropped in sheer terror. A gargoyle? Melissa anxiously yanked his arm, screaming, "If that really is a gargoyle, we need to run right now." But she couldn't budge him. The guy just stood there completely frozen in his tracks. But as Riku forced himself to charge in for a rescue, Dane had already rushed ahead. Luke just left him to his fate, yelling, "Let's just save ourselves." Once they made it outside, he barked in frustration, "Ri, what's wrong with you?" The little girl's voice was broken and halting. The guards? What are your orders, sir?" Commander Linnell looked sternly and coldly at the crowd ahead, declaring, "There is only one single order." They were swiftly rounded up and taken into custody by the guards, who captured every single one of them without exception. Right on the other side, Melissa and Riku were also locked up inside a cage, making him think, demons aren't killing humans? Back at the castle, Linnell announced, "Over the past month, we have captured 276 humans alive and have stored all of their goods inside the warehouse." Seer let out an amazed wow, remarking, "That's a whole lot." But for Nahan, this was still falling short. Even so, it's still a little lacking. She clasped her hands together, equally surprised by this approach. "I used to think that connecting with the human world was a weakness, but I never expected you to turn around and hunt humans instead." He smiled, not taking all the credit for himself. "This was only possible because we have Argol and have secured an alliance with the 71st floor. In his heart, Nahan had already made up his mind, thinking, "For the sake of a perfect ending, there is absolutely nothing I won't do." The humans in this game are worse than useless insects. Showing them any mercy won't bring me a single shred of benefit. Linnell also shared a concern with him, reporting, "However, Lord Nahan, even though pulling back the guards worked perfectly as a bait, the residents on the 72nd floor are becoming increasingly anxious because of those humans." Linnell also shared a concern with him, reporting, "However, Lord Nahan, even though pulling back the guards worked perfectly as a bait, the residents on the 72nd floor are becoming increasingly anxious because of those humans." Nahan flashed a devious smile, asking, "Commander Linnell, do you know anyone capable of handling the adjustments?" Nahan flashed a devious smile, asking, "Commander Linnell, do you know anyone capable of handling the adjustments?" This hit the exact crux of what he needed. Really? Then for the final step, we'll make them want to come here all over again, won't we? They already know that over 200 people are missing, yet they haven't locked down the teleportation gate at all. Over at the Soder Adventurers Guild, a few disgruntled guys confronted the receptionist to demand answers, shouting, "Hey, we have to make a living too." But Angela could only turn them away according to her orders. "We are terribly sorry, but this is an order straight from the guildmaster, so there's nothing else we can do." Over on this side, people began to gossip. Another guy spoke up with a heavy sigh, "Geez, here we go again. Do they really want to go to the demon realm that badly? That guy is an A rank. I guess the rewards from normal quests just aren't cutting it for him anymore." Right then, a faint, exhausted cry rang out, "Please, help me." The person who staggered inside was Luke, his body completely drained of any strength. "Luke, what on earth happened to you?" He stepped inside, utterly terrified, gasping, "I just escaped from the demon realm. All of the missing people are being held captive by the guards." Luke stumbled over to the reception desk where Van, Ri, and Dane were also gathered, pleading, "Please help, we have to go rescue them." She tried her best to help him calm his emotions, saying, "All right, let's just calm down first." But everyone in the office sympathized with Luke, making allowances for him. Angela thought, his teammates were captured, so of course he's not in his right mind. She tried her best to help him calm his emotions, saying, "All right, let's just calm down first." But everyone in the office sympathized with Luke, making allowances for him. Angela thought, his teammates were captured, so of course he's not in his right mind. His face turned pale as he flusteredly replied, "I don't know either. I wasn't exactly in the right state of mind to go investigating." But the man still coldly pressed him to the end, asking, "Are you absolutely certain you don't know?" Luke couldn't hide his anger, snapping, "Are you seriously questioning someone who just barely escaped with his life?" Adelbert let out a sigh, I admit that I do have a few suspicions. But the gaze sweeping over his body was entirely filled with evaluation and analysis. How could a measly C-rank adventurer like you manage to escape from the demon realm all by yourself? And above all else, your heart rate sounds exactly like the heartbeat of a liar. And above all else, your heart rate sounds exactly like the heartbeat of a liar. I smell something, a thoroughly repulsive stench. He pointed the tip of his sword right at him, demanding, "You've already had your mind manipulated by the demons, haven't you?" The man let out a scoff. Mind manipulation? Finally, Luke revealed his true face, his hand tightening around the hilt of his sword, thinking, just as expected of an S-rank, that's some sharp intuition. But Adelbert managed to strike first, slicing him completely in half. Right after that, he instructed the girl, Angela, notify the other guilds as well. Tell them that they are absolutely forbidden from entering the demon realm. The girl nodded repeatedly, yes, Guildmaster. Then he sternly warned the townsfolk, listen up, everyone. For the time being, the Soder teleportation gate will be completely shut down. If anyone has an objection, then he sternly warned the townsfolk, listen up, everyone. For the time being, the Soder teleportation gate will be completely shut down. If anyone has an objection, Adelbert whipped around and asked, what's going on? The other guy gasped for air, panting, sir, the guilds from the other regions. Over at the Northern Alliance's Dohan fortress, they were furious and mobilizing their troops, roaring, charge in and take the heads of those wretched demons. Every single one of them was targeting the teleportation gate. Even over in Germanum, the capital of the Bismarck Empire, they declared, we can't let those brainless fools from the Northern Alliance beat us to the punch. Not to be outdone, over at the Babylon Merchant Guild in the capital of the Holy Kingdom of Felix, they shouted, God is with us. Eradicate the demons. Not to be outdone, over at the Babylon Merchant Guild in the capital of the Holy Kingdom of Felix, they shouted, God is with us. Eradicate the demons. Not to be outdone, over at the Babylon Merchant Guild in the capital of the Holy Kingdom of Felix, they shouted, God is with us. Eradicate the demons. Before this, he had also recalled a familiar name. Right, remember that you must ultimately lead them to the city of Soder in the Holy Kingdom. There's a rather troublesome human over there. Linnell was startled, a troublesome human? He nodded and muttered as he thought back to the past, thinking, there are a few formidable enemies in the game who appear in the human realm. He nodded and muttered as he thought back to the past, thinking, there are a few formidable enemies in the game who appear in the human realm. He nodded and muttered as he thought back to the past, thinking, there are a few formidable enemies in the game who appear in the human realm. Verena, standing up high, couldn't help but be amazed. Commander, do you see that? They are actually flooding in. Linnell trusted him 100%, replying, that was Lord Nahan's plan after all. Of course it succeeded. The more I witness, the more incredible I find him. Verena, standing up high, couldn't help but be amazed. Commander, do you see that? They are actually flooding in. Linnell trusted him 100%, replying, that was Lord Nahan's plan after all. Of course it succeeded. The more I witness, the more incredible I find him. Then Verena glanced behind and instructed, did everyone hear what she said? Use the manonet cannons to capture as many as possible. The soldiers shouted back clearly, yes, Vice Commander. Now, let's begin. Argal understood, and the adventurers began to let their guard down, wondering, why did the sky suddenly turn pitch black all of a sudden? A gargoyle suddenly appeared out of nowhere in the sky, leaving everyone utterly stunned and horrified. A gargoyle! It made a terrifying landing and roared, by the order of my master, I shall annihilate all intruders. The moment the human army fell into chaos, Linnell stood up high and seized the opportunity, shouting, fire the manonet cannons right where their formation is broken now. Verena was the one commanding the artillery squad, yelling, all units, load. Fire! The nets were launched and came crashing down, trapping all those people down below. They shouted and made an uproar, what the hell is this? It's just a net, rip it apart. But very quickly, they found themselves completely helpless, with someone crying, this thing is made from giant spider silk. The cursing echoed louder and louder, you filthy monsters. Is someone charging in from behind to attack it? The adventurers felt as though they had just found a savior, cheering, Lord Rosenbach. The old man rallied them, shouting, I will forge a path, follow me. The soldiers also followed him to launch an attack on it. Up above, Verena began to worry, Argal alone won't be enough to hold him back. Linnell frowned and began to seek external assistance, saying, "You'll have to take care of the others first." He was already holding his trident, aiming down below, replying, "Leave it to me, Commander." Ajura also began to make his appearance. Being defeated without even having the time to transform, that won't be happening ever again. He instantly materialized and joined the battle. Rosenbach just noticed a sudden surge of energy appearing right behind his back. Before he could do a thing, the old man was attacked by Ajura with a single thrust. Ajura didn't stop there, holding his trident to continue the onslaught. The adventurers scrambled to save their skins, screaming, "Run away!" But in his eyes, there was only absolute, utter disdain. "That's right, run if you want to live. Though it's already far too late." He pulled back his trident, watching them scurry around like absolute chaos, finding it amusing. "Have your fun, and then round every last one of them up." "Understood, sir." Right after rounding up a massive portion of this army, Nahan praised them endlessly. "Minimum casualties, maximum results. Not bad at all." Linnell didn't dare take all the credit. "We only followed your plan, teacher." He let out a hearty laugh. "But you guys are the ones who executed it successfully." He also praised two other squads, Captain Epsilon and Vice Captain Zeta. "You both did excellent work in your first battle with the new Legion. Thank you for returning safely. I highly look forward to your performances in the future." The two of them bowed respectfully to obey. "Thank you, teacher." He nodded and turned around. "Now, please take care of the cleanup." Once everything was settled, he returned to his office. The moment he walked in, Nahan smiled warmly at the person on the dais. "Sir, have you been waiting long?" Nahan stepped up the dais, doting on Sir while speaking to the old man. "Kane, prepare all the information for the merchants in the demon realm." The old man nodded in agreement. "Understood." He continued, "At the same time, select the 200 captives with the highest market value. Release the rest back home." Kane's eyes widened in shock. "What? You plan to release the humans we went through all that trouble to capture? Are you planning to negotiate with the human nations, milord?" Nahan replied with a calculated look. "I have to exploit whatever I can out of them." Kane adamantly opposed this idea. "Forgive my bluntness, but it's far too early for that. We are still way too weak to be taking action against the human nations. There are a few nations in the human realm that we must be wary of. First is the Holy Kingdom of Felix, the sole religious nation in the human realm. Second is the Bismarck Empire, the only nation to style itself as an empire. And finally, the Northern Alliance, formed by 7 fortresses in the north. Regarding this matter, Nahan also had to admit, true, as far as humans go, they are pretty troublesome. But avoiding negotiations is a mistake. They are currently not in a position to mobilize an army. Regarding this matter, Nahan also had to admit, true, as far as humans go, they are pretty troublesome. But avoiding negotiations is a mistake. They are currently not in a position to mobilize an army. Secondly, every nation has a responsibility to protect its citizens. Nahan smiled and continued, "The main intention is that we, the victims, are offering to trade their lives solely for money. What if they refuse? Whether it's a king or an emperor, they will lose the trust of their people." Nahan smiled and continued, "The main intention is that we, the victims, are offering to trade their lives solely for money. What if they refuse? Whether it's a king or an emperor, they will lose the trust of their people." Kane listened to the explanation and vaguely understood a bit more. "Understood. Then, according to your wishes, I will select the 200 captives with the highest market value, regardless of their background or status. But I must ask for another favor. In addition, bring me some blacksmiths, the most skilled ones you can find." Sir got curious once again, asking, "Blacksmiths? What are you planning to make, teacher?" He gave a sneaky, secretive grin, "A product based on what we've learned from humans." This once again piqued the little girl's curiosity. "Learned from humans? Something that will actually sell?" Nahan smiled. "Probably." Over on the Bismarck Empire's side, they began to receive the latest update. They are demanding ransom for the hostages? I never thought I'd live to see the day I received a letter like this from lowly demons. Isn't that place supposed to be a playground for adventurers? The courtiers began to offer their own thoughts. Since we do not fully know the situation in the demon realm, I can only speculate. But I fear some sort of shift has occurred over there. He frowned. "You mean the demons have developed an ambition to swallow the human realm?" If that's true, those fools have directly declared war. Alright, how much are they demanding for the hostages? The courtier announced the ransom amount required to exchange for 20 people. They are demanding 50 kilograms of gold, 200 kilograms of silver, and about 2 tons of iron ore. Claude rested his chin on his hand in annoyance. They are asking for quite a bit. Considering the number of people, they are looking down on us. Shouldn't we punish them instead of doing this? But the marquises objected. Your Majesty, for the sake of our citizens' lives, you must grant their demands. Claude looked at him wearily. Is that so? Marquis Levin, tell me your reasoning. Levin respectfully voiced his thoughts. This incident occurred because the Adventurers Guild acted on its own. We have no justifiable reason to retaliate. This would be equivalent to provoking him. Does a justifiable reason even matter? Our opponent is the demon race. Marquis Levin sternly reminded the Emperor. That is precisely the issue. We still haven't accurately assessed the current military strength of the demon realm. Furthermore, among the adventurers who participated, there were many A rank and above. As you know, an A rank adventurer possesses skills on par with an officially knighted warrior. Yet even such experts were captured without a single soul escaping. Claude slammed the table and chairs in a fury. Are we not an empire? To think we have to make concessions to the demon realm over something like this. He tried to maintain his composure to explain it to him. If rumors spread that the emperor abandoned his own people to die, it will be absolutely impossible to regain public trust. He tried to maintain his composure to explain it to him. If rumors spread that the emperor abandoned his own people to die, it will be absolutely impossible to regain public trust. Cain happily bragged to him. Some nations still haven't made a decision, but the Empire, the Holy Kingdom, and the Northern Alliance have all agreed to negotiate. Nahan flashed a gentle smile of relief. I actually thought they might refuse. He handed over the letter along with instructions. Tomorrow morning, take the captives to the teleportation gate area. I have made it clear in the letter that we will carry out the exchange there. And when you meet the human envoys, tell them this. Nahan issued a cold, public threat. If they do not agree to the terms by the end of this week, the remaining captives will be executed. The prominent demon figures were gathered together. Everyone was completely puzzled. Why did the Demon King gather us here? I don't know. But aren't you from the 71st floor? Another guy shook his head. I only came here because I was told to come. Very quickly, they made their appearance. Here they come. The appearance of these two combinations left everyone astonished. Hold on, are Lady Seer and Lady Citri walking together? And isn't that Lady Seer's teacher? Citri crossed her arms and cleared her throat to get straight to the main point. Welcome, artisans of each floor. You must all be wondering why I have gathered you all here today. She grabbed the cover cloth and pulled it back, revealing the merchandise that had been carefully laid out. Everyone, please take a look to the side of the stage. The artisans swarmed inside, whispering in admiration. Where did you get these things, milady? Can I get a closer look? Every single one of them was deeply infatuated. These things are, without a doubt, absolute masterpieces. Citri slowly announced, these are all swords obtained from the human adventurers. The artisans let out a collective gasp of surprise, with one muttering, to think humans made these things. What an eyesore. She glanced at the dwarven artisans and casually continued, that is exactly why I gathered all of you here. Analyze the different types of human equipment, and then replicate them with equivalent quality. She glanced at the dwarven artisans and casually continued, that is exactly why I gathered all of you here. Analyze the different types of human equipment, and then replicate them with equivalent quality. Now that you understand, go start your research immediately. Stop wasting time and resources on crafting substandard weapons. The dwarven artisans began to murmur among themselves. What did you just say? How could Lady Seer's master talk such nonsense? The dwarven artisans began to murmur among themselves. What did you just say? How could Lady Seer's master talk such nonsense? In the end, Nahan had no choice but to step in and give them a demonstration. He made a motion to raise his sword and struck down upon another blade. Let me ask you something. If you took a sword you crafted and struck it against a human-made sword, which one do you think would break? The artisans' faces flushed with panic and confusion. Nahan commanded, I'm not telling you to copy them completely. Analyze that gear and forge something new in your own way. You don't want to lose to the humans you hate so much, do you? They looked at each other and muttered, human equipment is definitely high quality, but even so, to think we have to study human garbage. Just as they were hesitating, one of them raised his hand in agreement. I'll do it. The guy standing next to him widened his eyes. Dumgrik. He touched the sword and muttered for a long time. However, since I don't know their process, the analysis will take some time. Nahan nodded in agreement. Don't worry about that. I will provide all the time and resources you need. Then he turned to ask Seer, Your Majesty, how about we make this blacksmith the head? The little girl raised her hand in agreement. I'm fine with that. Citri didn't object either. That's not a bad idea. Both of them began to acknowledge Dumgrik. You are the head of this project. He also placed a badge on Dumgrik. The badge I am giving you right now will grant you command over the other blacksmiths. The other artisans began to stir in disapproval. Wait a minute, master, you can't just make a reckless decision like that. I have far more experience than him. The leader should be decided through a meeting. But he merely shouted over them, silence. Once he looked set on a decision, no one could sway him. A leader must be someone who dares to act and take responsibility. Yet you, who didn't even have the courage to try, dare to speak of leadership qualifications? More importantly, are you defying your master's orders? A few of them began to shrink back in fear, quickly explaining, No, of course not. That was completely not my intention. He even threatened them. Disobeying Dumgrik is the same as disobeying the two sovereigns standing right here. So if that happens, his voice responded, ice cold, immediate execution. Dumgrik slowly spoke up, this humble servant. Behind him, the other artisans also knelt down respectfully. We shall obey your command. After successfully settling the matter and intimidating the dwarves, Citri couldn't help but lift her chin in arrogant pride. I did a great job this time too, right? Unfortunately, that habit of hers didn't even register with Nahan, as he was only focused on Seer. You did great, you didn't even shake at all. Seeing herself completely ignored made Citri furious. Hey, why are you ghosting me? Replying to her was the matter-of-fact tone that could only belong to Nahan. You're not a kid anymore. Are you really that desperate for praise? She let out a cold snort as she turned the question back on him. Would it kill you to give me a compliment to boost my morale? Hearing those words, Nahan could only give in with a sigh of helplessness. Fine, you did amazing. Now can we talk about our business venture? At the mention of this topic, Citri fell into deep thought for a moment before speaking up to confirm. Right, you said you would use my name as a front? Nahan lifted his warm teacup, emphasizing every single word to clarify the arrangement. In name, Her Majesty Citri is the ruler of the 70th floor. In return, I will provide you with high-quality weapons and a share of the profits. You won't have to lift a finger in the actual business operations. A bead of sweat rolled gently down her cheek. She froze slightly for a moment and then asked about the most important issue. So what's my cut? Instead of giving an answer, Nahan shot a question back at her. Do you have a number in mind? After another brief hesitation, Citri slowly threw out a number that could be considered relatively safe. How about 50%? Unfortunately, since his side was putting in the most effort, he shut it down immediately. You're a straight-up thief. Forget it, I won't use your name anymore. Seer sat next to him, puffing out her cheeks and chiming in, Her Majesty Citri is a thief. This pushed someone with a temper hotter than fire like her over the edge into sheer rage. Hey, you're using my name to run this entire operation. Unfortunately, Nahan didn't even bother to back down before Citri and instead offered his alternative plan. I guess I'll just have to find another way. Sure enough, that cold attitude successfully sent a wave of panic into her next answer. Wait a minute, then 10%. He didn't bother being gentle anymore. The aura around his body flared up intensely the moment he dropped his decisive verdict. Still as thick-skinned as ever, huh? If I give you 10%, you can forget about the weapons. Unable to help but quail before his overwhelming pressure, Citri stammered out her words, her thin lips pressed tight. Pros and cons bounced around inside her brain. Profit came with risk, and sales were always volatile. Besides, this was Nahan's venture, and the quality of the weapons was guaranteed to be on a whole different level. After a moment of deliberation, Citri made up her mind to agree in the negotiation. Alright, I'll lower my cut, so keep the weapons in the deal. The pressure around his body was instantly pulled back into himself. Now we're actually talking. Let's settle at 5%. This percentage might seem low, but the actual cash Your Majesty receives will be substantial. Even though a decision had been reached, it couldn't stop Citri's suspicion about the plan in his hands. How can you be so sure? We haven't even started yet. Because of that, she successfully earned a reproach from Nahan. It breaks my heart that you don't trust me, especially after everything I've shown you up until now. A series of images quickly flashed by, making any further elaboration from him unnecessary. She nodded as she let out each word. All right, I'll trust you. Let's proceed with signing the contract. But are you sure you can replicate the weapons those humans make? Hearing her doubt, Nahan immediately offered an assurance as if he already had everything in the palm of his hand. Absolutely. It's not that we lack the skill, it's simply a matter of demand. The answer that gave him such confidence silently drifted through his mind, as it was one of the build paths proven to be effective in the game. While Citri stamped her seal onto the contract, the deep voice from Nahan's throat slowly echoed throughout the vast space. For a demon king, standard weapons hold no meaning. As a result, research in this field has been relatively neglected. That is why our weapons are worse than what humans can produce. But a demon king cannot handle everything alone using just their own strength. That is why the equipment level of the army is so critical. That is exactly why Your Majesty accepted my proposal in the first place. We already have the research data, so we will catch up to their level in no time. Hearing him assure her with such a steady tone, no matter how conflicted she felt inside, Citri still spoke up. Well, that's a relief then. Here, take it. Knowing exactly what was on her mind, Nahan didn't forget to mention, if you still have doubts, you are completely free to pull out. This successfully triggered another wave of major panic in her. When did I ever say that? Why would I throw away a chance to get free weapons for my army? To her surprise, he dropped a firm declaration in the next second. Nothing is free. This left Citri instantly stunned, her mouth hanging open wide enough to fit an egg. What? You just said you'd give them to me. We already signed the contract, and now you're going back on your word? Only after pulling back the contract did Nahan speak frankly to let her understand the terrifying reality behind the arrangement of borrowing her name. The profits and weapons provided to Your Majesty are essentially a rental fee for your reputation. Because you will be the one shoulder the risk. If the business fails, it is Her Majesty Citri whose reputation will be ruined. Her expression shifted from pale to furious. Only now did Citri realize too late that she had been completely played. Wait a minute, what risk? Don't tell me you. However, even if she found out, it was already too late as Nahan flashed a wicked smirk while teaching her a lesson about how the world works. Nothing in this world is free, Her Majesty Citri. In parallel to the negotiation taking place in the breezy room, the atmosphere down in the dungeon was much more somber. Hugging her knees tight, Eri couldn't help but ask anxiously in a low voice to the boy next to her, Dane, what do you think happened to Luke? Will we make it out of here alive? Replying to her was Dane's comforting voice, don't give up hope just yet, Eri. Suddenly, an anomaly occurred right at this moment as the prison cell door swung open. A demon soldier walked straight in and grabbed the brown-haired boy. Obviously, he didn't just quietly let himself be led away, struggling violently. Let go, I said, let go of me. Even Dane was being dragged along, though he appeared much calmer, saying, loosen your grip a bit. Meanwhile, Eri showed her resilience as she demanded answers. Where are you taking us? However, amidst this moment, a familiar voice rang out. Wait, stop right there. It turned out to be none other than Nahan himself coming over to check things out. What are those two named? The girl stammered, Eri. While the boy next to her paused for a moment before responding, it's Dane. In the next second, those golden eyes narrowed with every single word Nahan let out. By any chance, do you two happen to know anyone named Luke? For a split second, both Dane and Ree instantly forgot their restraint as they snapped back aggressively at him. Are you kidding me? What kind of sick joke is this? You guys are the ones who took him away. Replying to them was the calm voice of Nahan. So he was captured along with the two of you? Letting out a hearty chuckle, he pieced the gathered information together and finally understood the whole situation clearly. Right, so that's what happened. He operates in Soder City, doesn't he? Without letting a single second go to waste, Nahan went straight to the next matter. cane, paper, and pen. Once he finished drawing, he let Eri and Dane get a clear look at the person on the paper. Do you recognize this person? Thanks to his excellent artistic talent, the portrait from Nahan's hand was clear enough for them to recognize him. Luke, he didn't pay any mind to the children's confusion. His eyebrows knitted slightly as he questioned the butler beside him. Kane, during the adjustment campaign that Captain Linnell conducted previously, was this man there? Hesitating slightly out of surprise, the old man nonetheless responded formally, yes, we sent him to Soder City. While everyone else was still completely bewildered, Nahan was secretly rejoicing to the point where the corner of his lips curled up into a 45-degree angle. An unbelievable stroke of luck just landed right in my lap. Next, he gave a decisive directive, once we wrap things up here, bring these two to my office. And then, without any hesitation, his long legs once again paced up the many steps of the staircase. During the course of the rather long trek, Nahan entered a state of analysis. We must be just as wary of the forces in the human realm as we are of the demon kings from other floors. Because in the game, if human hostility reaches a certain threshold, the three heroes will appear. And one of them is exactly the person I'm thinking of. Clearly it's no stranger, as the opponent is the sword hero. Luke is someone who personally experienced the game Evil Queenmaker, but obviously the way the characters react. If it were Adelberg, there was no way he would leave a mind-controlled human alone. By the time he sat down in his designated seat, his mind couldn't help but marvel. To think I could eliminate one of the heroes without even having to lift a finger. By the time he sat down in his designated seat, his mind couldn't help but marvel. To think I could eliminate one of the heroes without even having to lift a finger. He continued to ponder as his gaze shifted toward the two teenagers behind the old man. And then there were also the support characters for Luke, Dane, and Ree. The potential they showed in the game was actually outstanding. It would be a total waste to just sell them off as common slaves. So even though they were on the opposing side, he still decided to make an offer. You two come work under me. This successfully caused quite a massive wave of bewilderment for Kane. Lord Nahan, what are you saying? Replying to him was his usual calm tone. I can't hand them over to Seer. If she keeps humans by her side, it will only cause a severe backlash. Kane stammered as he acknowledged Nahan's assessment. That is indeed true. But why would the royal tutor take in lowly humans? Answering him was the same calm tone from him. I know what I'm doing, so you don't need to concern yourself with it. Not stopping there, Nahan forcefully let out an intimidating aura the moment he dropped an offer that was practically a demand to Dane and Eri. How about it? Not only am I sparing your lives, but I'll also pay you handsomely for your abilities. Next, he shrugged as he didn't forget to make the alternative crystal clear to them. Of course, feel free to refuse, you'll just be thrown right back into the dungeon, nothing changes. Dane furrowed his brows tightly as he raised a logical question. And what will happen to us if we get locked back in the dungeon? Regarding this matter, Nahan didn't mind being brutally honest. You'll be sold into slavery and survive the rest of your lives in misery, or you'll face the same end as your friend. Because he's already dead. The pupils of both Dane and Ree contracted and dilated intensely, utterly unable to maintain their composure. At that moment, he looked furious, as if he wanted to leap forward and bite Nahan. How can you say that with such a straight face? You guys are the ones who dragged Luke. Nahan didn't even bother to show any annoyance at his display. That's true, but we weren't the ones who finished him off. Next, a wicked smile manifested clearly on his sharp-featured face. The guild master of Soder City, I merely sent Luke to run an errand, and it seems that human guy eliminated him. Whether you believe it or not is entirely up to you two. Their bodies involuntarily trembled violently, still unable to believe that things had turned out this way. Luke was eliminated by Lord Adelberg? Nahan simply continued calmly, make your choice, you will work under me. However, business is business. Dane decisively made his thoughts clear in the next sentence. But working under a demon. To his surprise, he was cut off by Ree. You'll really let us live, right? It was unclear what was shifting inside the little girl's mind, but on the outside, Eri made her decision. I'll do it. This successfully drew a shocked shout from Dane. Eri, are you crazy? Now the girl only replied placidly. So what? He said he'd let us live, and he even promised to pay us. He was dumbfounded. You actually trust the word of a demon? Ree shot back coldly. What's the difference between demons and humans anyway? Her hands clenched so tightly they shook. The girl directly expressed the hardship trapping her. If you're poor, they ignore you. If you're weak, they despise you. You know perfectly well how they treated us. Finally unable to hold it back, a tear filled with raw emotion spilled from the corner of Aries' eye. I don't want to die, and there's no way in hell I'm becoming a slave. I'll grab onto any chance I can get. After a brief hesitation, it was followed by the steady tone of the little girl. Even if it means making a deal with a demon. After a brief hesitation, it was followed by the steady tone of the little girl. Even if it means making a deal with a demon. Driven by the impact of Luke's fate and Aries' decision, he quickly made up his mind. Count me in too. Just as long as you keep your promise, what do we have to do? It wasn't any backbreaking labor, but he told them bluntly without forgetting to emphasize their training. Because right now, you two are completely useless to me. He raised his hand with a smile full of calculation. He didn't forget to lay down a deadline. You have 3 years. Prove your worth. If you can't, you'd better understand that you won't have a future. Having fully settled the matter of recruiting Dane and Ri, Nahan shifted to the session of teaching the little demon king. Today is swordsmanship class. Seer cheered excitedly, I love swordsmanship. Within his mind, his thoughts couldn't help but spin through his brain, looking into the memories of the body he was occupying. This guy was actually quite good at this, at least I can teach her the basics. And then Nahan spoke up, Seer, before we begin the lesson. An obvious fact was forced out from his vocal cords. You have to hold the sword with both hands. Seer, who was deeply attached to her teddy bear, looked bewildered. But then what about Whitey? Nahan affirmed, that's right. If you want to join the class, you'll have to part with it temporarily. He himself clearly understood the significance of Whitey, so he couldn't help but contemplate. After all, it was a memento from her father, so it wouldn't be easy for her. Perhaps today's lesson would be too difficult, but to his surprise, Seer raised a question. Just for a little while should be fine. Right? A brief silence drifted past, though a bit startled, Nahan still acknowledged it. Yes, you just need to set it aside while we practice. Nahan thought to himself, she must really trust me to be willing to let go of Whitey like that. Clearly showing her resolve regarding the training, Seer von Devata sincerely declared to her familiar white bear, I'll be right back, so please wait a little bit. And then the swordsmanship lesson began as Nahan adjusted the way she held the weapon. I'll start by showing you the basic stance, Seer. Now hold the sword like this. Watching the way he did it, the little girl asked a reasonable question. Like this, master? Drawing from the memories in his brain, he could discern a bit about Seer's capability. By any chance, have you ever learned swordsmanship before? The little girl replied honestly with an excited smile on her face, no, I haven't. This is my very first time. You're my very first master. He evaluated internally, she's holding the Blood Tears sword with total ease, and her stance is already perfect. Truly fitting for a demon king. He didn't dwell too much on his thoughts and quickly went straight to the main point. Today we will focus entirely on the sword swinging technique. It is the foundation of all styles of swordsmanship. Watch closely. Thanks to the muscle memory of the body he possessed, the weapon in Nahan's hand was brought down effortlessly yet with devastating power, successfully capturing Seer's admiring gaze, which shone like starlight. Flashing a gentle smile, he softly spoke to her. Did you catch that? Now it's your turn, I'll be right here watching. Seer didn't show a hint of hesitation, replying enthusiastically, yes, master. Next, her boot-clad foot stomped straight down onto the stone floor, and her arm followed suit, raising the hilt of the sword in a stance identical to the one Nahan had performed. At the moment she achieved absolute concentration, a terrifying surge of magical energy suddenly emanated from her body, and without any hesitation, she decisively unleashed a shocking strike, successfully dealing a massive wave of astonishment to Nahan. Even though he had been through many major events, he still stood there with his mouth wide open. The Blood Tears sword. I didn't expect it to manifest like this, it's completely different from the game. As if completely unaware of how badly she had just shocked him, Seer obediently asked a question. Master, like this? Is this how I'm supposed to do it? Replying to her was Nahan's stammering tone. You did, fantastic. Looking at the deep gouge Seer had created right in front of him, he hesitantly let out each word. Anyway, I think we should wrap up today's lesson here. He silently resolved in his heart, from now on, we are definitely using wooden swords for practice. At this moment, the little girl seemed to remember something and spoke up. Oh right, by the way. Radiating a super terrifying aura, Seer raised a question that felt like a demand. It seems like humans have entered the castle, I even saw a woman among them. Care to explain what's going on, Master? Nahan jolted in surprise, his brain instantly running at full capacity to brainstorm a highly convincing explanation. Those kids are just being raised to be my underlings. This reason left Seer a bit stunned, as she hadn't expected it. Oh. What? Seeing that she was starting to believe him, he seized the opportunity to seal the deal. They aren't my disciples, they're just self-taught. I only teach you. To his surprise, Seer's face instantly slumped as she remembered something and retorted sadly, You're lying, Master. You teach Citri too. Nahan broke out into a cold sweat, hurriedly reassuring the tiny student in front of him, that's just a business deal. Keeping a good relationship with her will be a huge help to you down the line. Even though she understood, Seer still somberly sought confirmation on one crucial matter in her heart. Then Master, you will always be my master alone, right? Nahan had not expected the little girl to be so fixated on this matter. After a few seconds of silence, he replied gently, Of course. You are my only disciple. That simple confirmation successfully soothed Seer. She burst into happy laughter like a kitten getting its belly rubbed. Really? Kane, standing nearby, found it difficult to break into that joyous atmosphere. Lord Nahan, after all, we still have a duty to attend to. The old man stepped closer and whispered a few words. Upon hearing them, Nahan thought to himself in surprise, wait, is Seer's birthday coming up already? The more he thought about it, the more distressing it seemed, and finally, he couldn't help but let out a long sigh. I have something on my mind. Citri, who was being forced to her knees on the floor by his sheer power, was utterly silenced and at a loss for what to do, only able to look up in sheer helplessness. Do you absolutely have to bring that up right now? Nahan gave a light flick of his fingers and casually fired back. Does talking about this kind of stuff require choosing the perfect moment? Finally, Citri was released from the pressure. She stood up, brushed off her clothes, and questioned him, Fine, whatever. What is it? Tell your big sister all about it. Nahan scoffed back with an annoyed tone, Big sister my ass. His profanity made her freeze for a few seconds before she began to throw a tantrum. If you're going to nitpick everything, I'm not listening anymore. Hearing that the only person he could confide in was about to walk out, Nahan hurriedly opened up about Seer's situation. At the sound of the familiar name, Citri instantly regained her focus, her mind rapidly analyzing the situation. Did something happen between the two of them? Did they have a fight? And what if he says he has to quit because of it? An underhanded plan to poach him immediately popped into her head. This might be her chance to hire Nahan. Before she could even finish her thought, Nahan spoke up, cutting off her chain of logic. Oh, his birthday is coming up. Citri let out a loud gasp of pure disbelief. A birthday? Don't tell me you're stressing out over a birthday gift for the kid. This over-the-top reaction left him a bit baffled. What's with that look of disappointment on your face? Citri knew she had lost her composure a bit, so she quickly forced a laugh to cover it up. What's wrong with my face? Knowing exactly what her initial thought was, Nahan crossed his arms in warning, Don't get any wild ideas. I'm not leaving the 72nd floor. Citri also knew she shouldn't rush things, so she pivoted back to the main topic. All right. More importantly, Lady Seer likes a lot of things, right? Dolls, pudding, and cake too. Hearing those options, Nahan wasn't pleased with any of them. Isn't that way too basic? She instantly caught on, giving him a sly smile and nudging him with her elbow. Ah, so you want to give her a truly special gift? Annoyed but unable to vent it, Nahan patiently explained, I am Seer's first master, after all. He silently added another thought in his heart. To reach the true ending, affection levels are just as crucial as Seer's growth. Citri dropped her playful attitude and seriously suggested another gift option. For a girl, pretty and sparkly things are the absolute best. Just look at the way Lady Seer took that crown from the storage room. Nahan recalled the moment as well, rubbing his chin to analyze it more thoroughly. True. Though it's way too big for her to wear properly. Seeing that he seemed to approve of the idea, Citri smiled and pushed the deal forward. Then just have it altered so she can wear the crown perfectly. He grunted in agreement and gave her a cold compliment. I can leave that to the craftsman. It's rare for Lady Citri to actually come up with a good suggestion. However, this kind of praise didn't make her happy at all. Instead, it only made her angrier. What? Rarely? What the hell is that supposed to mean? But Nahan didn't even care, completely absorbed in his own thoughts. The crown seemed to be in Seer's room, so if he wanted to make it a surprise. Seeing herself being ignored, Citri raised her voice even louder. Hey, are you even listening to me? Unfortunately, she couldn't break into his thoughts at all. Should I sneak in and take it out? Being ignored multiple times in a row, she completely lost her cool and screamed. The moonlight that night illuminated the entire hallway, shining upon a pair of familiar, powerful legs. Nahan tiptoed in the lead while asking Cecily behind him, Are you absolutely sure Seer went to get a snack? The girl let out a soft giggle and confirmed, Yes, she is currently eating the pudding that the chef gave her in the dining hall. Cecily had volunteered to join the operation to give Seer a surprise gift. Before long, the two arrived at the little girl's room. Nahan gently cracked the door open, causing a soft click to echo in the quiet. Right at that moment, Seer ran over from a distance, happily calling out to Nahan in a loud voice, Master. Since he was currently doing something illegal, he jolted in fright and stammered back, Seer, so you're here? What perfect timing. Seer innocently spoke her mind directly. I had a feeling you were coming to my room, Master. Nahan furrowed his brows, asking back in surprise, How could you possibly know? The little girl threw herself into his warm chest as she answered, Because I can feel your mana, Master. Right at that moment, Nahan also felt a piercing, icy glare from behind. It turned out Cecily was furiously cursing him in her head, so that's why. We were almost busted because of you. Only then did Seer remember, looking up with glittering eyes as she asked curiously, But why did you come here, Master? Nahan hesitated for a moment, coming up with an incredibly forced excuse, The weather is just so beautiful today. Right, so I thought we could go for a walk together. With that, he turned around and led Seer in another direction. We'll go for a short walk. He also didn't forget to wink at Cecily to signal her. I'm counting on you. The girl bowed respectfully, Yes, sir. Nahan made a similar gesture to reassure her. Don't worry. Even though he had just made it up on the spot, fortunately, nature favored Nahan. The moment Seer stepped outside, she exclaimed in pure excitement, The full moon is so beautiful. He reached out to pat her head and asked with a smile, Seer, you like sparkly things, right? The little girl swung her legs back and forth, looking incredibly delighted. Yes, they are very pretty. Hearing it confirmed directly by the person herself, Nahan let out a silent sigh of relief. Lucky I decided to alter the crown as a birthday gift for her. Suddenly, he became sentimental, looking up at the moonlight and gently reminding her, Seer, you must always take good care of your health. You can't let yourself get sick like last time. So if you ever face any difficulties, just tell me. You don't need to force yourself to endure it. Seer didn't seem to notice the deep emotion in his words, responding with pure innocence, I like you, Master, and I also love your lessons, so nothing is difficult at all. Seer didn't seem to notice the deep emotion in his words, responding with pure innocence, I like you, Master, and I also love your lessons, so nothing is difficult at all. Seer hugged Whitey tightly to her chest, responding loudly with absolute certainty, Yes, sir. Her smile seemed even more dazzling than the full moon in the night sky. Nahan offered a silent prayer in his heart, hoping that Seer would never lose this pure heart of hers. Suddenly, he cast a glance toward the rear. Cecily poked her head out of the bedroom window, forming a circle with her arms over her head to signal that the mission was accomplished. Receiving the signal, Nahan turned around and spoke up, Seer, let's head back inside. Early the next morning, that familiar voice echoed on the 70th floor, Dungrik, long time no see. Seeing the visitor, the old man asked back in surprise, Lord Nahan, what wind blows you here? But Nahan didn't feel like making small talk and went straight to the main point. I want to commission a custom piece of craftsmanship for Lady Seer. I want to keep the original design but scale down the size a bit. Dumbrick clasped his hands in front of him and reported respectfully, "As it happens, there is a blacksmith capable of doing this." "When do you need it by?" A slight smile of amusement played on Nahan's lips, and he raised his index finger with an air of mystery. "1 week. And what I'm asking of you must absolutely be kept a secret from her." Suddenly, he remembered another matter that was just as important. "By the way, how is the research progressing?" The place was piled high with weapons crafted with exquisite precision. Yet, their master was cautiously answering the technical question. "We have been analyzing and researching day and night, and we have produced a prototype, but it is still at a level where I would be ashamed to show it to anyone." But Nahan wasn't some exploitative capitalist. He smiled and patted his subordinate's shoulder. "It's fine. Even if it takes time, make sure it's done right before you show it to me." Dumbrick bowed in response. "Thank you, my lord. I will definitely make it a success." Before leaving, he left them with one last word: "I'll be looking forward to it." The sun gradually rose higher, illuminating the entire castle. Nahan walked along the corridor with a cheerful skip in his step. So the preparation for Seer's gift was taken care of. Now all that was left was planning the birthday party. Suddenly, the sound of crying rang out, cutting off his train of thought. He hurriedly turned his eyes toward the source of the sound. What's going on? He saw Cecily and another person frantically trying to comfort Seer. "Your Majesty, look over here." Lord Nahan only stepped out for a brief moment. Sweating bullets, they hurriedly tried to console her. "Let's eat some pudding while we wait, okay?" But the only response was the little girl's choked-up sob. "No." This single word from Seer instantly caused everyone present to gasp in sheer terror. All three shared the exact same thought. She said no to pudding. Suddenly, the crying grew softer. Seer looked straight ahead, murmuring under her breath, "Master." Then she suddenly screamed at the top of her lungs, her voice carrying a mix of grievance and pure happiness, "Master." That tiny body rapidly charged forward and locked Nahan in a tight embrace. He was a bit bewildered, but he still gently coaxed Seer, "I'm right here." "But what's wrong? Why are you crying?" Cecily rushed over to explain the situation. "Her Majesty came looking for you without knowing that Lord Nahan had gone out, and that's how it turned into this. It seems she thought you had abandoned her forever." He responded with a hint of helplessness, "I see." It wasn't that Nahan was annoyed. On the contrary, he smiled gently to reassure Seer, "I just went out to take care of a little business. I'm sorry for leaving without saying a word. Let's go inside first." A moment later, he let the little girl sit on his lap, maintaining his gentle demeanor as he checked on her. "Have you calmed down a bit? I didn't know you would be this terrified." "I was too careless, but what were you so worried about that made you cry like that?" Remembering the incident, Seer's dried tears instantly threatened to spill over again. "I was scared that you would leave, Master." Finally, Nahan fully understood the little girl's fragile state of mind. So he patiently emphasized his point once more. "So that's what scared you. But you don't need to worry. I will take care of you until you grow up healthy and ascend to that position." To his surprise, those words backfired completely. Seer looked ready to cry even harder, her voice sobbing pitifully. "So when I ascend to that position, you're going to leave me, Master?" Having his hidden motives exposed, Nahan couldn't answer right away, left to ponder silently in his mind. "It's true that I'm trying to reach the ending so I can return home, but there's no way I can say that to Seer." Even though he knew he was deceiving a child, he had no choice but to say it. "Of course not. I will always stay by your side, Seer." The little girl asked again, hardly daring to believe it. "Really?" Seeing that her emotions had stabilized, Nahan smiled to confirm, "Of course. Now, let's go eat some pudding together." Seer paused for a few seconds before replying, "Okay." At the same time, she could sense the deception in her heart. "This is the first time Master has lied to me." The little girl obediently let Nahan carry her away, but her thoughts kept spinning endlessly in her head. Once Master achieves his goal, he will definitely leave. Seer's emotions gradually turned dark, twisting into thorny vines that reflected her selfish intent. "That can't happen. You're my master, so you have to stay with me forever if I just try even harder." In a place where Nahan couldn't see, Seer kept smiling, but deep within her eyes, there was only a spine-chilling coldness. "You won't abandon me, right, Master? I will never let you go." A week later, on Seer's birthday, the castle halls were filled with the respectful voices of the arriving guests. Her Majesty Seer has arrived. The little girl in a lovely pink formal gown, holding Whitey high with one hand while her other hand was held by Nahan, smiled radiantly as she accepted blessings from all around. I sincerely wish Your Majesty a happy birthday. Congratulations, Your Majesty. The little girl in a lovely pink formal gown, holding Whitey high with one hand while her other hand was held by Nahan, smiled radiantly as she accepted blessings from all around. I sincerely wish Your Majesty a happy birthday. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Seer let out a cute giggle and spoke politely, thank you, everyone. Her innocent display successfully melted Lin Il's heart. Her Majesty is just too adorable, isn't she? Varuna responded absent-mindedly while rummaging through a bag. Indeed, Commander. Then he stepped forward and respectfully presented a red bow. Your Majesty, this is the gift that the Commander and I have prepared. Seer exclaimed in surprise, is it a fruit? Even though it was just a small, cute accessory, it was enough to make her smile brightly with joy. It's so pretty. The underling was well aware of its meager value, replying with a blush, it's really nothing special, Your Majesty. Whispers began to ripple through the surrounding crowd, as a gift for Lady Seer, that's a bit too modest. Those people then turned their attention toward another direction. Her Majesty Citri, can we look forward to your gift? She showed no fear whatsoever, curling her lips into a smirk as she clapped her hands. Of course. Bring it in. Immediately afterward, the entire banquet hall was filled with collective shock. What in the world is that? Is that supposed to be Her Majesty Seer? Nahan covered his face with his hand as if he couldn't bear to look at the embarrassing object, and even Seer let out a gasp of slight surprise. Citri remained confident as she introduced her gift. It was a statue cast in solid gold, modeled exactly after Seer. A demon king needs to know how to project majesty, so I prepared this. What do you think? Although it was actually quite cute, Nahan, standing beside her, nodded and spoke up, you're not entirely wrong. I didn't know you were capable of such admirable thoughts. His tone was dripping with sarcasm, immediately making Citri fly into a rage. Hey, are you actually insulting me right now? What was even more surprising was that Seer actually loved the gift. The little girl flashed a thumbs up and said, thank you so much, Citri. I really like it. Hearing that, the demon looked a bit embarrassed and blushed. Well, if you like it, kid, then all my effort was worth it. Citri didn't forget to set the stage for Nahan to show off. Now it's time to see what your master got you. He gave a slight nod and commanded, Dungrik, bring it over. The old man swiftly brought a wooden box over, bowing low as he respectfully held it up. Here it is, Lord Nahan. He smiled and praised his subordinate, you've worked hard. Then he turned to address the star of today's show, Seer, I think you're going to love this. The little girl instantly became ecstatic. She turned to the butler, Kane, and said, wait, hold this for me. The old man looked at the pure white teddy bear in his hands, unable to hide his astonishment. Your Majesty. The entire hall screamed in unison. Her Majesty handed Whitey to someone else. Is this for real? At this point, Seer paid absolutely no mind to the people around her. She simply stared up at Nahan with sparkling eyes full of anticipation. Can I open it? Naturally, he wouldn't refuse her wish, right? Go ahead and open it. The very moment the box popped open, a dazzling light from within immediately reflected outward, making Seer's vibrant blue eyes shine even brighter. In the very next second, the crown encrusted with red diamonds was neatly settled onto her platinum blonde hair. The perfect fit caused a hint of a smile to bleed into Nahan's voice unconsciously. Seer, happy birthday. The little girl instantly clenched both hands against her chest, flashing a joyous smile she didn't bother to hide. Thank you, Master. Nahan held the little girl in his arms and asked, are you really that happy? Seer giggled in response, yes, sir. He patted her head while quietly observing her. The more she trained, the more her hair shifted toward a reddish hue. That meant she was gradually getting used to storing external mana. Suddenly, Nahan spotted something. Seer, hold on. Seer asked in confusion, Master, what's wrong? He stared in disbelief at the tiny thing sprouting from the top of Seer's head. This is a horn. Panic-stricken, Nahan quickly interrogated his butler, Kane, Seer is growing a horn. Is she going to be okay? Kane replied matter-of-factly, what do you mean? It's perfectly normal for a demon king to have horns. Lord Nahan, Her Majesty Citri has horns too. The old man couldn't help but feel curious. Sometimes I really wonder what you used to do before this, Lord Nahan. Nahan, looking like he hadn't fully recovered from his confusion, wondered if this was another hidden plotline. He let out a soft sigh of relief. I thought Seer was sick or something. Seer then cheered happily. I'm not sick at all. Nahan patted her head, reassured. Well, that's a relief then. Kane suddenly frowned and reminded him, Lord Nahan, horns are extremely sensitive, so you must be exceptionally careful. Nahan replied awkwardly, all right, I understand. Since Kane emphasized it so much, I really should be careful. Out in the courtyard at this time, Dumbrick reported, Lord Nahan, I have prepared everything exactly as you requested. Nahan looked at the sword with satisfaction. Excellent. Where is the prototype? Dumbrick hesitated for a brief moment. I have it ready, sir. Out in the courtyard at this time, Dumbrick reported, Lord Nahan, I have prepared everything exactly as you requested. Nahan looked at the sword with satisfaction. Excellent. Where is the prototype? Dumbrick hesitated for a brief moment. I have it ready, sir. Out in the courtyard at this time, Dumbrick reported, Lord Nahan, I have prepared everything exactly as you requested. Nahan looked at the sword with satisfaction. Excellent. Where is the prototype? Dumbrick hesitated for a brief moment. I have it ready, sir. Nahan smiled as he accepted the sword. So don't be too nervous. Dumbrick gradually relaxed. Yes, my lord. Nahan looked it over to evaluate it. The exterior looks solid. He carefully warned her, Seer, it's going to get dangerous from here on out, so step back a bit. The three of them quickly moved away to observe. Nahan calmly lifted the sword, its blade gleaming with light. He swung down directly with a powerful strike. Dumbrick was so tense he was sweating bullets, not daring to take his eyes off the sword for a single second. Nahan gripped the sword firmly in his hand and praised him. Dumbrick, you did a fantastic job. Both of them instantly became thrilled. You actually pulled it off. Dumbrick looked on and commented happily, just a few more adjustments to the sharpness and it'll be ready for market. He excitedly gave out instructions. I need you to handle the other weapons just like this one. I have high expectations for you. Dumbrick bowed his head in response. Yes, sir, I will absolutely do my best. Seer ran over eagerly and asked, Master, so are you going to start that thing now? Nahan replied, Yeah, we can finally get started. A lively chatter echoed through the area. Hey, Lord Bennett, have you heard the news yet? Down on the affluent 69th floor, Wayne shared his curiosity. I heard they're selling incredibly rare weapons on the 70th floor. Bennett shut it down immediately. Lord Wayne, news without credibility isn't news. That's just a rumor. Wayne still appeared full of anticipation. It's not just a rumor. They say those are human weapons. Bennett remained largely uninterested. Even so, they're probably just spoils of war. The supply won't last long. Wayne continued to add more details. I heard they also have pieces they crafted themselves. Bennett maintained his disdain. Anything manufactured in the demon realm will turn out to be nothing but the same old garbage. Wayne, on the contrary, still insisted, well, what if they actually rival human weapons? Bennett brushed it off, fed up. Come on, no way. Wayne then made up his mind. It might be a rumor like you said, but I'm going to check it out. Bennett also began to reconsider. Rivaling human weapons? If it's true, it might actually be worth investing in. He thought it over for a brief moment and agreed, all right, I'll take a trip down there with you. But do you even know where we're going? Not long after that, Bennett's voice full of shock echoed throughout the hallways. Lord Wayne. Bennett looked around frantically. Isn't this the Demon King's castle? Wayne calmly confirmed, exactly. This is a business venture run directly by the Demon King herself. The door creaked open, and the three inside had already been waiting for them. Citri spoke up to break the ice. Welcome, everyone. Thank you for making the long journey all the way out here, just because of those rumors. Wayne couldn't help but feel bewildered. Her Majesty Seer is here too? I had no idea about this. Bennett whispered a quick reminder. Isn't the alliance between the two Demon Kings highly famous? This isn't a business venture run by Her Majesty Citri alone, both of them observed carefully. However, the situation might get a little intense. Citri gave a firm assurance. What I have brought before you are weapons crafted by our own hands. I guarantee that their quality completely rivals that of human weapons. In the name of the Demon King, Citri gave a firm assurance, what I have brought before you are weapons crafted by our own hands. I guarantee that their quality completely rivals that of human weapons. In the name of the Demon King, Citri continued to lay down her conditions. However, I only intend to share information with those who are certain to close a deal. If you have no interest, you can leave through that door right now. But if you stay, you are strictly required to agree to the transaction. Her words carried an invisible weight of pressure. If anyone listened to the details only to spout nonsense about backing out of the deal later, they could forget about leaving this place alive. Wayne asked awkwardly, "Are you threatening us, Your Majesty?" Citri replied placidly, "I am simply giving you a fair warning in advance." Wayne was extremely hesitant. "Lord Bennett, what are you going to do? This demand seems a bit too unreasonable." But Bennett didn't hesitate for a single second. "I'm staying." In the end, Wayne still decided to turn back while he could. "Good luck, Lord Bennett." Bennett silently reassured himself, "I should view this as an opportunity to build a relationship with two demon kings." A moment later, Nahan monitored the situation. In the end, only 20 people remained. Citri immediately started bragging. 20 people? Why does everything always go exactly according to plan? Nahan let out an annoyed sigh. "Don't get cocky just yet. We've only just begun." He quickly stepped forward to introduce himself. "I am Nahan, the master of Sir Devata and the person behind this entire operation." Bennett was instantly stunned. "Isn't this Her Majesty Citri's business?" Nahan only now frankly confirmed the reality. "It's true that Her Majesty Citri is involved in this venture. However, I am the one who planned and executed everything." Bennett's jaw dropped instantly in disbelief. "Wait, so that means he's using a demon king as a puppet?" Nahan went straight to the point. "I have two proposals for you. First, regarding the weapon trade across the entire demon realm for the next 3 years, I will grant you the exclusive distribution rights for our equipment." He didn't forget to add, however, the profit split will be 60 to 40, with us taking 60. Bennett appeared confused. 3 years is a reasonable time frame, but why did you decide on that kind of profit split? Nahan happily explained, "This is a joint venture, so both parties must share the gains. In reality, with a 60 to 40 split, you are actually the ones receiving the lion's share." Hearing that, Citri was secretly throwing a fit in her mind. "Nahan has no shame at all. I'm only getting a measly 5% here." Bennett replied softly, "I see." He thought it over carefully. The cost of raw materials and labor must be a complicated arrangement. Even so, if these are human-grade weapons, 40% represents a colossal amount of profit. To add more credibility, Nahan straight up brought out the merchandise for a test run. But that's only if the quality is guaranteed. The one on the left is a human sword, the one on the right is ours. Feel free to compare them for yourselves. The crowd below instantly crowded around in excitement. This crafting technique is truly mind-blowing. Bennett smiled with deep satisfaction at having exclusive rights to merchandise of this caliber for 3 years. "Wayne, you were dead wrong this time." He quickly calculated the volume. "How many do you plan to supply us with?" Nahan then answered, 400 swords per month, which comes out to 20 swords for each person. Bennett was slightly flustered. That quantity seems a bit low to build a proper business around. Nahan genially disclosed, "You're quick at math. But the gear we've prepared doesn't just consist of swords." Bennett asked back in disbelief, "Do you mean armor and even helmets too? Then the items you will be supplying us are..." Nahan snapped his fingers, and a list manifested right in front of them. "Exactly. We will be trading almost all types of military equipment with you." Nahan introduced the catalog in meticulous detail. "Currently, we have swords, spears, axes, protective gear, helmets, and both complete sets of heavy and light armor." Bennett was already bursting with excitement. This is more than enough to launch a massive business empire. Nahan then pledged, "Good. I will supply the rest as soon as their development is completed." Citri watched the situation unfold like this and immediately felt a wave of regret. Should I have demanded a better split? No, if I pushed him any further, he would have just frozen me out completely. Bennett just then remembered something. "By the way, Lord Nahan, what is your second proposal?" Nahan silently evaluated him as he looked him over. He stood out right from the very start. He opened his mouth to ask, "What is your name?" Bennett instantly introduced himself, "I am Bennett." But Nahan very quickly recognized who Bennett actually was. In the game, he was always the leader of a massive merchant guild. His skills and status were already proven. Pulling him over to my side will be an incredibly wise move. Nahan continued to clarify his stance. Not everyone needs to agree to this proposal. After all, our supply is limited. Bennett also picked up on the underlying meaning in those words. That means its trade value is exceptionally high. Nahan expressed cheerfully, some people will hesitate while others will do whatever it takes to get their hands on it. He told himself, showing them with their own eyes will be much better than explaining. With that thought, Nahan looked up to give them a heads up, "I'll be right back." Seer replied awkwardly, "Travel safely, master." Citri gave a slight nod, "Just go ahead." The entire group made their way down the staircase. They couldn't help but feel curious. Why are we going down to the dungeon? I wonder what kind of merchandise it is. The entire group made their way down the staircase. They couldn't help but feel curious. Why are we going down to the dungeon? I wonder what kind of merchandise it is. The entire crowd was instantly struck with astonishment when they saw that behind those iron bars were actual humans being locked away. Desperate pleas rang out relentlessly, "Please let me out. This isn't right." Bennett was completely bewildered and repeatedly bombarded him with questions. "Humans? They're down here? Are you proposing a slave trade?" Nahan calmly confirmed, sharp as always. "I've already selected the useful ones. However, the supply will be unstable in the future." But he continued to hand the choice over to them. "This comes with risks, so I won't force any of you. Only those who want to trade should stay, the rest are free to leave." Bennett weighed his options silently. Even as slaves, humans are still highly difficult to control. Furthermore, most demons utterly despise humans. But he let out a triumphant smirk. For those holding high status and power, it's a completely different story. This is undoubtedly a gold mine. Everyone took turns voicing their consent. "Count me in." "I'm in." "Me too." Very shortly after, Nahan looked at the remaining headcount in front of him. "So there are only 5 of you left? A perfect number. Let us proceed." He directed his gaze toward those huddled up for labor. "These are highly suited for manual work." Then he looked over to another corner of the cell designated for entertainment. "These ones look rather pleasing to the eye." But he continued to suggest, "And these ones are for security. Their skills are at least on par with the regular knights up on the surface. If they're as good as knights, then they'll definitely be useful." One of the captives suddenly flew into a rage, slamming hard against the iron bars. "What? Useful? And acting as slaves for you damn demons?" He roared with every ounce of his fury. "You think I'm just going to rot away acting as your slave forever? You bastards, just kill me right now." Bennett instantly became anxious. Just as expected, they are incredibly tough to control. At this rate, it looks like trouble is bound to brew. Nahan shook his head firmly. "That won't be happening." He let out a sharp intake of breath. The back of that captive's neck suddenly flashed with a brand mark. "What? You bastards, stop this right now." He still continued to scream at the top of his lungs, "You demon scum, I'll slaughter every single one of you without leaving a soul alive." He still continued to scream at the top of his lungs, "You demon scum, I'll slaughter every single one of you without leaving a soul alive." Bennett stared blankly at the scene unfolding before him. A piercing scream ripped through the prison cell, and Nahan immediately explained, "I've carved a custom, activation-based curse into the nape of every slave's neck that can be adjusted by their master. If you're still worried, I'll even throw in a free brainwashing session." His eyes were now stained a horrific shade of red as he asked, "Now, what is your decision?" Wayne looked at the pile of goods brought before him and asked in confusion, "Boss Bennett, where on earth did you get all this merchandise?" He took a casual sip of tea and replied, "I just signed a supply contract with the 70th floor." On the 69th floor, inside Bennett's general store, Wayne carefully inspected the sword in his hand and sighed in admiration. "I can't believe the quality is this high." "Boss Bennett, could you let me have some of these? I'll pay double the original price." He replied with a look of regret, "I'm sorry, I'd love to. But I'm bound by an exclusive sales contract, even if it only lasts for 3 years." "Boss Bennett, could you let me have some of these? I'll pay double the original price." He replied with a look of regret, "I'm sorry, I'd love to. but I'm bound by an exclusive sales contract, even if it only lasts for 3 years. Afterwards, he turned to the young man and asked, Beck, is your side all set? The man tilted his head and replied, everything is ready to go. Bennett announced with satisfaction, good. When we return, start spreading rumors about the auction. Spread it throughout the demon realm, focusing on the upper class. Beck asked curiously, are you sure about this? He gave a slight smile and replied, they might even welcome it. Powerful people are always hungry for new toys. Over on Nahan's side, Kane entered to report, Lord Nahan, there is a letter here for you from Bennett. He took the letter and replied, slave auction, huh? He's got some interesting ideas. He's invited us to come take a look when we have the time. Kane speculated, since the supply source is unstable, this seems like a solid plan. Nahan agreed, true, he knows how to use his head, but it would be a waste to just go and watch. Why don't I bring those two along with me? A few days later, at Bennett's general store on the 69th floor, Sear walked into the shop with sparkling, excited eyes. This place is huge. Nahan smiled and announced, there's a lot to see. The little girl chirped with immense delight, there are so many sparkly things. Nahan took her hand and replied, I'm sure there are even more sparkly things inside. In another corner, Ari and Dane whispered to each other the moment they saw them, I can't believe that cute kid is a demon lord. They look like they're just out shopping. Why did he bring us along? Bennett bowed on behalf of the store to offer a greeting, welcome, your majesty Sear. Lord Nahan. He asked, we've come to see if you have any magic tools available. He replied, yes, sir. Please, right this way. After that, Bennett led the group down to a small level located right in the middle of the store. Nahan asked curiously, are those two humans? Nahan reminded him softly, that's none of your business. Realizing he had overstepped, he replied, I understand. Nahan was then led into a mysterious, fully stocked room underground. Bennett walked ahead, guiding them into a room overflowing with rare items. Dane, following behind, looked at the pile of goods and asked in confusion, are all these things magic tools? Ari looked on, bewildered, and guessed, high-end stuff. These might even be top-tier items. Nahan stepped up to them and offered, if it helps with your studies, each of you can choose one item. The two were shocked and disbelieving upon hearing this. Wait, really? With that, Ari didn't hesitate to ask, can I take this one? Nahan looked at the glowing ring in her hand and mused, an artifact that can store mana. Since humans can't generate their own mana, that's a good choice. Ari asked, how can he do that? Nahan suddenly turned his attention to Sear. He wondered to himself, what's this? Did I do something wrong? The girl looked like she was jealous. Thinking that, Nahan bent down to coax her, Sear, do you want to choose one too? Once she had his attention, she smiled happily and replied, yes. Sear ran over to grab a necklace, her eyes sparkling as she said to Nahan, teacher, I'll take this one. I like it because it's the sparkliest thing here. He examined the pendant and smiled in agreement, it has defensive magic on it, that's excellent. Afterwards, he pointed at Dane and said to Bennett, I'll pay on the 72nd floor. Please introduce a magic tool that's suitable for him as well. He replied, I understand. Bennett calculated the time, anyway, how much time do we have left? If we leave now, we'll arrive just in time. Nahan announced, then let's go right away. Let's go, Sear. He also told Ari and Dane, you two follow me. The two whispered to each other, it really feels like he's actually taking responsibility for us. Yeah. At an auction, the MC on stage announced, now, the next item up for auction is perfect for your amusement. Thanks to the mark, they will never dare to defy their master. Human slaves. We will start the bidding at 5 gold coins. Dane and Ari were stunned at the sight, thinking to themselves, this is clearly a warning meant for us. Nahan stood behind, praising the shop owner, solving the supply problem while increasing profits through an auction. That's a smart move. Sear stood nearby and asked, but teacher, why don't you sell those humans? They look like they'd be worth quite a bit. Nahan explained, I need my own subordinates too. Just like you have Ari and Cecily. She asked curiously, does it have to be humans? He answered, they have value precisely because they are human. Can you trust me on this? Hearing this, Sear smiled happily and replied, yes, I understand. Nahan then turned to ask his other two students, Ari, Dane, do you regret taking my hand? The two fell into a contemplative cycle, both lowering their heads without answering. On stage, the MC shouted, "Any more bids?" Then, it's sold. Meanwhile, Ari and Dane could only focus on the person locked in the iron cage, thinking to themselves, that could have been us. Afterwards, the two spoke up in unison to answer Nahan, that was the best decision of my life. Same here. He was very satisfied to hear this answer. I'm very happy. I'll be counting on you both. Time passed, and Seer had grown quite a bit. The girl now had long, silky, white hair that was truly captivating. Nahan looked at her appearance and offered a compliment. You've gotten much better at storing mana, Seer. A year older, Seer turned around happily and replied, You're here, teacher. Nahan suggested, You've been practicing your mana very hard. Let's change our study location this time. Hearing this, she asked, Are we going somewhere interesting? He just smiled and replied, I'm not sure if it will be interesting, but it's definitely a lesson you need to learn. Seer hesitated. If it's about official business, teacher, could you just? Nahan then became serious and reminded her, Don't get lazy, Seer. She knew better and replied, Yes, sir. The two then took a walk through the palace grounds under the sunset. Nahan asked, Seer, do you know what day it is today? Seer replied, I'm not sure. What day is it? He explained, Today is the day our 2-year exclusive equipment supply contract ends. Seer was startled as she remembered, so they've contacted us to renegotiate the contract? But I don't think we really need to accept negotiations. Nahan asked, Why is that? The girl replied, Our gear has become famous throughout the demon realm. We don't have to rely on them anymore. We can secure our own distribution network. Moreover, more and more merchants are feeling dissatisfied with a single merchant guild holding a monopoly. If we give them hope of a deal, they will offer us better terms. Nahan was very satisfied to hear such logical and precise analysis, not skimping on the praise, excellent judgment. You're right. It's best to end the monopoly now. Of course, we should offer tiered benefits to maintain existing relationships. This is also the perfect time to expand the trade of human slaves. Seer asked, I've heard about that. Everything in the human realm is in chaos, right? Nahan recounted the Northern War between the Northern Alliance and the Empire in the game. This is an event where you can ignore relationships, which is called an opportunity to expand your power. But there is a bigger reason for this. Do you remember what I said when I first planned this business? Seer recalled, You said you would destroy Dantalion's reputation. Nahan didn't deny it, that's right. The foundation for conquering the 69th floor has been set. It's time for us to make our move. Moving indoors, Nahan sat before the stewards of the palace and announced, I'll keep this brief. I won't be renewing the exclusive contract. 5 years is more than enough time to reap the profits. They replied, We understand, my lord. But then he continued, Instead, I have a new proposal for you. He pointed at a paper and suggested, Look at this first. All you have to do is spread a rumor. In exchange, I will provide you with even more equipment and slaves. After reading the contents, Bennett hesitated and asked, Lord Nahan, is this information accurate? Nahan asked back in a cold voice, Are you doubting the information I've given you? I thought we had built up enough trust by now? Bennett felt a chill at his expression and low voice, stammering a reply, No, of course that's not it. He thought to himself, Spreading this will cause Dantalion to turn his back on us, but we can't cut ties with Lord Nahan either. Seer, sitting beside him, asked, Teacher, you have so many other buyers, why are you doing this? Nahan replied, We have a history of doing business together, I should give them the first opportunity. This was also meant for Bennett to hear. He speculated, He's saying that if we refuse, he will simply find new pawns. I can't refuse. Dealing with him has become our greatest asset. No, perhaps he planned for things to turn out this way from the very beginning. Thinking that, Bennett spoke up, I will do it. We will do it. Nahan said with satisfaction, I appreciate it. I look forward to our continued cooperation. Citri sat nearby, crossing her legs, and asked, But is that information really true? No matter what kind of person Dantalion may be, he isn't the type to be careless with his business. If you had a bomb like this, you should have told me sooner, right? Nahan crossed his arms and retorted, Then you should visit more often. Your training progress has been stalling lately. Citri got angry and snapped, Shut up. I'm finally able to stand on my own 2 feet, okay? And besides, Do you know why I can't visit the 72nd floor? Citri got angry and snapped, "Shut up. I'm finally able to stand on my own 2 feet, okay? And besides, do you know why I can't visit the 72nd floor?" Nahan looked at her innocent face, and Citri could only helplessly relent. "Fine, I'll visit more often." "What do I need to do now?" Nahan replied vaguely, "Just act like you normally would. The cracks will form on their own." On the 69th floor, in the Demon Lord's castle, Dantalion read the content of the newspaper, which said, "Dantalion, Demon Lord of the 69th floor, virtual revenue manipulation exposed." He was extremely angry and shouted, "What is this? Who the hell discovered this?" Wholesale weapon trading and supplying goods from forges to merchant guilds is one of Dantalion's core businesses, but in recent years, due to high-quality equipment circulating from the 70th floor, that business line has been directly affected. It's unbelievable that they're making weapons like this in the demon realm. Unsold inventory is piling up in the warehouses. But instead of reducing orders, Dantalion faked the books to make it look like everything had been sold. He thought that maintaining relationships with customers, even at the cost of financial loss, would be more valuable for the future. But Dantalion screamed in a frenzy, "This makes it look like I'm trying to embezzle payment funds." The two guards standing below tried to reassure him, "There are no signs of internal leaks, so we will find the truth soon." "However, Your Majesty, there is a more urgent problem." Dantalion asked back, trembling with anger. "An urgent problem?" Ambas reported, "The merchants we deal with are demanding to terminate their contracts, and the forges are hunting us down to demand payment." Dantalion pulled at his hair upon hearing this. "They're doing what? Damn it. Where the hell am I going to get that much money now?" Those standing below continuously offered all kinds of strategies. "For now, let's appease the merchants, and perhaps we should liquidate our inventory to secure capital. The loss we have to take from that is too large. But we have no other choice." Leonard, who had been silent the whole time, also spoke up, "Your Majesty, that is better than losing our trade routes entirely. If we cannot maintain the army due to a lack of funding, Citri will bare her fangs at us at any moment." Dantalion gritted his teeth and said, "Contact Decarabia. I'll borrow some capital. It's better to swallow the bitterness and rely on those in higher positions than to be swallowed by that bitch crawling up from below." But after reading the content on the paper, Nahan put it down with satisfaction. As if he had predicted this result, he muttered, "You're struggling exactly as I expected. What a beautiful sight." Inside Nahan's new office, he handed a document to Seer and explained, "If you think about the nature of Decarabia, no matter how tight their network is, they will squeeze the last penny out of him." The girl perceptively added, "As for Dantalion, he will do anything just to stay alive. He won't let go of his only lifeline." Although she understood that, Seer still had some doubts. "But teacher, how did you know Dantalion was hoarding goods in his warehouse?" Nahan straight up bragged, "Thanks to Dane, of course. But he was the only one who knew the real answer. After all, I had already known about this from inside the game." The girl didn't dwell on it much, directly switching topics. "Those humans are more useful than I thought." Nahan immediately put on a hurt look. "Seer, don't you trust your teacher's eye?" The girl was startled, waving her hands in continuous denial. "I don't trust you? That's not what I meant." Speaking of this, Seer involuntarily fell silent. Actually, there was much more she wanted to say, but she had to force it back into her heart. "It's just that you give them too much attention." Nahan, being thick-skinned, patted her head and teased, "Even though you've grown up, you still have childlike aspects." "Seer, no matter what anyone says, I am still your teacher." The girl blushed and asked back, "Really?" He used a firm tone to emphasize it once more. "Of course." She went along with it without hesitation. "I think this is the perfect kind of intelligence to stir up chaos." Nahan was just waiting for that to start carrying out his plan. "Exactly. So I want Commander Linnell to handle a task for me. Can you call her in here to help me, Seer?" A moment later, Linnell was present in the 72nd floor Demon Lord's Hall and announced, "I pay my respects to your majesty." "Did you summon me?" Seer sat on the throne and gestured for her to stand. "Commander Airy," the girl didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point, "Dantalion has begged Decarabia for help. The 68th floor will send a delegation to the 69th floor. Linnell understood and finished the rest. If they meet, that won't be in our favor at all." While Nahan brought a sword before her, Seer's voice echoed evenly, "That's right. That's why I want you to take care of them. Commander Lin El. The girl emphasized her expectations of Lin El with that sword. She stared at the sword in her hand and said in a doubtful tone, "This blade was not crafted by our side. Based on the quality and the carvings, this is a sword forged on the 69th floor." Lin El didn't continue, but in her heart, she had a vague answer that sent a shiver down her spine. So this plan is definitely another one of Lord Nahan's schemes. Lin El immediately jumped up and pledged, "I will definitely complete the mission." Outwardly, she only said that briefly, but in her heart, she added quietly, "For His Majesty, who now stands firm as a true king." After handing off the mission, Seer chirped, asking for a reward immediately, "Teacher, I did a good job, right?" Of course, Nahan was never stingy with praise for his star pupil. "Good job. Now you finally look like a demon lord." The girl took the opportunity to state her request straight up, "Then give me a reward." Nahan did a motion of stroking his chin, looking quite deep in thought. "A reward? Alright, what kind of doll do you want this time?" That casual attitude successfully made Seer want to jump out of her skin. "Not a doll." After saying that, she stomped off in a huff, leaving Nahan bewildered as he called after her, "Seer, what's the matter?" Receiving no response, he decided to find a reason for himself. Is this her rebellious teenage phase or something? At the teleport gate, the connection point between the 69th and 68th floors, Lin El was giving orders in a loud voice. "Listen up, everyone. On this mission, we absolutely must not reveal our identities." Verona casually added an explanation. "That means we can't just go around using our full power." Lin El continued to share the plan at full volume. "There are 15 of them in the delegation. Each of you will take out 2. Deputy Commander Verona and I will handle the rest." Seeing her name called, Verona hurried to voice her concerns. "But what if they're protected by the Pentagram Knights? If they show up, not only will we fail to hide our identities, but we'll also..." Lin El suddenly grabbed the hilt of her sword and gritted her teeth. Things will get a little troublesome. But when she drew her blade from its sheath, her demeanor shifted to a sharp, cold intensity. "I'll take care of them. No matter what, this must not leave any traces linking back to us." But when she drew her blade from its sheath, her demeanor shifted to a sharp, cold intensity. "I'll take care of them. No matter what, this must not leave any traces linking back to us." A moment later, the teleport gates slowly creaked open. Looking at the group lining up right in front of the exit, Lin El let out a sigh of relief. "No Pentagram Knights. Then things will be much easier. Let's move." Without a moment's hesitation, she leaped from her hiding spot. With a single, decisive swipe of her blade, Lin El sent a whole row of opponents to the afterlife. Furthermore, she didn't forget to announce it loudly to her comrades. "Take them all down now." The newcomers, barely having arrived, were ambushed and immediately fell into chaos like snakes without a head. An ambush? Where the hell did they come from? Of course, no one got an answer because Lin El had already sent them packing. She threw her sword into the middle of the pile of corpses and coldly declared, "That's it. Let's head back." Of course, no one got an answer because Lin El had already sent them packing. She threw her sword into the middle of the pile of corpses and coldly declared, "That's it. Let's head back," Amba stated firmly, accompanied by a suggestion. "Yes, Your Majesty. It seems they have been assassinated. We must notify Decorabia immediately." Dantalion rejected it instantly with a sharp tone. "Are you crazy? We can't report this." Yet, Ambas poured a bucket of cold water over him. "The sword at the scene happens to be one of our own products." Dantalion was stunned and blurted out, "What did you say?" Ambas patiently presented a long-winded explanation to knock some sense into him. "Decorabia will definitely realize someone is pulling the strings from behind the scenes, but he will use this as an excuse to put more pressure on us. Eventually, he'll turn this alliance into a purely exploitative relationship. So, it's better if we strike first and offer a compensation plan." Before he could even finish, Dantalion was so angry his voice trembled. This was clearly orchestrated by Citri. "Send a letter to Decorabia and prepare to declare war. I'll make that bastard kneel." No sooner had he finished speaking than another voice bluntly cut in. "Your Majesty." Dantalion lost his patience and shouted loudly. "What is it now?" The subordinate knelt down, reporting the situation cautiously. "Decorabia's army. they've already crossed the teleport gate. Dantalian immediately shrieked in shock. What? That lunatic wants to turn me into his vassal? Leonard finally offered his perspective. Your Majesty, the timing is too coincidental. It's as if they had everything prepared in advance. Even Ambas beside him realized something was off. That's true, Your Majesty. There's even a possibility that Decorabia staged the massacre of the delegation himself. Leonard finally offered his perspective. Your Majesty, the timing is too coincidental. It's as if they had everything prepared in advance. Even Ambas beside him realized something was off. That's true, Your Majesty. There's even a possibility that Decorabia staged the massacre of the delegation himself. The group of subordinates below didn't object at all, shouting in unison, Yes, Your Majesty. On the 72nd floor, Seer was leisurely listening to intelligence reports, and just like that, it seemed the 68th floor had officially launched an invasion of the 69th floor. She happily turned to Nahan and praised him. Just as you predicted, Master. He didn't accept the praise immediately but asked a question instead. Seer, can you let me handle this myself? She beamed and shouted, Of course. Nahan waited for exactly that and immediately fed her the line. Good. This is the perfect opportunity for us to profit from their fight. The modern terminology left Seer a bit confused. What does reaping the rewards mean? He patiently enlightened his favorite student on the spot. Simply put, it means gaining a huge benefit without having to put in much effort. Nahan turned around. Commander Epsilon, prepare the troops. When the 69th and 68th floors clash, we'll jump into the fray. He stood below, expressing his concerns reservedly. We can deal with the 69th floor, but the 68th floor's forces are beyond our control. Nahan comfortably analyzed it in more detail. We won't confront them head-on. We just need to harass them to draw the attention of Decorabia's army. Epsilon looked as if he'd found a new horizon and grinned in admiration. A very appealing plan. I await your command. Seer waved her hand brightly to add some encouragement. I'm counting on you. Epsilon bowed his head and promised solemnly, Yes, sir, please leave it to me. Only then did Nahan turn to the great contributor to this plan. Also, Commander Linnell, evacuate all the merchants on the 69th floor to the 70th floor. She understood the issue but still looked clearly apprehensive. But will those merchants actually listen to us? Nahan had to take the time to run a strategy class for the whole bunch. There is a very simple reason why merchants are flocking to the 69th floor. It's safe, and they're treated well. But lately, Dantalian has been deceiving them, and now the 68th floor's army has swarmed in. This is the perfect opportunity to shatter their trust in Dantalian, especially when we're about to roll out a series of favorable policies for merchants on the 70th floor. Hearing this, Seer curiously interrupted. Wouldn't we need Queen Citri's approval for that? Nahan responded with certainty. Citri has no reason to refuse. All she has to do is sit back and let the money flow into her pockets. The young girl was more than half reassured and immediately gave the order. I understand. If everything goes smoothly, I'll leave the rest to you, Master. Just do exactly what we discussed. The group below spoke in unison once again, Yes, Your Majesty. Once the words were spoken, everyone filed out of the throne room. Hearing a cough, Nahan turned to check on her. Seer, what's wrong? Is there something you don't understand? Hearing a cough, Nahan turned to check on her. Seer, what's wrong? Is there something you don't understand? She, on the contrary, was extremely eager and suggested, Just let me do it. I've been studying very hard in class and working on my practice too, especially since I've learned so much magic from you, even if it makes me a bad, disobedient child. Thinking this, Seer requested, Commander Linnell, let me go with you. She hesitated and asked back, Your Majesty, you want to go with us? Why? Linnell looked at Seer's appearance and had a few assessments. It's true that Her Majesty's swordsmanship has improved a lot, and there's also the ancient magic she learned from Nahan. She would definitely be a great help in battle. However, there was definitely a reason Nahan didn't put Her Majesty on the battlefield. Thinking this, Linnell bowed her head in refusal. I'm sorry, Your Majesty, but we have to carry out this mission ourselves. Seer didn't flinch and directly pointed a finger at Linel's face, asking, "Commander Linel, who is the master you serve?" She replied, "No matter what others say, the only master I serve is Her Majesty Seer." The young girl pointed at herself and asked again, "Then which is more important, my orders or his?" Linel replied with hesitation, "Her Majesty's orders come first." Seer seemed to be waiting for exactly that answer as she responded, "Good. Then it's decided. I'm going with the commander, too." Linel warned with concern, "Understood. However, please do not go too far forward. In case something happens to Your Majesty," Seer replied while walking, "I know." She repeated anxiously, "Your Majesty, you promised." Seer also answered patiently, "I said I understand already." Deep down, the little girl was whispering to herself, "Master, just wait for me a little longer. I'll finish this up quickly so we can go traveling together." Dantalion stood on the high tower, his voice urging his troops. "Stop them at all costs. No matter what, absolutely do not let Decarabia's army get near." When everyone was lined up and ready, he ordered the archers to fire. Decarabia's enemy troops below were showered with a rain of arrows, causing a large number to fall. The artillery systems were also in position and ready. Dantalion commanded, "Pour it all down on them." Once spoken, waves of artillery fired like rain, terrifying the enemy. The power of Dantalion's squad made even the most massive boulders crack and shatter. This horrific scene left Decarabia's troops trembling in fear. Some of them were even crushed by large boulders, breaking their hearts and causing excruciating pain. Seeing the situation turning against them, they could only stand and watch. "Damn it, they're firing non-stop. We can't break through." Afterward, Decarabia's army received the order to retreat. Banthazer stood in the middle of the battlefield amidst falling bombs and bullets, observing slowly. Rounds of bombs and bullets were still being fired continuously. He glanced over, slowly observing their trajectories. When a cannonball fired toward him, Banthazer blocked it with his sword hand. After blocking and destroying the projectile, he loudly reassured his troops. "Soldiers, do not be afraid. The first star of Decarabia's pentagram," he introduced himself. "Banthazer has arrived." On Dantalion's side, the enemy troops were reporting in fear. "Your Majesty, there are too many of them. If the pentagram has entered the war, we have no chance of winning." He furiously ordered, "Stop complaining and keep firing." Then he decisively delivered the final blow. "Useless trash. This is the consequence of hiring mercenaries." Then he decisively delivered the final blow. "Useless trash. This is the consequence of hiring mercenaries." Banthazer, being sensitive, quickly realized the shift. He was accidentally caught in a large pocket of hellfire, causing his troops to cry out in panic. "Lord Banthazer." He was accidentally caught in a large pocket of hellfire, causing his troops to cry out in panic. "Lord Banthazer." The castle gate then swung open with even more exciting developments. Dantalion's troops took the opportunity of Banthazer's disappearance to charge forward. "The enemy commander is dead. Our chance has come. All troops, charge." He stood above the castle wall, silently smiling and calculating. Defense always has an advantage over a siege. And when one of the pentagram has fallen, we can win with Leonard. The tide has turned in our favor. Decarabia, we just need to keep them pinned down. But that thought didn't last long before old Leonard was stabbed right through the abdomen by a sword. He then rolled over, ending his life in boredom and insignificance, leaving his troops in confusion. Banthazer then stepped out of the hellfire confidently and spoke. "A bit hot, but that's all there is to it." He mocked, "You're pathetic, Dantalion. I didn't expect you to form an alliance with such pathetic power. Do you really think you can stand as an equal to the great Lord Decarabia?" Seeing Banthazer's appearance, Dantalion was terrified and shouted back. "You damn insect. You're only alive because of that magic armor. How dare you talk back to me?" He didn't hesitate to answer. "This magic armor is a gift from Her Majesty. Blame your own weakness for not even being able to pierce it. Looks like you're out of tricks. It's time." No sooner had he finished speaking than another massive stone was calculated to land right on Banthazer, but he had keenly noticed it and dodged it smoothly. Seer stepped out from somewhere and spoke up. "Too bad, you dodged it." Banthazer asked, bewildered, "Are you Seer Devata?" The young girl smiled and replied, "That's right, it's me." Dantalion was extremely bewildered by this unexpected arrival. Why is Sir Devata here? It seems like she came to help, but there's no way she would mobilize her army without a reason. What is she planning? Below, Sir chatted comfortably. You're Banthazer of the Pentagram, right? He bowed in respect. It's an honor that you remember my name. What wind has blown the Demon King of the 72nd floor here? The young girl replied, I have an important schedule, and you're in my way, so I'll handle you myself. He knew better and smiled back. Perhaps because you're still young, you don't know your place. Then Banthazer decisively gripped his sword and lunged toward Seer, secretly calculating, this is perfect. If I take this opportunity to conquer all the way up to the 72nd floor, my master will be very pleased. Seer, who was calm, suddenly activated her battle energy. Her hair flew, radiating a brilliant aura. Seer launched her first attack, opening with a burst of fire. Once said, a massive human-headed puppet appeared right before Banthazer's eyes, radiating intense, hot flames. Banthazer was incredibly bewildered, asking himself, she's casting spells without incantations? Damn it, my magic armor is burning even though the attack hasn't touched me yet. This power is on a completely different level than Dantalion's. But it's ridiculous, I didn't expect you to think you could take me down with just magic. Afterward, he slashed away the heat of the great flames, muttering in mockery, this little brat has some talent, but things like this will never. Before he could finish his sentence, Seer had already lopped off his head in a split second. Afterward, the young girl mocked, what? Is that it? Dantalion, who had been observing the fight all along, was also bewildered by Seer's terrifying speed. What just happened? I couldn't even see her move. Linnell, who had been trying to chase after Seer, anxiously spoke up. Your Majesty, you can't just rush out like that on your own. The young girl raised her hand to greet her. Commander Linnell, you've arrived? But when Linnell was about to step towards Seer, she was startled and realized. Wait, is that Banthazer? Varuna sighed in exhaustion. This time, Your Majesty has really caused a huge mess. Linnell also helplessly grabbed her head. Shut up. Linnell had to explain. Your Majesty, war with the 68th floor is unavoidable. Seer wondered, confused, why? The young girl pointed at the enemy troops and continued, if we kill everyone here, no one will know. Linnell replied, that's not all. The other members of the pentagram must have realized what's happening by now. Seer understood. Is that so? Then let's blame it on the 69th floor. We were just passing through. But Dantalion begged us for help. Dantalion, standing above, caught a few words and grew even more bewildered. What is this? This sudden chill? Linnell, hearing this, was startled and warned, but there are too many witnesses. Seer, on the contrary, wasn't afraid and replied, we'll kill them all and force Dantalion to go along with our story. Master told me that if necessary, I shouldn't hesitate to kill or threaten others, so I'll do exactly that. Linnell was confused. He sure teaches Your Majesty well. Seer then smiled and asked back, so, Commander, you just take care of the soldiers. It's simple, right? She could only agree at that moment. Yes, Your Majesty. Seer then smiled and asked back, so, Commander, you just take care of the soldiers. It's simple, right? She could only agree at that moment. Yes, Your Majesty. Dantalion's soldiers were now in a state of absolute joy. Looks like the 72nd floor is helping us. How should we repay them? With money, maybe? Hearing this foolish talk, Dantalion angrily muttered, I'll deal with this scum as soon as the war is over. Below, the little girl Seer's head moved slightly, as if she were focusing all her mental power to prepare to cast a world-shaking dark art. Seer stood proudly between heaven and earth, her hands raised, gathering energy, condensing a dark magic orb, carrying an unusual, thunderous power. Standing before the solid castle gate, the young girl's small figure showed clear resolve, aiming the blast of dark magic right at the main entrance. The destructive move was unleashed, a terrifying explosion rang out, the fierce power completely leveling the solid castle gate to the ground, leaving Dantalion's soldiers stunned. An earthquake, help me! Meanwhile, Dantalion was trying to hug the wall, trembling as he called out, Sir Devata, why are you attacking us? The young girl looked up and replied, attacking? You've been conquered. If I hadn't intervened, I've saved this castle with my own power, so it's mine now. Any problems? Dantalion muttered, damn it, so that was your plan from the beginning? Don't make me laugh, a spell like that is nothing to. After that, he secretly plotted to use magic to dispel it, but Dantalion then panicked and realized. What? Why isn't my magic working? Don't tell me this little brat has already mastered dispel magic? Seer saw this and spoke up, warning, struggling is useless. Choose, be buried with your castle, or take my hand. Speaking precisely, it's serving under me, but in return, I'll keep the 69th floor safe. Seer saw this and spoke up, warning, struggling is useless. Choose, be buried with your castle, or take my hand. Speaking precisely, it's serving under me, but in return, I'll keep the 69th floor safe. And if things had gone differently, I might have had the same ending as him. Perhaps it's better to take this chance and form an alliance with her. Thinking this, he quickly complied. All right, I understand. Just stop this for now. Seer interrupted, what kind of subordinate talks so rudely to their sovereign? Hearing this, Dantalion could only humble himself and respond. I understand. I will submit to you, your majesty. Please stop. Thinking this, he quickly complied. All right, I understand. Just stop this for now. Seer interrupted, what kind of subordinate talks so rudely to their sovereign? Hearing this, Dantalion could only humble himself and respond. I understand. I will submit to you, your majesty. Please stop. Afterward, everyone sat down in the Demon King's meeting room on the 69th floor. Seer suggested, let's review it one last time. Linnell whispered worriedly, Your Majesty, are you sure about this? This is the first time you've gone against Master Nahan's advice. Seer, trembling with anxiety, replied, Commander Linnell, have you forgotten? I am a Demon King. But Linnell saw this expression on the young girl and panicked, wondering to herself, Your Majesty, where did that confidence from before go? Right at that moment, Nahan came running from outside, opened the door, and called out, Seer. This unexpected appearance left everyone in the room stunned and confused. Seer, on the other hand, was extremely flustered and called out, Master. The girl stammered, trying to explain. Master, you see, the reason I did that is because. But before she could say anything more, Nahan didn't say a word and suddenly ran over to hug her tightly. He sighed in relief and spoke up. You're safe. Thank heavens, I'm so glad you're okay. He sighed in relief and spoke up. You're safe. Thank heavens, I'm so glad you're okay. Nahan turned coldly to Cain. Commander Epsilon, how is the report? His voice suddenly became hesitant. Well, about that, pausing for a moment, Cain had to honestly report back. Actually, Her Majesty Seer has already gone to the battlefield. Nahan turned around sharply with a shocked expression. What? Why did Seer? Nahan turned coldly to Cain. Commander Epsilon, how is the report? His voice suddenly became hesitant. Well, about that, pausing for a moment, Cain had to honestly report back. Actually, Her Majesty Seer has already gone to the battlefield. Nahan turned around sharply with a shocked expression. What? Why did Seer? Cain hurriedly tried to stop him. Lord Nahan, Her Majesty will be fine. He glared, his face as dark as the bottom of a pot. Did I do something wrong? I don't remember doing anything. No, that's not what's important right now. Nahan felt a burning sensation in his stomach. Surely she's fine. But what if Seer got hurt? He just kept running to find her. Seer! Nahan's appearance left Seer unable to hide her surprise. Master! She widened her eyes to look at him, her voice trembling slightly as she hurried to explain. The thing is, the reason I did that is because. But Nahan didn't wait for the other person to finish and rushed over to hug Seer tightly. You're safe. His tense nerves finally relaxed. Thank heavens, I'm so glad. Seer's eyes suddenly welled up with tears. Afterward, Nahan spoke politely. If you don't mind, could you give us a moment of privacy? Dantalion immediately jumped up from his chair. Hey, you, who do you think you are to barge in here? He immediately lost patience and growled. Did you not hear what I said? I said get out. Dantalion was silenced by that gloomy manna. What is this? What on earth is this terrifying manna? What kind of thing is he? Dantalion was silenced by that gloomy manna. What is this? What on earth is this terrifying mana? What kind of thing is he? Seer whispered softly, I only wanted to help. He lowered himself and said patiently, I told you that you didn't have to do that. But the girl insisted, getting all worked up. But I did a great job without making any mistakes. I conquered the 69th floor and killed Banthazer of the pentagram. I even captured Crowley alive. Seeing Seer so persistent, Nahan squinted and nodded. Well done. I didn't say you didn't do a good job. But you know what happens to a force when it loses its demon king. The responsibility on your shoulders is very heavy. Be more careful from now on. The girl whispered, Yes, master. He added slowly, Besides, I didn't want you to reveal your power yet. The girl looked up, wondering, why not? Nahan explained with great patience, Information is power. It's best not to let the enemy know your true strength. He slowly stood up straight. Well, what's done is done. Now let's figure out what the next step is. Is this a peace treaty? Seer heard the question and turned to look. Yes, would you like to take a look, master? He slowly stood up straight. Well, what's done is done. Now let's figure out what the next step is. Is this a peace treaty? Seer heard the question and turned to look. Yes, would you like to take a look, master? He narrowed his eyes and smiled, happily praising her. You handled this very cleanly. Hearing this, the young girl quickly asked. So, will you grant my wish, master? Nahan slowly replied. You mean going out? Of course. Seer's eyes instantly filled with excitement she couldn't hide. Really? He said softly. But first, we have to deal with the 68th floor. I don't think Decorabia will just sit still. The young girl's expectant gaze brightened up a bit. Right. Nahan quickly followed up. Then we should get back to the meeting. He then waited for everyone to reassemble before asking. Dantalion, do you know the total size of Decorabia's army? He slowly replied. From what I know, they have 250,000 infantry, 50,000 cavalry, and over 1,000 magic warriors. Nahan crossed his arms, looking troubled. That really is a lot. Meanwhile, Seer kept pointing her finger, leaving Dantalion a bit confused. Is something wrong with your majesty? Is it because I'm speaking too informally? However, he brushed it off and added. But you could say their numbers have been cut in half after today's battle. Nahan softly replied. Still, there are about 150,000 left. The young girl raised her hand again, signaling she understood. Ah, so this is the right way to talk. I'd better be careful. Nahan slowly rubbed his chin. I'm guessing there are barely any private soldiers left on the 69th floor. Hearing this, Dantalion awkwardly confirmed. It's embarrassing to admit. But yes. He hesitated for a moment and asked again. Is there any way to wage this war while preserving our current infrastructure? Before Dantalion could answer, Seer spoke up. We still have Citri, but... Nahan slowly explained. This is going to be an all-out war, so damage is inevitable. Rebuilding won't be easy either. Hearing him say that, the young girl completely slumped. It's all my fault. Nahan patiently comforted her. Don't be so discouraged. Just look at this as a lesson. He put on a brave face, but his heart felt a bit heavy. Things only go smoothly for me because I've played this game dozens of times, not because I'm some kind of genius. To fix this mess, he said gently. I really didn't want to use it, but there is still one way. He put on a brave face, but his heart felt a bit heavy. Things only go smoothly for me because I've played this game dozens of times, not because I'm some kind of genius. To fix this mess, he said gently. I really didn't want to use it, but there is still one way. Meanwhile, back at the Demon King's castle on the 68th floor, Decorabia's furious roars echoed through the halls. Banthazer is dead, and Crowley has been captured. You lost most of our soldiers and you still couldn't conquer the 69th floor? He barked in a blind rage. And you call yourselves the Pentagram? I trusted you and gave you everything, and this is the result? And Rubia and Crutch all bowed deeply. We have no excuses, Your Majesty. Please give us one more chance. and then pleaded on behalf of the group. This time, we will definitely take care of Dantalion. Decarabia gritted his teeth and snarled. Fine. But this time, I don't just want Dantalion. I want that little brat Sir Devada's head too. If you fail, your heads will be on the chopping block. The group trembled as they accepted the order. Yes, Your Majesty. A moment later, and let out a tired sigh. I only talked big just to stay alive. He shook his head helplessly. I've got nothing. Even Banthazer got taken down. Hearing this, Rubia loudly fired back. How did Banthazer even die? He was wearing his magic armor, and frowned and looked over. You were down there with him. You should know best, Rubia. She angrily slammed her hand on the table. I was busy fighting somewhere else. Plus, Lin-El suddenly showed up. I barely had time to retreat. Hearing that, and agreed. Yeah, pretty impressive. Crutch nodded along from his side. Retreating wasn't a bad call. Not if the opponent was Lin-El. Saying that, he frowned in annoyance. To be honest, it's pretty surprising. I didn't expect that young Demon King to build up a force like that. Anne's face instantly twisted. That's exactly why we have to nip this in the bud right now. Who knows, Sir Devada might have even been reincarnated. Saying that, he frowned in annoyance. To be honest, it's pretty surprising. I didn't expect that young Demon King to build up a force like that. Anne's face instantly twisted. That's exactly why we have to nip this in the bud right now. Who knows, Sir Devada might have even been reincarnated. Citri might be their ally, but they won't want to clash with us either. She let out a confused sigh. Why make it sound so complicated? You're just saying we should strike first, he replied softly. Simply put, yes. Anyway, if you all understand, get ready. Before he could even finish his sentence, a subordinate rushed in frantically. General, urgent news. The enemy is attacking. Crutch raised his voice in shock. What? Meanwhile, Nahan was standing leisurely on the cliffside. The wind felt so cool, giving him a strangely cozy feeling. Standing behind him, Lin-El softly replied. Yes, thanks to our rapid march. It looks like there weren't any ambushes. Nahan nodded in approval. Great job, Commander, she slowly asked next. But can we really do this without Citri's support? His expression darkened a bit. I don't know. I'm not even sure myself. Lin-El was startled by this. What? Nahan chuckled. Why so surprised? Her face fell as she lowered her head. The Lord Nahan I know is always calculating. You never act without a solid plan. He couldn't help but laugh. I used to be like that. But things have gotten complicated this time. I don't mean to blame you, Commander. It's my fault for not seeing through the intentions of. Lin-El looked at Nahan in confusion. Then why are you taking such a huge risk? He answered simply. Because I think this is the fastest way to minimize casualties. After saying that, Nahan slowly gave his orders. Commander Lin-El, you stay here with the soldiers. The look on her face instantly darkened. Are you planning to go alone? He ran a hand through his hair. No, the look on her face instantly darkened. Are you planning to go alone? He ran a hand through his hair. No, he glanced over at Dane and Eri. I know you don't trust them yet, Commander. That's why I'm going to test them today, Nahan quietly instructed them. Show me how much you've grown. Prove your worth today. The boy and girl replied in unison. Yes, sir. He walked ahead, his mind still spinning. Can I really pull this off? I'm still not sure. I only took down Andromalius so easily because it was a surprise attack. Nahan channeled a bit of mana and fell silent. This body is strong, that's for sure. But I don't know exactly where its limits are. This anxiety, this uncertainty about the outcome. A faint smirk tugged at the corner of his lips. It was exactly this anxiety that made me keep Seer out of the fight, because I knew I wouldn't get a second chance. Dane and Eri spoke up together. Lord Nahan, I sense the enemy right ahead. Nahan nodded. Quite a grand welcoming committee, he commented sarcastically. They're swarming all over the place. With that, Nahan let out a competitive smirk. You two, back me up when the time comes. Below the cliff, and scanned the distance. The scouts reported that the enemy had already reached the other side of the valley, though, he continued, sounding confused. But why is there only one person? Am I seeing this right? And added. This is definitely a trap. He frowned and nodded. I agree. We'll wait here and send out a scouting party to assess their movements. Rubia got excited. Maybe they already ran away? An turned to look at her. Rubia, does that even make sense to you? After taking the trouble to come all the way here, Critch quickly voiced his suspicion. There's a high chance they're lying in ambush along the mountainside. Rubia got excited. Maybe they already ran away? An turned to look at her. Rubia, does that even make sense to you? After taking the trouble to come all the way here, Critch quickly voiced his suspicion. There's a high chance they're lying in ambush along the mountainside. Critch frowned in annoyance. No way. Can you really not feel any mana at all? She replied, snapped back. Exactly. That's why I said they probably ran away. He pondered for a moment. If they knew Rubia was here, they might have avoided using magic altogether. Rubia aggressively took her stance. You cowards! You just want to believe this is a trap, don't you? With that, she spread her wings and took off. Just wait here then. I'll go check it out myself. Critch and shouted in shock, but it was too late. Wait, Rubia! With that, she spread her wings and took off. Just wait here then. I'll go check it out myself. Critch and shouted in shock, but it was too late. Wait, Rubia! Rubia's heart burned with rage. Honestly, you flightless bugs are all the same. How much longer were you going to keep sending scouts? She charged at full speed toward the approaching figure. You should have faced us head-on. Rubia gritted her teeth as she lunged forward. Take a good look. Witness the terror of a harpy. Nahan calmly parted his lips. Pierce. Instantly, her body was impaled straight through by something thrusting up from the ground. Rubia muttered in agony. Is this how I die? Then her body crashed heavily to the ground. Watching from afar, An and Critch were utterly horrified. Rubia! Critch's voice was no longer as steady as before. Damn it! Rubia just died like that. And screamed in pure rage. Who the hell are you? Nahan slowly approached from his side with a grim expression. For being on a battlefield, you guys sure talk too much. Right then, a pair of red eyes snapped open. Leviathan materialized behind him, its colossal shadow stretching far across the ground. Nahan's face went cold as a sinister smirk tugged at his lips. Clean up this place for me. Leviathan. The enemy soldiers fell into a state of panic and helplessness. The horses ran wild through the pitch-black space filled with thick smoke and dust. The soldiers didn't even know where to run, they could only scream in despair. No! They're attacking frantically without stopping. Loud screams rang out one after another, plunging the area into terrifying chaos. Somewhere, people were still crying out for help. Please, save me. Receiving the order, Leviathan unleashed continuous, deep attacks with devastating destructive power. Watching from a distance, and panicked and gasped. This is a disaster. I've never heard of a power like this. He rode his horse toward Nahan and cursed. You bastard, who the hell are you anyway? He replied in a chilling tone. Me? I wonder about that myself. Standing beside him, Ari asked blankly. Hey Dane, do we really need to step in? He answered hesitantly. Probably not, but we have to do something, even if it's just to prove our worth. Ari agreed. Right. We're the ones who made this choice. Let's go, Dane, I'll back you up. Dane leaped high into the air and called back. I'm counting on you. Ari stood below and began unleashing her support skill, granting him the speed of the wind. Gaining the power, Dane shot forward like a bullet. Gaining the power, Dane shot forward like a bullet. He then unleashed his attack. Take this. Ari quickly provided backup, granting him a sturdy shield. The blast of energy, carrying blinding lightning, surged out like a storm, violently slamming into the opponent's starlight defense barrier and triggering a deafening explosion, and watched and assessed the situation. He's finished. All troops, charge. But from within the thick smoke, Dane slowly emerged, leaving everyone utterly dumbfounded. Then he coldly charged forward like a hurricane, preparing for a frantic, merciless onslaught. Then a loud scream filled with regret rang out. Lord Dahak! Critch gritted his teeth like a madman, his voice low and sharp. That bastard is just a lowly human, how dare he? He roared at the top of his lungs, declaring, I will tear you apart with my own hands. But only now did he speak up. You shouldn't let your guard down on the battlefield. Nahan fiercely channeled his full power, unleashing a strike packed with immense force that ripped through the roaring monster Critch's chest and completely crushed his spirit. He mocked in a cold tone. Stop making so much noise. I'll send Decarabia down to reunite with you soon enough. Seeing this from afar, Eri wondered blankly. Really? Did it actually succeed? Out of nowhere, Seer walked up, startling the young girl. Human, where is Master? Eri stammered in reply. He's right down there. The moment Seer saw Nahan, she gasped happily. You did it, right, Master? Seeing this, Eri thought to herself, I didn't expect him to be capable of making a face like that. Seer then struck up a conversation. One day, I'll be able to do that too, right? Hearing this, Eri replied haltingly. Of course. You are a great demon king after all, your majesty. Hearing that, the young girl turned to praise her. You really have a way with words. Those words made Eri blush. She quickly changed the subject. But your majesty, does Lord Nahan know you're here? Seer shot back. I came to see him without letting him know, the young girl questioned. But what does that have to do with you? Hearing this, Eri apologized in embarrassment. I'm sorry, I misspoke. Seer's joy vanished as she asked coldly. Human, you don't happen to have any weird feelings for my master, do you? Hearing that, Eri immediately dropped to her knees and bowed her head to the ground. I'm sorry for being too terrified of Lord Nahan. Seer was caught off guard and asked back. What? The girl raised her head, her face pale as she stammered. Is that not what you meant? Realizing she had been a bit too harsh, Seer replied. Never mind, my mistake. Their conversation ended when Nahan ran over and called out to Seer. The young girl happily responded. Master. On her side, she also noticed with relief. Dane, you're safe. Dane replied. Eri, it's all thanks to you. Beside them, Nahan asked Seer curiously. What are you doing here? The young girl answered casually. I came to see you, Master. Hearing that, he smiled and replied. Is that so? Thank you. Nahan thought to himself, I've wiped out everything that could threaten you. Maybe I should let her get a little more real combat experience. He patted her head and added. The Demon King's castle on the 68th floor is practically empty right now, Seer. Why don't you and Commander Lin-El go clear out the rest? Seer happily replied. Yes, Master. Then he turned around and said. And you too, great job. You've worked incredibly hard over the past year. I'll assign you your duties when we get back. Rest up until then. Dane and Eri bowed respectfully. Yes, Lord Nahan. He looked at the big picture and concluded. That pretty much wraps up the conquest of the 68th floor. Now I just need to find that thing. As for Decarabia, he was currently trembling, having just survived the most terrifying battle of his life. Standing before him was Seer, who praised happily. He isn't even that strong. Standing beside her, Lin-El reminded her. That's because your majesty has become too powerful. His ancient magic, how could Nahan possibly know that kind of ancient magic? Everything was supposed to have been lost after that period. Decarabia, on the other hand, cursed loudly despite his fear. Seer, you crazy bastard, you've created a monster. Lin-El didn't forget to remind her from the side. Your Majesty, Lord Nahan instructed us to keep Decarabia alive. The young girl said nothing, directly grabbing Decarabia by the collar and lifting him up. Panicking from being hoisted into the air, he asked. What are you going to do? Seer didn't answer him and said to Lin-El instead. I know, Commander Lin-El. I just need to keep him alive, right? After giving Decarabia a few punches to vent her frustration, Lin-El spoke up anxiously from the side. Your Majesty, you're going to kill him. Meanwhile, with his face completely swollen, he could only mutter helplessly. Just kill me, Seer gasped in utter confusion. Why is he so weak? Let's just say Commander Lin-El did this. Master will be angry if he finds out. Let's just say Commander Lin-El did this. Master will be angry if he finds out, Seer happily replied. Thank you, Commander. Just as she finished her sentence, Nahan walked in from outside and asked. What are you thanking her for? Seer happily replied. Thank you, Commander. Just as she finished her sentence, Nahan walked in from outside and asked. What are you thanking her for? He asked. Is that Decarabia lying over there? Seer squeaked in surprise. This is, Nahan gave a serious reminder. No lying. If you did something wrong, you have to be honest. Seer lowered her head and admitted her fault. Yes, I'm sorry. He bent down to examine Decarabia. Man, he's a total wreck. Well, at least he's still breathing. At this point, he could only mutter one single line. Just kill me. Lin-El stood beside him, puzzled. But Lord Nahan, why are you keeping Decarabia alive? He's not the type to bow his head to anyone like Dantalion did, Nahan answered. I'm not sparing his life, I'm just getting information. Seer, you've heard of the Nebula Stones, right? The young girl replied. Yes, they're the specialty of the 68th floor, he explained. I'm going to cross-reference Crutch's testimony with Decarabia's. Only the Demon King of the 68th floor and his inner circle know the location of the mine in the game. The way the mine's location shifts with every playthrough is such a pain, Seer wondered. Wouldn't it be easier to just capture the other members of the pentagram? Nahan wiped the blood off his hands with a cloth and replied. Their resistance was too fierce, so I had no choice but to kill them. He thought to himself, honestly, I didn't realize I was this strong. He told me not to lie, yet he's doing it himself. Talk about a double standard. Seer had another question. Brainwashing doesn't work on a Demon King. How are you going to get him to talk, Master? Hearing this, Nahan smiled. Suddenly, a new guest arrived. Long time no see. Seer recognized Lady Citri. She spoke up. I heard you needed my help, so here I am. This scene is quite impressive. Is that bloody mess over there Decarabia? Man, you're hard to track down lately. You don't even drop by to train anymore. I put everything on hold to come here, you know? Right after she finished speaking, Citri looked over at Seer and flinched, thinking to herself, there it is again. That terrifying glare. He's the exact reason I couldn't visit. Wait, if I use my power in front of this kid, will he stop at just glaring at me? Out of pure fear, Citri could only stand behind Nahan's back and suggest. Get Her Majesty out of here right now. He questioned. Does this really require that much focus? She asserted. Yes. Go, now, Nahan then said to Seer. All right, I get it. We'll wait outside. Seer, let's go. The young girl happily replied. Yes, Master. Outside, the young girl asked curiously. Master, how can Lady Citri find the Nebula Stones? He answered. Isn't fire magic her main ability? Well, that's both right and wrong. Citri has a unique ability. Inside the room, she began to unleash her move. Decarabia, there's something I want to know. Even with his mouth completely swollen, he still stated firmly. I'm not telling you anything. It was a power that made anyone of the opposite sex fall in love with her forever. Citri then turned on the romantic charm. Come on, just tell me where the Nebula Stone Mine is. You can tell me, right? Decarabia thought it wouldn't work if they were on equal footing, but in his current state, Citri figured he would easily give in. After being hit by the skill, Decarabia started to get honest. 50 kilometers to the west. Citri urged. That's it, exactly. Tell me more. Yes. And from there, after getting all the details she needed, Citri spoke up. Thanks for the info, dummy. As a reward, I'll give you my heart, though it might be a little hot. Decarabia, still completely entranced by that blind love, gasped. So this is your heart. Thank you. I love you, Citri. Right outside the door, Nahan's polite voice rang out. Thank you for your help. Citri rubbed her chin and replied indifferently. Don't mention it. Are you planning to sell the nebula stones? He frankly shared his new plan. I can't rely on weapons and slaves forever. I need a new source of revenue. Though he said that, Nahan kept his true goal to himself. There are also things I absolutely must get from that nebula stone mine. Citri suddenly gave a fake laugh and spoke very politely. But you know, it's not like I'm being greedy or anything, but I did help you find the nebula stone mine. He quickly caught her drift and cut her off. I was planning to give you a cut anyway. However, Nahan's next declaration left Citri completely frozen. But since you're being so shameless, I changed my mind. She was so stunned that she screamed out loud. No way. That's so unfair. Only after enjoying her amusing expression enough did Nahan finally compromise. I get it. I'll share the nebula stones with you, so please make it look like Her Majesty conquered the 68th floor as well. Having such a massive piece of pie dropped right in her lap, Citri couldn't believe it for a moment. I get the Demon King's castle too? Sure. Fearing she would start overthinking things again, Nahan had to correct her. I mean only on paper. Please make it look like Her Majesty conquered it. Getting a Demon King's castle for free without deploying a single soldier. Don't you think that's a bit shameless? Yet, this time, Citri actually had the guts to fire back. No, it's just like last time, so they might misunderstand. Plus, if rumors spread that I'm conquering floors, they'll be on guard against me, and reclaiming my power will be even harder. Yet, this time, Citri actually had the guts to fire back. No, it's just like last time, so they might misunderstand. Plus, if rumors spread that I'm conquering floors, they'll be on guard against me, and reclaiming my power will be even harder. Nahan suddenly reached out his hand and switched to a serious tone. In return, I'll give you half of the nebula stones. Having just been played a moment ago, Citri asked cautiously to double-check. Really? He warmly prompted her. What's your choice? Nahan suddenly reached out his hand and switched to a serious tone. In return, I'll give you half of the nebula stones. Having just been played a moment ago, Citri asked cautiously to double-check. Really? He warmly prompted her. What's your choice? Nahan had been completely anxious this whole time. Seer proactively stepped up to make the decision for this dynamic duo. Then it's a deal. Nahan looked at her smiling face and caught himself commenting. By the way, Seer should really handle things like this herself. But on the other side, Citri wasn't so lucky, so she stammered in agreement. Right, I should do that with Her Majesty. Just remember to hand over those stones. I'm leaving. Watching her run away for dear life like she was being chased by a ghost, Nahan found it utterly baffling. What's wrong with her? Even though Seer knew perfectly well she was the cause, she just grinned and made up a story. She probably remembered something urgent. He didn't dwell on it for too long and quickly moved on to another matter. Oh right, Seer. About going out, do you want to wrap up the aftermath of the war first, or go first thing tomorrow? The young girl thought for a moment before making her decision. I'll handle the work first, since I am the Demon King. Nahan immediately made a bold suggestion. Then why don't you try it yourself? Just leave the nebula stone mine to me. Without a second thought, Seer happily passed the buck. Yes, master. A moment later in her room, Seer stared at her hand, completely lost in thought. It's been such a long time since I got to hold master's hand. Her heart was now spinning in the confusion of growing up. I know I'm not a kid anymore, so he can't keep pampering me. But this time, when it's just the two of us, I'm going to hold his hand as much as I want. At that exact moment, over on the other side, Argal's complaining voice rang out. Is this nebula stone mine abandoned or something? There's no one here. Nahan, standing beside him, calmly explained. I told them to start working later so they wouldn't get in our way. It showed off its laziness without a shred of shame. Is there even anything here I need to protect? Can I go back to sleep? He suppressed his irritation to talk some sense into it. Stop talking nonsense. I came here to find something using your ability. You can distinguish between different types of war, right? Argal pulled its neck back and muttered softly. So that's why you brought me along. Nahan didn't delay any further and put on his full capitalist mindset. Scan the rocky area inside the mine thoroughly. There's bound to be a gold bracelet. This godforsaken task actually managed to spark its curiosity. Understood, Lord Nahan. But why would a gold bracelet be buried in ore? He swayed his body and tossed back an irresponsible reply. Well, I don't really know either. Outwardly, Argal easily compromised. What? I get it. I'll look for it. But internally, it was still completely puzzled. He must have a reason for hiding it. Argal had no idea that Nahan's own mind was actually completely baffled too. Even I find it weird. It doesn't have any logic to it at all. If it was created to be hidden, there's no reason to create it in the first place. Is this a joke by the game developers? Argal had no idea that Nahan's own mind was actually completely baffled too. Even I find it weird. It doesn't have any logic to it at all. If it was created to be hidden, there's no reason to create it in the first place. Is this a joke by the game developers? Thinking up to this point, Nahan immediately covered his mouth and smirked secretly. Now, half of that income belongs to us. Looking at that despicable face, Argal suddenly felt a chill run down its spine. Why is he suddenly acting like that? Once he had laughed his fill, Nahan switched back to serious mode. I need to prepare in advance. The fact that I conquered the 69th floor will soon be known to the lower-ranking demon kings. Since there's no issue with financial expansion, thanks to the Nebula Stones, I should seriously start building up an army. From now on, it will be very difficult to move forward without casualties. Right at this moment, his train of thought was interrupted by Argal. Lord Nahan, I think I found it. There's something around here that isn't a Nebula Stone. He frantically lunged forward and warned. Really? Step aside. Nahan didn't hesitate for another second and spread his hand, releasing the substance. Materia. Right after that came the extraction magic circle. The extraction wave poured out from the palm of his hand. The space that was once dark was suddenly flooded with a shimmering light. Nahan looked at the object gradually revealing itself before his eyes, so satisfied that he praised his little helper. Found it. Great job. Now that the item was in his hands, he felt somewhat relieved. Its name was the Ancient Gold Bracelet. In the game, this item also served to boost growth efficiency. I wonder how it will manifest here. Argal, who had been cosplaying as an invisible person on the side, suddenly spoke up. Lord Nahan, it's trembling on the ground, subtly begging. If you're done, please withdraw your energy. Only then did Nahan snap out of it and realize his oversight. I didn't expect my energy to affect you all the way up there. Is it too much to handle? Argal couldn't lift its head, but it still reported honestly. It feels like my whole body is about to shatter. Hearing that, he awkwardly scratched his head. Sorry about that. He even put up a mental reminder, from now on, I should be careful with my magic. Back inside, Dantalion was timidly negotiating. Do I really have to stamp this with a blood seal? Seer firmly pushed the document forward and asserted. Yes. There's nothing more secure than this, right? In her heart, she was burning with determination. Master trusted me and gave me this job, so I have to finish it cleanly to speed things up. Seer didn't mind threatening him further. What, you don't want to do it? Or do you have some other hidden motive? Should I make you end up just like Decorabia? Dantalion flinched violently, quickly backing down. No, of course not. I'll stamp it. After lifting his finger from the paper, he reported back tremblingly. I've stamped it. Seer lifted the seal in her hand and gave a satisfied reminder. From now on, answer your calls on time. Since you used to be a demon king, I trust you'll do a good job. Dantalion looked at the identical mark on his own hand and obediently complied. Yes, Your Majesty. Once she finished utilizing him, she immediately discarded him. All right, you can go. Seer waited until he was out of sight before immediately switching to a sweet tone. Master, did I make any mistakes? But Nahan didn't hesitate to give her a thumbs up in praise. No, you did great. You look just like a proper demon king. Flushed with excitement, the young girl immediately planned the next step. Now there's only the matter of repairing the Demon King's castle on the 69th floor and moving in. He also felt this schedule was entirely reasonable. Yeah, since we've handled all the important matters. Let's get ready to head out. Seer took the opportunity to pour out her request. I want a quiet place with beautiful scenery and no crowds. Nahan held back a chuckle to advise her. All right. I'll look for a spot tomorrow, so get some good rest today. Seeing that the deal was locked in, Seer cheered without a single worry, but her expression suddenly froze when Nahan held out the bracelet. And this too, I prepared this for you. Seer took it with both hands and chirped happily like a baby bird. Is this really mine? Thank you, Master, Nahan patiently added. Make sure to always wear it from now on. He couldn't have guessed that his goodwill would only tighten the shackles in Seer's heart. As expected, I really can't let you go, Master. Over in the city of Celieno, Dane was casually expressing his thoughts. It's been such a long time since I'd been to the human realm. Even Eri agreed. Right at that moment, he suddenly reminded her. You remember Lord Nahan's orders, right? Both of them subconsciously recalled his words before they left. Recently, the number of humans infiltrating the 72nd floor has decreased significantly. Disguise yourselves as adventurers in the human realm, grasp the situation, and send periodic updates. So they decided on their direction first. I'm going to HM City, so you stay here. We'll meet in Celieno City once a month. Register as a new adventurer at the guild and get started right away. You remember our aliases, right? I'm Daniel and you're Ellie. Eri subconsciously voiced her anxiety. Yeah, got it. But are we really not going to get exposed? Even with fake documents in hand, he lifted his short sword and immediately reminded her. Ellie, listen carefully. Of course this must be hard to accept, but he paused for a moment to put the weight of his words on her shoulders before emphasizing. There's no one here who remembers us anymore, so you just need to be careful. Don't go picking fights with scum for no reason. Having her sore spot poked, Eri immediately pushed back hard. I'm not that stupid. Having teased her enough, Dane pulled out a precious item. Even so, if you run into danger, smash this. Eri asked blankly. What is this? He shook it in his hand and tossed out a careless instruction manual. An alarm device of sorts. If you break yours, mine will break too. Looking at his retreating back, Eri softly called out. Got it. Thanks. He shook it in his hand and tossed out a careless instruction manual. An alarm device of sorts. If you break yours, mine will break too. Looking at his retreating back, Eri softly called out. Got it. Thanks. As Eri turned to walk in the opposite direction, she couldn't help but complain to herself. Does he really think I'm a troublemaker? What could possibly happen on this peaceful mountain? But Dane's words seemed to come true instantly as a sleazy voice rang out. Hey there, little lady. The opposition cornered the young girl and aggressively threatened her. Hand over all your belongings and beat it, otherwise you're not getting out of here in one piece. Internally, Eri let out a long, heavy sigh. Dane was half right. When she finally opened her mouth, she didn't hesitate to expose them. But you know, looking at you guys, you don't even look like real mountain bandits. Why are you doing this? Having their painful truth stabbed right through, the men hung their heads and mumbled. So how did you know? Finally, one of them weakly explained on behalf of the group. With the country in this state, we didn't have any other choice. These words successfully piqued Eri's curiosity. The country's state? What's going on in the Holy Kingdom? The other man quickly stepped forward and poured out a stream of grievances. You don't know? The higher-ups have completely lost their minds. They are putting citizens on trial and burning down villages. all under the guise of hunting down hidden demons. Her bewildered look confused the group of men even more. What? You really don't know? Ultimately, Eri shared a half-truth. For certain reasons, I've been stuck in the mountains for the past year. They all sighed heavily in unison. You poor thing. Being pitted like that left her completely bewildered. Poor thing for what exactly? The kind man comforted her. You must have lost your memory from the shock of losing your hometown. Our situation isn't any better. But if you come with us, we'll take care of you. This time, Eri was genuinely spooked by their overwhelming kindness. No, I'm completely fine. He didn't hesitate to break it down for her. You expect me to believe a girl has been living alone in the mountains for a whole year? If the holy knights hear about that, you'll immediately be labeled a witch. Eri turned pale, her voice cracking completely. Did you say a witch? The kind man carefully clarified the situation. The Grand Temple issued a declaration. The disappearance of humans in the demon realm that started 5 years ago is actually because witches are hiding out in the human realm, so the holy knights have started turning cities and villages upside down looking for them. They burn down villages to purify them and take children away. Eri stammered to confirm once more. No, they actually did something like that? What about the adventurers? The group of men immediately took turns lamenting. The adventurers are acting as lackeys for the holy knights. Crazy bastards. I miss my daughter so much. Eri suddenly fell completely silent as countless thoughts swirled in her head. How bizarre, would the holy knights really act without clear evidence? And the adventurers have been riled up. If it were just a few lowlives, it wouldn't matter. But to drag the guild master into this would make things very difficult. You don't seem to get it, do you? Young lady, I just told you this is a declaration issued by the Grand Temple. This is the Holy Kingdom, and it's the Pope's will, so people have no choice but to obey. Just like that, the conversation came to a halt at the edge of the forest. The scene now shifted to the Grand Temple. Inside the bathroom, the shower water shut off right on cue. The master of the castle stepped out in a cheerful, refreshed mood. Man, a shower feels so refreshing. Have you been waiting long? The person who had been waiting outside this whole time was just counting down to this moment, smirking as he asked back. Is the investigation progressing well? Pope Cernius didn't let the smile slide from his face as he continued to share his joy. Just as you said, I had the entire nation searched, and there really are plenty of demon lackeys. He turned toward the woman and rubbed his hands together in a groveling manner. It's all thanks to you. She gave a faint smile and replied politely. That's because the Pope has been working hard. Cernius even dropped to his knees to fully display his utter devotion. Only you truly recognize my hard work. He paused slightly, as if overly emotional, taking a long moment before softly uttering her name. Lily.